The apocalypse has descended. Countless individuals are engaged in a desperate struggle for sustenance. Yet Chu Feng leisurely savors fine wine and steak in the comfort of his home. This is due to his awakening of a system that allows him to bind with women, enabling him to receive a hundredfold return on any resources consumed. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse, a mass message to support beautiful women. In the bedroom, Chu Feng stirred from his slumber, his consciousness still somewhat hazy. However, the persistent vibrations of his phone and the alerts of incoming messages swiftly yanked him back to reality. Rubbing his eyes, he directed his gaze towards the screen, where a series of shocking headlines immediately seized his attention, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. Emergency alert from the Great Xia. An unknown blood mist has spread globally, leading to mutations in various life forms. Cities around the world are witnessing mutated beings slaughtering humans. All survivors in Great Xia are advised to remain indoors, reinforcing doors and windows while awaiting rescue. Important notice: mutated creatures are exceedingly dangerous, and humans are ill-equipped to confront them. Survivors must not venture outside recklessly. A sense of dread enveloped Chu Feng as he rapidly scrolled through the urgent notifications. Suddenly, his gaze was captured by a post that included a video. He tapped the screen, and the video began to play. Although the visuals were slightly blurred, the content was enough to send chills down one's spine. In the video, a viscous, blood-like red mist swirled ominously in the air, as if imbued with life. Buildings touched by this blood mist began to corrode gradually. The streets lay deserted, littered only with abandoned vehicles. As the blood mist seeped into the cars, accompanied by a creaking noise, the greenery nearby had transformed into pools of black decay, while even the streetlights were rusted and dilapidated. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the video, reverberating in the heart. A mutated Doberman burst forth from the blood mist, entering the frame. Its muscles coiled like serpents, towering at an imposing height of 2 meters, with eyes gleaming a malevolent crimson. Its ivory fangs extended an astonishing 20 centimeters. It seemed to sense a drone hovering above, opening its cavernous maw to reveal its elongated fangs, releasing a thunderous roar. Then, it crouched slightly, fixated on the drone, and with a powerful push against the ground, the concrete cracked under its immense strength. The massive creature leaped forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, lunging at the drone. The screen was soon filled with the crackling of electricity and the sound of tearing metal, before plunging into darkness. Chu Feng's heartbeat quickened, beads of sweat forming in the palms of his hands. He understood that the world had irrevocably changed. A slight furrow appeared on his brow, yet it quickly smoothed out like ripples on water, even as a subtle smirk danced upon his lips. In the face of this sudden catastrophe, he exhibited an unusual calmness and composure. Now, the globe was enveloped in a mysterious blood mist. Though the corrosiveness of this mist was not immediately lethal, prolonged exposure could reduce even the sturdiest structures to rubble. Worse still, the blood mist hastened the rapid spoilage of food, exacerbating an already strained supply chain. The comments section below the video was flooded with messages from survivors, revealing a myriad of emotions: terror, despair, anxiety, and even some absurd jests. This mutated Doberman is utterly ridiculous. Resident Evil seems almost conservative in comparison. This is the apocalypse. Where are the rescue teams? Hurry and save me. Dude, I've been virtuous for 18 years, and just as I was about to explore life and go to die, what a waste. My sister hasn't eaten in 3 days. Is there a kind-hearted brother who could spare some food? I'm a dance major, flexible and creative. Please, kind souls, provide me with something to eat. I'm 30, fully functional, and know just how to please. To the one above, can it be free? I adore automatic transmissions. Help! My cat just stood up, wielding a kitchen knife and calling my name, chasing after me. I'm hiding in a wardrobe. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Clearly, the current survivors were either awaiting death's arrival or wandering the path leading to it. They pleaded for food online, with some women even willing to forsake their virtue in exchange for a morsel. Chu Feng couldn't help but scoff in disdain. Merely for a bite to eat, they so readily barter their bodies and souls. Do they truly believe that in this apocalypse, food will still be as plentiful as it once was? He murmured to himself, then turned to behold the towering stacks of instant noodles, sausages, and bottled water in his bedroom, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. As for others, I cannot say, but at least for myself, my reserves remain ample. Before the calamity of the blood mist descended, Chu Feng had been the coordinator of a group purchasing station within a happy community. Each day, he was responsible for procuring vegetables, food, and daily necessities for over 1,000 households through the Kangaroo app, transporting them to his warehouse, meticulously counting them, and awaiting the residents to collect their items. Unfortunately, at that time, the community was undergoing renovations, and his warehouse was temporarily closed, deemed detrimental to the community's image. To save on rent, Chu Feng spent 2 full days moving all the supplies to his residence on the 20th floor. However, he had not yet had the opportunity to inform the group purchasing chat about the new pickup location when the blood mist suddenly struck, enveloping the entire world in chaos. Initially, Chu Feng harbored resentment towards the community staff for their insensitivity, burdening him with such inconvenience yet, after enduring the relentless siege of the blood mist for over 10 days. He found himself fortunate to enjoy a variety of vegetables and food without stepping outside, while others suffered from hunger, desperately seeking assistance online. In retrospect, Chu Feng even felt compelled to offer a cigarette as a token of gratitude to those staff members. Moreover, he had awakened a system known as apocalyptic God-level return, which bestowed upon him a boundless, long-lasting preservation space. As his thoughts stirred, a translucent panel materialized before his eyes. Apocalyptic God-level return system host. Chu Feng number of women. 1 by Schwer return multiplier, 100. Return supplies. Bread x 300. Mineral water x 500, apples x 100, 8-dimensional space x 100. Personal space activated. Through recent explorations, Chu Feng had gleaned a general understanding of the system's capabilities. For every woman with whom he had shared profound bonds and cherished nights, any resources they consumed would yield him a hundredfold return. The woman listed on the panel, by Schwer, was his recently estranged girlfriend. They had once shared intimate moments under the dim lights of a private cinema. Though they had parted ways, the system still accounted for her. Whenever Bai Shui consumed resources in her daily life, Chu Feng would effortlessly reap the rewards, receiving 100 times the benefit. Rising from his bed, he casually picked up a bag of whole grain bread, tore it open, took a bite, and strolled to the window. He pushed it open, and a pungent odor rushed in. Fortunately, residing on the 20th floor meant the ominous blood mist had yet to reach him. The fresh air still circulated freely. Peering down, he noticed shadowy figures moving within the viscous blood fog. Judging by their silhouettes, Chu Feng speculated they might be mutated stray cats from the neighborhood. He casually tossed the remaining bread out of the window. As it plummeted, he observed the packaging being slightly corroded upon piercing the blood mist, causing him to furrow his brow once more. Initially, he had planned to venture out in search of more women to stockpile additional resources, but the sight before him extinguished that thought. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he hurried back to his bedroom, grabbed his phone, opened the messaging app, and switched to his alternate account. He located a group named Happiness Community Group Purchase. In the group, he posted a message, "Seeking quality ladies, all are welcome. Take as many as you wish. Accommodation and meals are guaranteed. Interested parties, please DM me with a barefaced photo." Chapter 2. Standing at a height of 150 centimeters and weighing 218 pounds, slightly plump. This group was created by Chu Feng to facilitate bulk purchases for residents in his community, encompassing more than half of the users in Happy Community. Now, unexpectedly, it found a new purpose. The information Chu Feng disseminated in the group was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, provoking fervent discussions. Bro, what are you even saying? Does that resemble human speech? At a time like this, you're still thinking about such matters? Your cravings are quite something. Shameless. If you wish to see beautiful women-esque photos, just say so directly. Don't beat around the bush to fish for attention. And offering food and lodging? I bet you're so hungry you'd gnaw on your own shoes by now. This pathetic scam would get you beaten up in Midbay. Brother, do you have any food on you? Since we're all from the same community, we're like family. Family doesn't speak as strangers. Share a bit of your food. One tea you? You wouldn't want to see your family starve, would you? I'll privately tell you my location. Down there, man. I'm going to expose you right now. Let all the sisters online each spit on you. Who is this pervert? Group owner, kick him out. I never want to see him again. It's truly disgusting. Upon reading these replies, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that in a group he had created, there would be individuals wanting to expel him? However, they were unaware that this was merely a message he sent using a secondary account. Ignoring the complaints in the group, he reclined on the sofa, his gaze landing on a half-eaten sausage on the table. The sausage was covered in black and green mold, presenting an extremely unpleasant sight. Fortunately, food remains unspoiled as long as the packaging is intact. Even if unwrapped, Chu Feng could preserve it in his portable, everlasting storage space. His attention then shifted to the plants on the balcony. There were pothos, cacti, and many succulent varieties whose names he could not recall. These had been planted by Bai Shui, and after their breakup, he had intended to discard them, but due to the busyness of his business, he had forgotten. Now, he noticed one particular succulent growing in an odd manner. Unlike the other plump and lush succulents, this one was entirely brown and appeared quite frail. It bore only a single leaf, beneath which hung a round, black fruit adorned with small protrusions, making it particularly eye-catching. Chu Feng approached the peculiar plant, scrutinizing the unripe fruit. He felt a vague familiarity with it, though he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen it. In a world fraught with anomalies, he did not delve deeper, merely hoping that this plant wouldn't suddenly morph into a pea-shooting creature. He fashioned a protective net for the plant using iron wire on the balcony's security window, as if adding a layer of enchantment. Just then, his phone vibrated several times. Upon checking, he discovered that someone had added him as a friend, including a few female avatars. He accepted all the requests. Messages flooded in immediately, filled with various expressions and requests, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Is it true that you provide food and lodging? I stand at 150 centimeters, weigh 218 pounds, am slightly plump, and possess a modest beauty. I do not consume much. Is it permissible to have 5 meals a day? Young man, do not attempt to deceive us girls. I have already exposed you, so prepare for the backlash. Brother, we are family, are we not? Send me some compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and drinking water, and perhaps a bit of beef as well. Surely, you do not wish to see your family suffer from hunger, do you? How can you prove that you possess an ample supply of food? A true brother is one who can assume the role of a woman when his brother is in need. The pictures have been sent. Observing these private messages, Chu Feng maintained an air of calm. It was evident that many were criticizing him, some even doubting his abilities. Although a few women, tempted by food, did send photos of themselves. Upon seeing a petite girl with arms thicker than his thighs and a stout boy with a larger-than-average Adam's apple, Chu Feng could only think, "Get lost. I seek beauty, not distractions." Without hesitation, he deleted these individuals from his contacts and even cleared his message storage. Toxic. After completing this task, Chu Feng casually snapped a few photos of the food on the table and shared them in the group. To support beautiful women, providing food and shelter, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Surely, these must be stock images? This person has gone to great lengths to deceive. Even if they are genuine, so what? I am not one to compromise for mere sustenance. Vulgar. If you have the ability, let us confront each other. I can help you kick your addiction. I shall not bow to mere trifles. Yet he posted instant noodles, even substantial chunks of ham. The group erupted once more, inundated with comments. However, Chu Feng remained unfazed, knowing that there would always be those who recognized his sincerity. Just as the crowd was vocally attacking Chu Feng, a video suddenly emerged in the group, shared by a user named Brother Tiger. Chu Feng was familiar with Brother Tiger, a resident of the same community who made a living through boxing and often organized group purchases of beef. Thus, he had formed an impression of him. Yet at this moment, he was perplexed, unsure why Brother Tiger would share this video now, so out of curiosity, he clicked on it. In the video, Brother Tiger, clad in a tank top that showcased his muscular physique, spoke animatedly, "My friends, I feel different from before. I seem to have boundless strength, capable of sending a heavy bag flying with a single punch." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his bare fist forcefully at the hanging punching bag. The bag, which should have been immensely heavy, soared upwards upon impact, striking the ceiling before bursting open, scattering sand everywhere. Brother Tiger continued to flaunt his muscles, exuding an aura of power that seemed to transcend the screen. "Look at this strength. I could even snap steel bars with my bare hands," he proclaimed with exuberance, continuing to demonstrate his extraordinary abilities. The group chat erupted in astonishment, with exclamations filling the air. "Heavens! Brother Tiger, are you a reincarnation of Elbu? This is astonishing." Brother Tiger, in his might, truly embodied the strongest force of our community. "Little Tiger, I still have some pickled vegetables here. Come over, and I shall prepare dumplings for you." Wow, how manly. These powerful muscles provide an overwhelming sense of security. Be cautious of the individual who just questioned Brother Tiger. He will deal with you as if it were childish play. Chu Feng gazed intently at Brother Tiger in the video, nodding inwardly. In this chaotic world of the apocalypse, humanity seems to have awakened various extraordinary abilities. Brother Tiger has evidently acquired a strength-based ability, which proves to be quite practical in these dire times, as numerous mutated creatures now roam the earth. Possessing immense strength could significantly enhance one's chances of survival. Although Chu Feng acknowledges Brother Tiger's formidable power, he understands that in the apocalypse, the most crucial resource is food. Without sustenance, Even the mightiest warrior becomes a mere shadow of his former self. With a sigh, he put away his phone, disregarding the messages in the group chat, and leisurely took a sip from a can of beer he retrieved from his personal space. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Help! I don't want to die. Suddenly, a chilling, grotesque scream mixed with heart-wrenching cries for help wafted in from the balcony. Chapter 3. Are you trying to fool your father with online images? The anguished cries drew Chu Feng to the balcony, where his gaze traversed the open space. Fixing upon the building across. There, a woman, tattered and bloodied, clung desperately to the window, her voice hoarse from relentless shouting. In her eyes, fear surged like a tidal wave as she found herself in a dire predicament, even risking everything by leaning over the outer ledge of the window. Suddenly, a hissing sound shattered the silence once more. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened. Behind the woman loomed a lizard, more than 3 meters long. Its appearance was bizarre. Covered in a dense array of black scales. Despite its short limbs, they were extraordinarily robust, with claws as sharp as serrated blades, and a crimson tongue flickering menacingly from its mouth, fixated on the woman. It appeared that this lizard had once been her pet, but had since undergone a terrifying transformation. Chu Feng quickly deduced the situation. Xiaolong, don't come any closer. Please, don't. The woman's terrified pleas echoed through the air. Yet her cries seemed to incite the mutated lizard. In an instant, it leapt forward, jaws agape, revealing its menacing, serrated teeth. Before one could blink, it had clamped down on the woman's head, and with a brutal force, severed it entirely. Blood erupted like a fountain. And the woman had no time to utter another scream, her body drifting down like a kite with severed strings into the mist of crimson. Creeping forward, the mutated lizard savored its gruesome feast, gnawing on its former owner's head. Chu Feng, witnessing this horror, felt his pupils constrict involuntarily. The terrifying scene, along with the lizard's astounding biting strength, sent chills down his spine. The pace of biological mutation was evidently accelerating. He silently rejoiced at his lack of a pet-keeping habit. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the spot where the woman had fallen, where several orange figures were busily engaged. They were the mutated stray cats of the community, seemingly reveling in a lavish banquet. Chu Feng averted his eyes, intending to turn away, when he suddenly caught the faint sound of sobbing from next door. The sound resembled someone desperately suppressing their grief, cautiously weeping. Curiosity piqued, he tiptoed and glanced over. Unbeknownst to him, the window of the adjacent balcony had been pushed open. A woman clad in a white dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, lay collapsed on the ground. She clutched her mouth tightly, her eyes wide with unmistakable terror. Clearly, she too had witnessed the bloody spectacle of the mutated lizard. At a glance, Chu Feng recognized her as Zixi, the most beautiful and affluent woman in the happy community. Whenever she appeared, she invariably attracted the attention of numerous men. Not only was Zixi strikingly beautiful, but she also hailed from a distinguished family. Her father was a prominent figure in a local institution, epitomizing the blend of beauty, wealth, and privilege. In the past, she would occasionally visit Chu Feng's group buying stall for fresh fruits. Even with their brief encounters, he vividly remembered her exquisite beauty. Little did he expect that she too was trapped in this harrowing situation. As Chu Feng lightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Zixi smooth, fair swan-like neck. In this apocalyptic world, all are equal, regardless of status. Reflecting on his own lack of a partner as exquisite as Li Zixi, he could not help but steal a few more glances at her. Sensing his scrutiny, Li Zixi suddenly looked up, her expression shifting dramatically as she coldly glared at Chu Feng. Wiping away a tear, she slowly stood up and icily uttered, "You lowly man." She then staggered back to her room. Whether from days without sustenance or still shaken by the recent gruesome scene, it was unclear. How can she still play the Ice Queen at such a time? I bet she is too hungry to even have relatives come to her aid. Chu Feng scoffed, downing the beer in his hand and casually tossing the can into the mist of blood. The can spun through the air before landing, its label instantly transforming into a bluebird. Returning to his room, Chu Feng opened his messaging app, where discussions in the group chat remained fervent. The conversation primarily revolved around Tiger, who had gained extraordinary powers, interspersed with comparisons and mockery directed at both himself and Tiger. He glanced over it, feeling little stirrings of emotion. Simultaneously, several new friend requests caught his eye, which he accepted without hesitation. Private messages soon flooded in, one of which stood out. "Are you looking to get a shot, handsome? How much food for one shot?" Upon opening the accompanying image, the quality was so poor it was nearly unrecognizable. Evidently, a random picture sourced from the internet. Drawing from his extensive experience, he could immediately discern that such individuals were either fraudsters or merely seeking to exploit him. In either case, they were not the type of woman he wished to engage with. Thus, he unceremoniously replied, "What the hell? Are you here to scam food from me?" Almost immediately, another private message popped up. "Hello, handsome. My grandfather has several acres of tea fields on the mountain, and he is struggling alone. Could you buy some tea? A loaf of bread for a bag of pre-rain Maujian. Get lost. I have no time for you and your grandfather. He promptly deleted the newly added friends, sitting on the sofa with the corners of his mouth twitching in irritation. What nonsense is this? At that moment, the group chat erupted anew. A user named White Camellia suddenly launching a tirade against Chu Feng. This guy is a fraud. After he got my photo, he blocked me. Ladies, don't be deceived. Her vehement words clearly indicated she was the woman who had attempted to barter with Chu Feng earlier. Noticing her message, Chu Feng smirked coldly and swiftly retorted. I'm a fraud? Have you looked at your own standing? Do you even have a sense of self-awareness? Trying to fool me with a stock photo. The chat exploded with activity as everyone eagerly began to gossip. Seemingly struck by a nerve, she shifted her strategy to malign Chu Feng, claiming he had no food at all and merely sought to satisfy his own desires. Chu Feng scoffed again, directly retrieving several packs of compressed biscuits from his personal space, snapping a photo and posting it in the group chat. In the apocalypse, compressed biscuits are more precious than gold. A mere bite accompanied by a sip of water can sustain a person throughout an entire day. Upon witnessing Chu Feng showcase the compressed biscuits, she immediately fell silent, while the others in the group erupted once more in excitement. This is no mere biscuit. I would declare you my adoptive father, nay, my true father. Brother, may I have a taste? Just a single bite. We are so famished that we can only plead. Yet here you are, flaunting your wealth. How callous. Albeit not excessively so. To those above, I have nothing to eat, not even refuse. Uncle, could you spare me some food? My grandmother and I have gone 3 days without sustenance, residing in Unit 3, 20th floor, West Unit. Upon reading this message, Chu Feng suddenly let out a cold laugh. Unit 3, 20th floor, West Unit? Is that not my very neighbor? He recalled the unreasonable old woman who took advantage of others and her mischievous, troublesome grandson, and an overwhelming surge of anger welled up within him. Chapter 4. The Iceberg's Wealthy Beauty. Are you in a hurry? In the neighborhood of Chu Feng resided an elderly woman named Wang, who lived alone with her grandson. One would expect that with age comes kindness. Yet this Wang often masqueraded as others to collect items from his station and at times even resorted to theft. Chu Feng had caught her in the act on several occasions, but each time she would retort, I am old. If you dare to touch me, I shall fall to the ground, and you will not escape without parting with a few thousand. Then there was her grandson, who persistently pilfered his own takeout. In an effort to instill some sense into the mischievous child, Chu Feng once ordered an exceptionally spicy fried rice noodle dish. As anticipated, the little rascal stole it yet again. Moments later, Wang appeared at his door, accompanied by her grandson whose mouth had swollen like a sausage and was crying pitifully. Upon seeing Chu Feng, she immediately exclaimed, Did you not know my grandson cannot handle spicy food? She insisted on compensation, even causing a scene in the community. Claiming he had no conscience, Chu Feng, left speechless, ultimately paid her 200 yuan to settle the matter. It was during this episode that Chu Feng grasped a profound realization. It is not that the elderly have turned malevolent, but rather that the wicked merely grow old. Little did he expect that this grandparent-grandchild duo would now resort to seeking his assistance. With a derisive smile, Chu Feng promptly responded in the group chat, Has your grandmother not starved to death yet? That old hag is still quite spry. What do I care if she has no food? No sooner had he sent this message than the group erupted in righteous indignation against him. How can you speak so harshly? Respect for the elderly and love for the young is a traditional virtue you fail to understand. ISNT 3-20 West, the residence of Wang? How difficult it must be for an old woman to care for her grandson. Young man, accumulate some good karma. Why not share some of your ample food with Wang? Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Do you speak to your own grandmother in such a manner? To these remarks, Chu Feng merely replied with a curt dismissal and chose to ignore them. One cannot advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering, he thought, disregarding their words entirely. Next door, the frail Wang, lying in bed, was incensed by Chu Feng's insult. Despite his newfound wealth, Chu Feng had no intention of playing the role of a charity station, readily distributing food to others. Even when faced with moral coercion, he unapologetically stated that he had no moral obligations. In the face of impending doom, survival was the only truth. Even knowing that Wang and her grandson would not endure for long, he felt no pity. Meanwhile, in the same happy community, Zixi sat alone on a couch cluttered with dolls, lost in thought. Her once bright and beautiful eyes now appeared dull, and her skin had lost its elasticity due to hunger. Nonetheless, her aura of affluence remained intact. She sat on the couch, too afraid to move, lest she expend the last remnants of a solitary piece of bread in her stomach. When the blood mist descended, she had just awoken, intending to go for a morning run, only to find herself confined within her room. Tragically, she had never learned to cook. Her meals typically consisted of dining out with friends or indulging in salads for the sake of dieting. In the past couple of days, her existence had been excruciating. After much effort, she unearthed a packet of bread long past its expiration date and devoured it with fervor. It is worth noting that she typically refrained from consuming such fare. Yet, even after ingesting a slice, it proved utterly futile for her. Shifting her position, Zixi lay barefoot on the sofa, her hands pressed against her slightly aching abdomen. She was in desperate need of sustenance, uncertain if she could endure much longer without it. Initially, her father had promptly contacted her, assuring that rescue teams were being dispatched immediately, but after such a lengthy wait, there was still no sign of assistance, and her father's calls remained unanswered. The horrifying scene she had witnessed earlier only intensified her anxiety. Nevertheless, she realized that survival was imperative. She picked up her phone and opened the messaging app, her gaze drawn to the compressed biscuits shared by Chu Feng. Unable to resist swallowing hard at the mere thought, she had noticed when he first posted an offer to support beautiful women with food and shelter. Yet her noble and frigid disposition had led her to scorn the individual behind the message. However, as time passed and her stomach ached more fiercely from lack of nourishment, reality began to encroach upon her. She found herself tempted. Yet, she struggled to overcome her principles regarding chastity. She even pondered whether Chu Feng would genuinely provide her with food. If his intentions were insincere, would she not be sacrificing herself in vain? Furthermore, she was uncertain whether the food he mentioned truly existed. Just as Zixi was caught in her internal conflict, a video suddenly appeared in the group chat. The footage showed an anonymous individual preparing a bowl of instant noodles with boiling water, accompanied by sausages and marinated eggs, even a bottle of fizzy drink. Although the video was but a few short seconds, it evoked envy from all members of the chat, including Zixi. Clearly, this video had originated from Chu Feng. In an instant, her defenses crumbled, and all her previous wariness evaporated. Her mind was flooded with the enticing aroma of instant noodles, even though she had previously dismissed such food as refuse. Finally, hunger triumphed over Zixi's rationality. With trembling hands, she clicked on Chu Feng's profile and sent a friend request. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was savoring the delightful taste of his noodles. And one must admit that the combination of instant noodles with sausages and marinated eggs was simply exquisite, especially during a time when everyone else was famished. The noodles seemed to taste even better. He had deliberately shared the video of his meal in the group chat, aiming for maximum impact. He believed that soon enough, an attractive woman would personally approach him seeking a benefactor. Just as he finished the last bite of his noodles, a notification chimed, signaling a friend request. Chu Feng picked up his phone and muttered to himself, "I hope this isn't the chubby beauty or another tea salesman." Upon opening the friend request list, his eyes immediately fell upon Zixi's request. After all, her profile picture was unmistakably her own, an elegant and artistic photograph that perfectly showcased her affluent and refined essence. Zixi, the woman who had just exhibited an icy demeanor, now sought my assistance. Chu Feng smiled faintly and promptly accepted Zixi's friend request. Soon after, she sent a message, "May I purchase food with money? I am open to any price you propose." Observing Zixi's apparent reluctance to concede, Chu Feng found amusement in the situation. "Is wealth truly impressive? Dear lady, you must recognize the current circumstances." He replied directly, "No, to obtain food, you must first send a photograph and receive my approval to come to my residence. There is no room for negotiation." Zixi sent another message, inquiring if 10,000 yuan could procure a bucket of instant noodles. Chu Feng was left speechless. Was this woman devoid of common sense? Or was her hunger impairing her judgment? Enough with the trivialities. Either send a photograph or be on your way. Upon reading Chu Feng's message, Zixi felt utterly disheartened and rose to stand before the full-length mirror. Chapter 5. The woman practicing yoga. A minute later, a photograph of Zixi, dressed in a white dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, appeared before Chu Feng. Observing the slightly lackluster expression on Zixi's face, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. It was no surprise that she was the stunning beauty who had turned the balconies of the entire neighborhood into her stronghold. For though her spirit seemed dim, her beauty was undeniably striking. At that moment, a translucent panel materialized before Chu Feng. Name: Zixi. Age: 23. Beauty: 95. Charisma: 94. Figure: 95. Virtue: 100. Overall score: 9. 2. Meets system requirements. Note: information panels only appear when the overall score exceeds 8. 0. Gazing at Zixi's information, Chu Feng revealed a satisfied smile. He promptly replied, "You meet my standards, you may come to my home." After enduring a few days of hunger, Zixi's statistics remained above 9. And Chu Feng believed that with proper care over the next couple of days, her scores would likely improve. Zixi's message reappeared. Can I stay at your place for just one day?" "No. Once you come to my home, there will be no leaving. If you persist, I will block you. Chu Feng responded without hesitation. He needed Li Zixi due to the system's existence, as he could leverage her to acquire more resources. Thus, she must remain in his home at all times, which was ultimately his goal. After sending that message, Chu Feng exited the messaging app, disregarding Li Zixi further. Women must be made to understand the concept of urgency. Otherwise, how could they be trained once they were secured? The crimson mist seeped into every corner of the city, drifting like a phantom, while various mutated creatures emerged in abundance. The streets echoed with chilling and eerie howls. In Building A, Unit 6, on the 18th floor of a residential complex, Lin Yue trembled as she hurried to close the balcony windows, her heart racing with fear as she dashed into her bedroom, drawing the curtains and curling up in her bed, shivering. In the darkness, Lin Yue's once beautiful large eyes were clouded with confusion and anxiety, coupled with prolonged malnutrition. She appeared worn and haggard. Originally a yoga instructor, Lin Yue had just seen off several students when the blood mist descended. Seeing her refrigerator nearly empty, she had planned to go downstairs to procure some supplies, but upon reaching the ground floor, she was forced back upstairs by the eerie blood mist. Initially, Lin Yue had assumed it was pollution from a nearby chemical plant, but upon seeing the urgent notification released by the government, she was left stunned in her home. Surviving on the meager vegetables and milk left in her fridge, Lin Yue had managed to last until now. However, her food supplies were dwindling, consisting merely of a few lettuce leaves, 2 cucumbers, and a single tomato. Even with the utmost frugality, these provisions would not sustain her until rescue teams arrived. In that moment, Lin Yue felt the imminent approach of death. Am I destined to perish? I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. The thought of fading away like a neglected mouse in a room, while still in the prime of my youth, brought forth tears from the corners of Lin Yue's eyes as she sobbed, her body trembling as if it were fragile glass on the brink of shattering. In her despair, she slowly began to accept reality, retrieving her phone to open Feishin, preparing to bid farewell to her family and friends. This would serve as her most profound testament to having existed in this world. Upon opening Feishin, Lin Yue noticed a chat group at the top that she had previously muted, now inundated with new messages. This group was the Happy Community Group Purchase, established by Chu Feng. Lin Yue frequently purchased fresh fruits and low-fat vegetables through Dodo, and thus had joined the group for convenience. However, due to an overabundance of irrelevant messages, she had muted it. Perhaps it was a lingering attachment before death that prompted her to open the group. Where's that guy? Is he hoarding all the compressed biscuits? How could he possibly consume so many? How could he indulge in instant noodles, accompanied by sausages and braised eggs, oblivious to the fact that his friends have been starving for days? What a despicable creature. Is it true that any beautiful woman can have everything provided for her? Has any young lady experienced this? Did not the white camellia warn us? That fellow is a fraud. Yet, it does not feel like a deception. As she opened the chat, a torrent of messages flashed before Lin Yue's eyes. Compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, braised eggs. She swallowed hard at the sight of those words, a glimmer of greed igniting in her gaze. Scrolling further, she stumbled upon a video of Chu Feng preparing instant noodles, which provoked a sudden and urgent craving in her stomach, her throat constricting as her beautiful eyes fixated on the noodles in his hands. It was unfathomable to her that while everyone else was gaunt with hunger, someone was still enjoying instant noodles. Suppressing her inner desire, Lin Yue continued scrolling and soon encountered a message from Chu Feng. Sponsor beautiful women. All meals and accommodations provided. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Sponsor beautiful women. All meals and accommodations provided. Interested parties please send a full body photo without makeup. Upon reading these 2 messages and viewing the food photos shared by Chu Feng, Lin Yue hastily emerged from her cocoon of blankets, her breathing growing frantic. Clearly, she understood the implications of Chu Feng's message, and an idea sparked within her mind. She needed to send him her photo. However, Lin Yue quickly hesitated, her innocence battling within her as complex thoughts swirled. Although she had witnessed others in the group mock and question the validity of such offers, she had reached a peak of hunger, and the mere wilted leaves in her refrigerator could not sustain her any longer, even though she was acutely aware of the potential lewd intentions behind the other party's actions. In the face of survival, everything else seemed ephemeral. It is said that when the Grim Reaper approaches, each individual will offer their most cherished possession in exchange for life. At that moment, messages in the group chat began to flood in once more. I am so hungry. If I don't eat tonight, I'll be meeting my great-grandmother. Whoever gives me a bite to eat, I shall call them my father. I only regret not being a daughter. Otherwise, I would have gone to assist that fellow. For now, survival is the only goal. Dear friends, if there is any hope of survival, please seize it. Food. I need food. I can't go on. As Lin Yue read these messages, her heart was struck profoundly, especially by the words. If there is any hope of survival, please seize it. Without further contemplation, she bit her pale lips and decisively clicked on Chu Feng's profile to add him as a friend. Oh, another one? A woman practicing yoga? Lying on the sofa and gazing at Lin Yue's profile, Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 6 The Goddess of the Iceberg? Turn me into a puddle. Upon glancing at the friend request sent by Lin Yue, Chu Feng immediately noticed her profile picture. There stood a woman with a curvaceous figure. Her long hair styled in a bun, clad in a snug tank top and silver-gray yoga pants. This simple attire, however, accentuated the exquisite contours of her physique. Chu Feng's attention was further drawn to her flying letter ID, private yoga instructor Wei Wei. This revelation informed him that she was indeed a yoga instructor and, like him, a resident of the happy community. Intrigued, he mused that no man could resist the allure of yoga pants. Observing Lin Yue's alluring silhouette, he could not help but ponder, with such a remarkable figure, how could he allow her to endure the pangs of hunger? Thus, he unhesitatingly accepted her friend request. No sooner had he passed the friend verification than a photograph arrived eagerly from her, reinforcing his conviction that she must be in dire straits. Otherwise, why would she hastily send a picture without inquiry? Upon opening the image Lin Yue had sent, he beheld a woman approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, appearing somewhat frail yet still clad in yoga pants, this time in black rather than silver gray. A cursory glance revealed that the photo was an unfiltered original. Certainly not a glamour shot. Otherwise, she would have sought to enhance her appearance. It was evident to Chu Feng that this woman had likely gone several days without adequate sustenance. Name: Lin Yue. Age: 22. Beauty: 94. Charisma: 93. Figure: 98. Virtue: 100. Overall rating: 9. 1. Meet system requirements. Swiftly, her information panel materialized before Chu Feng. Lin Yue? He pondered the name, recalling he had seen it before on a group buying site, although it seemed she was not a frequent participant, rendering his familiarity with her name merely superficial. As he scrutinized Lin Yue's various metrics, he noted that while her beauty, charisma, and ratings fell short of Li Zixi's, her figure surpassed hers by 2 points, clearly indicating the remarkable nature of Lin Yue's physique. Indeed, she met my criteria perfectly. Chu Feng nodded to himself and casually sent Lin Yue a message. You meet my standards. You may come to my home. Meanwhile, after sending her photograph to Chu Feng, Lin Yue curled up on the sofa, clutching her stomach with one hand while holding her phone in the other, her gaze betraying a hint of longing. She understood that if she did not meet his requirements, she would be left to wither alone in her room. The thought of perishing in the prime of her youth, without ever having experienced love, brought a tear to the corner of Lin Yue's eye. I do not wish to perish. I implore you. Grant me a chance. Lin Yue's voice, tinged with desperation, reverberated in the stillness of the room as her right hand clutched her phone tightly, awaiting a message that could save her life. Suddenly, the phone buzzed to life, stirring a profound emotion within her. She swiftly rose from the sofa, wiping away her tears, and anxiously opened the messaging app. You have met my criteria. You may come to my residence. Upon reading the message from Chu Feng, Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, though she realized she might have to sacrifice her 22 years of chastity in the face of death. What could be more paramount than the will to survive? Provide me with your location. There are many mutated beings outside. If you wish to avoid being devoured by these creatures, await my arrival obediently. Soon, another message from Chu Feng arrived, seemingly clutching at the last straw of survival. Lin Yue promptly sent him her floor number and patiently awaited his arrival. In that fleeting moment, her eyes seemed to regain their former luster, albeit shadowed by a hint of complexity. Initially, Chu Feng intended to rescue Lin Yue before the monsters infested the floors, but he received a message from Li Zixi instead. I will heed your every word. I am terrified. Can you come to fetch me? Weighing the distance between Lin Yue and Li Zixi, Chu Feng decisively opted to retrieve the affluent beauty first. It was evident that Li Zixi, the icy goddess, was genuinely frightened. She no longer set conditions and was earnestly pleading for him to come quickly. This elicited a chuckle from Chu Feng. An ice queen, is it? Before me, she will inevitably melt into a puddle. He promptly sent Li Zixi a message. I know where you reside. I shall come to fetch you shortly. When you leave your home, do not carry anything that may hinder you. After dispatching the message, Chu Feng rose and approached the door. Compared to Lin Yue, Li Zixi's home was merely next door. It required only a few strides to bring her back. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, cautiously peering through the peephole to assess the situation outside. He was uncertain whether any terrifying mutated Dobermans or lizards lay in ambush. After several moments of scrutiny, he discerned nothing amiss, yet he pressed his ear against the door, closing his eyes as if awaiting something. Another stretch of time passed, and a faint creak echoed in the hallway as the door opened. Chu Feng opened his eyes and glanced through the peephole, observing a woman in a white dress cautiously stepping outside. This woman was none other than Zixi, confirming her safety. Chu Feng decisively swung open the door and strode toward her with purpose. Hearing his footsteps, Zixi was startled and quickly looked up in fear, only to see Chu Feng approaching her with a hint of a smile and an enigmatic gaze. "Step aside. Do not obstruct my path." Zixi recognized that the man before her was none other than the one who had been peering at her from the balcony not long ago. Her words turned icy, prompting Chu Feng to hastily retreat from her presence. Upon hearing Zixi's remarks, Chu Feng could not suppress a chuckle, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile as he replied, "You were the one pleading for me to come and fetch you on Feishin. And now you wish for me to leave?" Zixi was momentarily taken aback by Chu Feng's words, but she quickly regained her composure, staring at him in disbelief. "Indeed, I am the one who has provided for your stay and sustenance," Chu Feng declared. No sooner had he spoken than a flush of anger appeared on Zixi's fair cheeks. "You creep. Are you toying with me?" She could hardly fathom that the man she had just scorned had now become the one responsible for her lodging and meals. As her words faded, an eerie sound reminiscent of something emerging from a dark abyss, accompanied by ragged breathing, echoed from the far end of the corridor. "Oh no. A mutated creature is making its way upstairs." This thought swiftly crossed Chu Feng's mind. In the next instant, without a hint of hesitation, he turned on his heel and rushed back into his home. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, devoid of any lingering hesitation. Chapter 7. 3 slaps to shatter Zixi's pride. The unexpected turn of events sent a shiver of fear through Zixi as she anxiously turned to glimpse into the dimly lit corridor, where a shadowy figure loomed ominously closer. Without a moment's hesitation, she yearned to retreat to the safety of her home. However, the moment she stepped outside, the door had sealed itself shut, and she recalled Chu Feng's words, having left without any belongings, including her keys. The eerie, unsettling sound drew nearer, and Zixi felt the oppressive, chilling breaths echoing in her ears. The horrifying image of the woman who had met her demise at the jaws of a mutated lizard flooded her thoughts, and panic gripped her heart. She was determined not to meet a similar fate. She had to survive. With a firm resolve, she turned and dashed towards Chu Feng's door, pounding frantically on it. "Please, open the door. I don't want to die. Let me in. I beg you." Her voice trembled with desperation as she cast fearful glances at the encroaching shadow. Regret washed over her for having insulted Chu Feng earlier. Inside, Chu Feng stood at the peephole, observing the frantic scene outside, his gaze landing on the distressed Zixi. Yet, despite her cries piercing the silence, he hesitated to open the door. He was uncertain of the creature lurking in the corridor, fearing that her presence might endanger him, a risk he deemed unwise. At that moment, the shadow revealed its true form, a mutated Tibetan mastiff, towering over 1 meter in height. Its crimson fur matted with remnants of flesh, its chest soaked in blood. The sight was utterly chilling. The beast barked ferociously, its long fangs glistening ominously. It seemed to have caught the scent of humanity and began its slow, menacing advance towards Zixi, each step laden with an air of impending doom. Zixi's complexion drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably against the security door, terror clouding her eyes. Not only was Zixi paralyzed with fear, but even Chu Feng, hidden away in his sanctuary, felt a tightening in his chest. After all, this creature was a Tibetan mastiff, a beast of T0, level ferocity before its mutation. And its newfound ferocity was exponentially more terrifying. He held his breath, fearing that the creature might sense his presence. As for the quaking Zixi at the door, he merely cast her a cold glance. "Now you seek my help? Did you truly believe I would risk my safety for a woman? Especially when I had already extended an opportunity to you?" Just as both Zixi and Chu Feng fixated on the slowly approaching beast, a sudden sound echoed through the corridor, a door creaking open, followed by an exasperated voice. "Damn it, being cooped up in there for a week is driving me insane." Chu Feng swiftly turned his gaze and discovered that the door to room 205 in the corridor had been ajar. A man with a buzz cut stood at the entrance, holding a cigarette in his mouth as he took a deep breath. He then retrieved a lighter from his pocket to ignite the cigarette. Unbeknownst to him, the mutated Tibetan mastiff had stealthily approached room 204. However, the sound of the door opening and the man's voice immediately drew the attention of the beast, which glared with a murderous intent, lowering its massive body and advancing towards the man, seemingly poised for the hunt. After lighting his cigarette, the man took a leisurely drag and exhaled a perfect smoke ring. Just as he prepared for a second puff, a colossal shadow loomed before him. The man looked up and exclaimed, "Oh my God, help!" No, in the blink of an eye, the mutated mastiff lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his skull and dragging him into the room. As the terrified cries for help escaped his lips, Chu Feng heard the sickening crunch of a skull being crushed, unmistakably that of a ripe fruit. This unexpected turn of events left Chu Feng momentarily stunned. The man had merely stepped out for a smoke and had met such a gruesome fate, prompting him to recall the saying, "Smoking is detrimental to one's health." Upon witnessing the mastiff barreling into the man's abode, Chu Feng quickly opened his door and yanked the incapacitated Li Zixi back into his home, swiftly locking the door behind them. He then led the still frightened Li Zixi to the bedroom. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng raised his hand and struck her lovely face with a sharp slap. The sound echoed, causing Li Zixi to react, covering her face and gazing at Chu Feng in fear. "Weren't you so proud? Didn't you tell me not to stand in your way? Why not call me beneath you now?" Chu Feng taunted, raising his hand again to deliver another slap. Just 2 strikes shattered the icy demeanor of the proud goddess that Li Zixi had portrayed. Bowing her head, she dared not meet Chu Feng's gaze, her silence starkly contrasting with her earlier arrogance. Deep down, she understood that Chu Feng had saved her. Otherwise, she would have eventually fallen prey to the mutated mastiff, with no escape in sight. In the past, Li Zixi had looked down upon men like Chu Feng, but now, as she crouched at his feet, she resembled a docile kitten. "Heh, before me, you are merely a woman. Did you think yourself so noble, pleading with me to act dignified?" Li Zixi merely held her face and listened, too afraid to retort. Observing her demeanor, Chu Feng smirked coldly, aware that the best way to handle a woman like Li Zixi was to dismantle her cherished pride, thereby ensuring her compliance. "Stand up," he commanded icily. Li Zixi slowly rose, uncertain of his intentions. In the next moment, Chu Feng's hands began to roam over her body, despite her wearing a dress. He deemed it necessary to conduct a thorough search for safety's sake. What are you doing?" Li Zixi, who had never been treated this way by any man, instinctively took a step back in resistance. Upon noticing this, Chu Feng unhesitatingly delivered another slap. He then meticulously searched every inch of Li Zixi's body, including the hidden crevices. Upon discovering that the woman possessed nothing, Chu Feng finally relaxed, revealing a faint smile of satisfaction. However, this series of actions caused silent tears to stream down Li Zixi's cheeks. As a privileged daughter of an official, she had never encountered such experiences, let alone being touched by a man. She would typically rebuke any unfamiliar man who dared to glance her way. Yet now, as she picked up the lace bow that had fallen at her ankle, her expression was heart-wrenching. But in the next moment, Chu Feng spoke again, leaning over the chair. Chapter 8. "You merely serve me confused." Li Zixi raised her gaze towards Chu Feng, uncertain as to why she was being instructed to lay on the chair. However, upon observing Chu Feng's hands resting upon his belt, the realization dawned upon her. "No, please, no." She shook her head vigorously, desperately retreating, her eyes brimming with defiance. Although she understood that by sending photos to Chu Feng she had compromised her virtue, the confrontation of reality ignited her inner pride, prompting her to resist. Yet, Chu Feng paid no heed to her ignorant arrogance. He grasped her long hair and forced her down onto the chair. "No, please." No, Li Zixi struggled with all her might, but her frail body was no match for Chu Feng's strength. Tears immediately began to stream from the corners of her eyes. "Truly a wealthy beauty, you performed exceptionally well." An hour later, Chu Feng stood and gazed down at the limp Li Zixi sprawled on the floor, nodding in satisfaction. It must be said, this woman certainly deserved the system's rating of 9. 2. Ignoring Li Zixi, Chu Feng entered the bathroom to take a cold shower. "I cannot believe I have been reduced to this by a man from a group buying site." Reflecting on the earlier events, Li Zixi felt a wave of despair wash over her. Before the apocalypse, countless men had queued to make her acquaintance. Wealthy heirs with fortunes exceeding 100 million. CEOs of unicorn companies, and even well-connected offspring of officials. Yet she had turned them all away, and now, Li Zixi contemplated ending her own life at that moment. The thought that she had sacrificed her most precious asset merely to survive brought a strange calmness to her heart, though her eyes still lacked the former air of noble arrogance. Before long, Chu Feng emerged from the bathroom, glancing at the still-down Li Zixi, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then discreetly retrieved a packet of bread from his personal space, seated himself on the sofa, and began to eat. As if sensing the aroma of the bread, Li Zixi, having gone 2 days without food, abruptly raised her head from the ground. Her eyes fixated on Chu Feng devouring the bread, her throat involuntarily convulsing as she desperately swallowed her saliva. "Do you wish to eat?" Chu Feng cast a glance at Li Zixi, raising the piece of bread in his hand. "Yes, I want to eat." The pangs of hunger left no room for hesitation as Li Zixi blurted out, even crawling on all fours to Chu Feng's feet. Witnessing this woman debase herself to such an extent for a mere morsel of bread, Chu Feng shook his head with a smile. Yet, regardless of her diminished pride, he refrained from offering her the bread. He understood that only by completely eradicating the noble aura inherent to her upbringing could he consider his training a success. In front of Zixi, Chu Feng walked to the window and tossed the bread into the mist of blood. You think I should give you what you desire just because you expressed a wish? You are merely a woman who serves me. If my mood is foul, I wouldn't even feed you to the dogs. Witnessing the bread in Chu Feng's hand being tossed from the building, Zixi wore an expression of sheer astonishment. In a world where food had become the most precious currency amid the apocalypse, with people sacrificing their very lives for a morsel, how could this man so casually discard a loaf? Before Zixi could voice her thoughts, Chu Feng retrieved another piece of bread from his spatial storage, holding it aloft. This spectacle widened Zixi's eyes in disbelief. She was baffled as to where this man had procured the bread. Was he performing some kind of magic? Give me a smile, Chu Feng playfully requested, causing her to regain her composure. As she gazed at the bread in his hand, Zixi swallowed hard and managed to muster a forced smile. Has someone died in your family? Why does your smile look so ghastly? Chu Feng remarked, preparing to toss the bread back into the blood-soaked mist. In response, Zixi hurriedly compelled herself to display a semblance of her usual smile, her eyes fixed on the bread, fearful that he might discard it once more. That's more like it. You may eat, but you must do so on your knees, Chu Feng coldly stated as he threw the bread before her. He had myriad ways to ensure this woman would obediently comply. Though internally seething at his demands after enduring his torment, Zixi found herself kneeling before him, reluctantly picking up the bread to eat. Tears streamed down her face, dripping onto the bread as she consumed it in great bites. Don't be so despondent. Have I treated you poorly? Chu Feng remarked languidly from his seat, reclining with his legs crossed, taking pleasure in her expression. This ignited a fire of indignation within Zixi, having just been made to lie on the chair in such a humiliating manner. Now she was forced to kneel like a dog to eat. Was this his way of treating her well? Yet, even in her fury, she dared not utter a word. Before long, she had devoured the entire piece of bread. Ding! Detected that Zixi has consumed one piece of bread. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 pieces of bread. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chu Feng's ears. And he soon noticed an additional 100 pieces of bread in his spatial storage, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was not merely the acquisition of the bread that pleased him. He understood that the rewards from the system for the bread consumed by the woman would also accrue to him. The piece he had given to Zixi had previously been consumed by his ex-girlfriend, by Shui. Thus, in Chu Feng's view, this presented an opportunity to amass resources with fervor. After all, in the apocalypse, food was not only the foundation of a survivor's confidence, but also the very essence of life itself. On the other hand, after finishing the slice of bread, Zixi finally felt a long-lost comfort in her stomach. Though she yearned for more sustenance, the imposing presence of Chu Feng kept her desires at bay. However, she was aware that his earlier proclamations in the group buying chat were not mere fabrications. They simply failed to clarify the true cost of obtaining such provisions. With a swift motion of his palm, Chu Feng conjured a bottle of mineral water. Drink this, he instructed, tossing it before Zixi. This spectacle once again unveiled the marvels of Chu Feng, prompting Zixi to recall the earlier encounter with Tiger Brother, who had effortlessly shattered a sandbag in their group chat. She began to suspect that Chu Feng might have acquired some extraordinary abilities, which made her gaze toward him more apprehensive. Without further ado, Zixi picked up the mineral water, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. Beep. Detected that Zixi consumed one bottle of mineral water. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 bottles of mineral water. The system's voice echoed once more, filling Chu Feng with secret delight. Beep. However, this time the system's notifications did not cease, continuing to resonate in Chu Feng's ears, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Could it be that I have activated some latent function of the system? Congratulations, host, for successfully experiencing the system's hundredfold return 10 times, granting you one opportunity for a beginner's lottery. Note, the prizes for the beginner's lottery are random. A lottery? As he listened to the system's voice, Chu Feng, seated on the sofa, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in intrigue. Chapter 9. Please call me the prophet. Chu Feng could hardly fathom that he had unexpectedly activated the basic lottery function of the system. He quickly realized that if there was a basic lottery, there must also be advanced versions, which could only be unlocked by completing corresponding tasks. It dawned on him that he had met the requirements for the basic lottery due to the resources returned by his ex-girlfriend by Shui. Combined with the 100 loaves of bread and 100 bottles of mineral water recently returned by Zixi, this brought him immense joy. As the saying goes, a system's offerings are bound to be exceptional. He couldn't help but wonder what treasures the basic lottery might yield. With a fleeting glance at Zixi, who was nearby, he casually tossed a few dirty garments her way. Since they had eaten and drunk their fill, it was time to get to work. Laundry needed to be done. as he had no intention of supporting the idol. Chu Feng's tone was icy, seemingly dismissing Zixi, the privileged daughter of a wealthy family, as he now held the power to dictate her fate. As she caught sight of the filthy clothes flung her way, Zixi elegant brows furrowed slightly. Being the cherished daughter of the Li family, she was accustomed to a life of luxury and had never lifted a finger to wash clothes. The very thought of being treated as a servant left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. What? Unwilling? Noticing the hint of disdain in her eyes, Chu Feng's voice turned even colder. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck her fair, oval face. The sharp sound echoed in the room, and Zixi fell to the ground, clutching her face in pain as tears streamed down her cheeks. Did you really think you were still the pampered heiress of the pre-apocalyptic world? Here. You are merely a servant, and I wouldn't hesitate to toss you before that mutated Tibetan mastiff. With that, Chu Feng crouched down, his eyes glinting with menace. You wouldn't want that beast to crush your skull, would you? The horrifying image of the mutated mastiff attacking a smoking man flashed in Zixi mind, prompting her to shake her head in terror. I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Please don't. Gritting her teeth, she hurriedly took the dirty clothes from Chu Feng and exited the bedroom. Watching Zixi, now submissively compliant after his stern reprimand, Chu Feng couldn't help but smirk. He then settled onto the sofa and, following the system's prompts, silently chanted to initiate the basic lottery. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted before him, and a colossal lottery wheel materialized in his view. The wheel was immense, towering as high as a building, evenly divided into countless segments, each inscribed with the name of a corresponding prize. A golden pointer lay horizontally at the center. Just a glance at the myriad of prizes left Chu Feng utterly dazzled. The colossal wheel began to spin rapidly. As it was his inaugural experience with the system's lottery feature, Chu Feng found himself lacking in experience. After a few rotations of the wheel, he merely whispered for it to halt. In the blink of an eye, the wheel came to a stop, the golden pointer firmly resting on one of the compartments. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the ability of basic perception. The voice of the system resonated in Chu Feng's ears the moment the wheel ceased its motion. Basic perception? I have actually drawn a supernatural ability. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chu Feng instantly grasped the significance of the moment and felt a surge of exhilaration. He could hardly believe that he had obtained such a power on his very first experience with the basic lottery feature. It was beyond his wildest expectations. After all, he knew that in this apocalyptic world, not every survivor was granted supernatural abilities. Only a select few acquired them through exceptional means. Take Brother Tiger, for instance, who had previously shattered a sandbag with a single punch in the group buying chat. Chu Feng speculated that he might have ingested some mutated substance that inadvertently bestowed him with such power. However, Chu Feng had yet to delve into the various pathways to gain abilities, and here he was, having directly obtained one through the basic lottery. Basic perception ability. The host can perceive all living entities within a 30-meter radius, disregarding any obstacles, as well as any subtle movements in the surroundings. The system's explanation echoed once more, straightforward yet profoundly exhilarating for Chu Feng. In essence, I can penetrate all barriers and detect everything hidden in the darkness. Chu Feng savored the system's explanation, and a mysterious force suddenly enveloped his entire being. This power felt akin to the first rays of sunlight gracing one's skin in the early morning, exceptionally comforting, and as it coursed through every meridian of his body, it gradually concentrated upon his senses. It was as if he were submerged in a hot spring, compelling him to close his eyes and relax completely. After several seconds, this gentle sensation began to fade, yet Chu Feng did not immediately open his eyes. He endeavored to listen intently to everything occurring within a 30-meter radius, only to find that the air around him had fallen eerily silent. The sound of flowing water reached his ears first. He recognized it as Zixi washing clothes. From the adjacent room came the rustling sound of a hungry mouse scouring for food. The frail breaths of old Wang, along with the scuttling of insects in the corridor, filled the air, as did the muffled sobs of a young couple embracing downstairs. Above him, a woman crawled weakly on the ground. He could even hear the mutated Tibetan mastiff of the man smoking in room 205, voraciously devouring its meal. Every sound within the 30-meter expanse of the building was crystal clear to Chu Feng. Indeed, this was incredibly powerful. He nodded inwardly, finally opening his eyes. Simultaneously, he had gleaned every movement within that radius with perfect clarity. How splendid! With this supernatural ability, do I not become a prophet? Chu Feng exclaimed, his brow unfurling in excitement. He understood that in the current apocalypse, no survivor dared to venture outside, for none could predict whether a mutated beast lay in wait, eager to devour them. However, after acquiring his rudimentary ability of perception, he could ascertain all that transpired around him without stepping out, including the movements of these creatures. Yet, a slight dissatisfaction lingered in Chu Feng's heart, for the range of his perception was limited to a mere 30 meters. Nevertheless, he was well aware that haste would yield no benefit. With a foundational ability at his disposal, there undoubtedly existed more advanced ones. Thus, he resolutely vowed to continue seeking opportunities to enhance his abilities through lotteries, for only then could he attain even greater powers. In this bleak and darkened world, those who roamed alone survived primarily through access to food, water, and strength. The first two resources were inexhaustible for Chu Feng, and he had begun to unravel the mysteries of the latter. Just then, his phone emitted a notification for a new message, and upon glancing at the screen, a smile instantly spread across his face. Chapter 10, The Group I Established, Who Shields You? In the group chat for group purchases, a message appeared, showcasing the muscular prowess of Hugo, who had previously acquired a strength attribute. Family, no exaggeration, I believe I could single-handedly take down a herd of old bulls. Do you comprehend the exhilarating surge of power emanating from my muscles? Oh, my apologies, I seem to have forgotten that no one in this group possesses any extraordinary abilities. He proceeded to demonstrate by attempting to twist a steel bar with his neck. A flurry of messages followed, all from Hugo, including videos he had recorded, all proclaiming the sheer magnitude of his strength. His words exuded an air of superiority, which made Chu Feng unable to suppress a chuckle. Though your power is formidable, can you truly foresee the future? Chu Feng remarked, crossing his legs in disdain. He was acutely aware that in this apocalyptic era, brash individuals were in abundance. Who could possibly rival the mutated monsters in sheer recklessness? Clearly, Hugo epitomized the type of fool Chu Feng was referring to, mindlessly flaunting his strength while utterly oblivious to the survival rules of this new world. For Chu Feng, the essence of survival in the apocalypse was to endure. It was about accumulating strength while evading bloodshed. That was the hallmark of a competent survivor. As Hugo continued to post more videos, the group chat became increasingly animated. Does Hugees need an accessory? Just look at me. Truly. Hugo deserves his title. I wouldn't doubt he could slay a tiger with a single punch. He must be the strongest carbon-based life form on the surface. To awaken such powers in these times, Hugo is my idol. Unlike some, who in these dire times still indulge their desires by keeping beautiful women. That individual is merely a clown. I bet Hugo could knock him to his knees with a single blow. How did such a shameless character emerge from our happy community? Watching the chatter unfold in the group, Chu Feng felt utterly bewildered. Seriously? Not only is Hugo bragging, but he's also stepping on me? In this era, who didn't possess some form of power? Chu Feng let out a cold laugh, feeling a sense of absurdity towards these group members. Although he understood their admiration for Hugo, given the current apocalyptic landscape filled with blood and monsters, where survivors risked their lives at every turn, it was only natural that they would seek to curry favor with those who had awakened powers, believing this would offer them protection. However, what the group was oblivious to was that there was more than just Hugo among those with abilities. There was also Chu Feng, whom they labeled a clown. In fact, Chu Feng's powers, in certain respects, far surpassed those of Hugo. With a subtle smile, Chu Feng continued to post his messages about sponsoring beautiful women. Sponsored beautiful women, all expenses covered, limited slots available, act quickly. As soon as he sent this message, it instantly drew a barrage of responses. Hey, this clown is back to swindle us again? Tiger Brother, do you still dare to show your face? First, go watch the video of Tiger Brother twisting steel bars before you speak. Such limited spots, as if anyone would truly believe it. This is nothing but a grand deception. Only a fool would fall for it. The food he previously posted was undoubtedly sourced from the internet. Do not be misled, everyone. My friend. Even dating apps do not exhibit such blatant intentions as you do. Tiger Brother, please say a few words to silence this fool. Undoubtedly, after witnessing Tiger Brother's fierce performance, the members of the group scoffed at Chu Feng, openly declaring him a deceitful scoundrel, asserting that only a fool would believe in his schemes. They eagerly tagged Tiger Brother, urging him to teach Chu Feng a lesson. Thus, with the group's fervent encouragement, Tiger Brother made his entrance. Hey kid, do you not realize this group is under my protection? I advise you to speak respectfully from now on. Otherwise, I doubt you could withstand a punch from me. Simultaneously, Tiger Brother sent another image, showcasing himself glaring fiercely, finger pointed forward, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. However, this instantly reminded Chu Feng of a humorous meme featuring a husky pointing at someone, and he couldn't help but chuckle. After all, it was his group that he founded. How had it now come to be under Tiger Brother's reign? Majestic. Did you see that? This is the aura of a true powerhouse. If you lack strength, refrain from blabbering. Learn from this. The group members echoed in excitement, while Chu Feng merely offered a cold smile. Tiger Brother, how did you acquire your powers? Could you enlighten us? Soon enough, a group member posed this question, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This was a matter of utmost concern for all survivors. How exactly does one obtain such abilities? Although individuals with powers had begun to emerge, the methods of acquiring these abilities remained shrouded in mystery, leaving even the fortunate ones perplexed. The government had provided no detailed explanations, seemingly concealing something significant. Seeing the multitude of inquiries, Tiger Brother began to elaborate enthusiastically in the group, prompting Chu Feng to pay closer attention. Strangely, I hadn't eaten for 2 days. One day, I noticed a peculiar fruit emerging from the cactus on my balcony. Unable to endure the hunger any longer, I picked it and consumed it. As we all know, prolonged hunger can lead one to eat anything. Chu Feng felt his lips twitch at the thought, while Tiger Brother continued reminiscing about his experience. Immediately after consuming that fruit, I felt a surge of power racing through my body. Had it not been for my somewhat modest foundation, I might not have withstood that force. Fortunately, my innate talent allowed me to digest that energy, and thus I acquired my abilities. Chu Feng's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the row of green plants on his balcony, among which was the black fruit he had protected with iron wire. Could it be that the fruit Tiger Brother spoke of was indeed this one? A few days ago, Chu Feng noticed this peculiar fruit, which he had never encountered before. Coupled with the mutations in various flora and fauna due to the blood mist, he assumed it to be a product of such aberrations and paid it little mind. However, upon hearing Brotherhood's remarks, Chu Feng was instantly invigorated. The group promptly resumed their discussions. A strange fruit? Does Brotherhood have a photograph? They inquired. So, it is this fruit that bestowed Brotherhood with his extraordinary abilities? A lead had been uncovered, prompting everyone to search their homes for such a fruit, likely a product of apocalyptic mutations. I have one, but I discarded it, mistaking it for a monster, and threw it into the blood mist. Is it too late to retrieve it? I too have discarded mine. I feel such regret. It's more painful than losing 100 million. Does anyone have an excess of this fruit? I am willing to purchase it. I can offer 10,000. I can offer 100,000. I seek to acquire a mutated fruit. Chapter 11. The Nation's Quest for the Supernatural Fruit. In the group chat, every member discerned from Tiger Brother's words that this fruit was the key to acquiring supernatural abilities, thus igniting a fervent commotion. Some lamented their past folly in discarding the supernatural fruit, while others eagerly offered exorbitant prices for its procurement. A few women even declared that they would personally provide injection services if someone gifted them the fruit. However, who would relinquish such a precious item so easily? Moreover, there were scarcely a few individuals in the group who possessed the supernatural fruit, and even those had been cast aside as monstrosities. The chatter within the group surged, clearly reflecting everyone's anticipation for the supernatural fruit. Amidst the frenzy of eager buyers, Chu Feng had already approached the supernatural fruit on the balcony. Without hesitation, he plucked it from its stem. In the past, Chu Feng would never have taken such a risk, but with Tiger Brother's prior experience as a cautionary tale, his apprehensions had diminished considerably. Holding the supernatural fruit in his hand, Chu Feng sensed an indistinct power coursing within it, though faint. The sensation was unmistakable due to his enhanced perceptive abilities. This solidified his belief that this fruit was indeed the key to obtaining supernatural powers. Now, all he needed to do was consume the fruit to acquire an unknown ability. However, instead of doing so, an idea struck him, and he called out to Zixi, who was busy washing clothes. Upon hearing Chu Feng's voice, Zixi obediently approached him. Her hair and clothes were dotted with bubbles from the laundry detergent, unmistakably marking her as someone inept at laundry. A clear imprint from the slap Chu Feng had just delivered adorned her fair cheek. While others might find her delicate face enticing, for Chu Feng, it served only as a target for his slap. Eat this, Chu Feng commanded, extending the supernatural fruit towards the pitiful Zixi, devoid of any sympathy. Zixi raised her head, her gaze falling upon the fruit in Chu Feng's hand. Filled with confusion, she had never encountered such a peculiar fruit, and was bewildered as to why Chu Feng wanted her to consume it, leaving her momentarily at a loss. This fruit can grant you supernatural abilities. Are you certain you do not wish to partake? Chu Feng revealed the true nature of the fruit without reservation. Obtain supernatural abilities? Zixi was taken aback, regarding him with skepticism, seemingly doubting his words. Do you think this is a poisonous fruit intended to harm you? Chu Feng, as if reading her thoughts, replied calmly. If my intent were to kill you, you would have perished long ago. There would be no need for me to go through the trouble of using a poisonous fruit to do so. Everyone desires this fruit now, so I advise you not to be ungrateful. With that, a glimmer of coldness shone in Chu Feng's eyes. He wished not to waste further words on this woman. Upon catching sight of Chu Feng's icy gaze, Zixi could not help but shiver. She promptly closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and understanding the gravity of her situation, took the mutated fruit from Chu Feng's hand, consuming it without a second thought. She was acutely aware that Chu Feng was right. She was merely a plaything in his hands, her life and death subject to his whims. Even if this fruit were indeed poisonous, she felt compelled to ingest it. Living under another's roof, her fate was undeniably tragic. However, to her astonishment, as she chewed the fruit, an incredibly sweet juice burst forth, flooding her mouth with a delightful flavor unlike any she had ever encountered in her life. Delicious! Zixi exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she quickly devoured the entire fruit. After observing her for a moment and noting that she exhibited no adverse effects, a smile finally graced Chu Feng's lips, and at that moment, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Detected that Zixi has consumed a mutated fruit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 mutated fruits. Reminder, not every mutated fruit grants abilities. The powers may upgrade depending on the quantity consumed. Indeed, it was truly a mutated fruit. If Chu Feng had harbored any doubts before, the system's announcement dispelled them entirely. This was the very fruit capable of bestowing powers upon individuals, and now he possessed 100 of them. This was precisely why he had urged Zixi, the woman in question, to consume what everyone in their group so desperately desired. Firstly, to verify whether Tiger had spoken the truth, and secondly, if the claims were valid. He could acquire even more mutated fruits. He had placed his bet wisely. Do you feel any difference? Chu Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on Zixi. According to the system's explanation, not every mutated fruit would endow the consumer with abilities. He needed to ascertain whether Zixi had indeed gained any powers. I can hear the vibrations of metal, Zixi responded, her gaze fixed curiously on an iron spoon resting on the table. This revelation sparked Chu Feng's interest. The ability to hear metal vibrations was remarkable, especially since the spoon on the table remained still. Could it be that this woman had forged a connection with metal? He speculated, prompting Zixi to concentrate, akin to a scene from a movie, and see if she could manipulate the spoon. Zixi nodded obediently, instinctively extending her right hand, palm directed toward the spoon, and closed her eyes. Suddenly, the spoon trembled violently. It appeared as though it was indeed being manipulated by Zixi's will, but after that singular quiver, it lay still on the table once more. In contrast, beads of sweat began to form on Zixi's forehead and nose, indicating her exhaustion as she collapsed to the ground the next moment. Chu Feng was aware that Zixi had indeed acquired supernatural abilities, specifically the power to manipulate metals. However, due to her recent acquisition of this gift and her frail constitution, she was unable to fully harness its potential. It seemed Zixi realized this as well, her weak eyes sparkling with excitement. She could hardly believe that she had gained such powers. And it was all thanks to the man before her who had struck her 4 times. In an instant, her gaze towards Chu Feng became fervent. You are quite fortunate. But rise and get to work. Do not assume that possessing extraordinary abilities elevates you above others. In my eyes, you remain my possession. Chu Feng felt no sympathy for Zixi, who lay helpless on the ground. This caused the spark of excitement in her eyes to dim somewhat. Yet she mustered her spirit and obediently stood up to resume washing the clothes. At that moment, Chu Feng retrieved a fruit of supernatural power from his spatial pocket, holding it in his hand and examining it thoughtfully. What kind of abilities will I acquire? Chapter 12. Chuckling to himself, Chu Feng marveled at the peculiar ability fruit in his hand, his anticipation beginning to swell. Having recently acquired a rudimentary perception ability through a novice lottery from the system, this was his inaugural experience in obtaining powers through the consumption of an ability fruit. Without further hesitation, he placed the fruit into his mouth and took a gentle bite. Instantly, a warm, soothing energy began to spread within him, coursing through his body and enlivening every meridian and acupoint with a delightful warmth. Is this the essence of the ability fruit? Truly astonishing. Chu Feng could not help but exclaim, noting that, unlike Zixi, this energy did not impose a heavy burden on his physique. Since the apocalypse, he had consistently consumed ample sustenance, and with his naturally robust constitution, he was well equipped to withstand the surge of power. Before long, the sensation of strength dissipated within him. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Attuned to the peculiarities within his body, eager to uncover any extraordinary changes, as his gaze fell upon his hands, he immediately noticed a faint, shimmering golden glow on the surface of his skin. Though the light was not blinding, his enhanced perception allowed him to discern it swiftly. What is this? Have I acquired some form of physical enhancement ability? Observing the golden shimmer dance upon his skin, curiosity bubbled within him. Just as he pondered this, the system's voice resonated in his ear. Beep. Congratulations, host, for consuming ability fruit X1. You have successfully acquired the ability, Vibranium Body. Vibranium Body. The host is immune to various forms of attack damage. Immune to all attacks and harm? This implies invulnerability. No. Even the blood mist cannot touch me. With this realization, Chu Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. He never anticipated that his first taste of an ability fruit would bestow upon him such an extraordinary power. He understood well that, in this apocalyptic era, the paramount concern is not merely the strength of a survivor's attack. Regardless of how formidable their offensive capabilities may be, there will always exist mutated creatures that surpass them. Take, for example, Brother Tiger, who had been boasting in the group chat. Although his strength ability seemed immensely powerful, capable of tearing through steel and obliterating sandbags, he was utterly powerless against the recent onslaught of the mutated Tibetan Mastiff. A mere swipe from that beast had spelled doom for Brother Tiger. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of both the mutated lizard and the Tibetan Mastiff firsthand, Chu Feng was acutely aware of the formidable strength these creatures possessed. Survival in this apocalypse necessitates a harmonious blend of offense and defense. Attack, to inflict harm. Defend, to protect oneself. The ability to advance and retreat with grace. Akin to a swimming dragon is the optimal strategy for navigating every corner of this desolate world. Though Chu Feng had yet to acquire an offensive ability, he smiled at the sight of the 99 ability fruits in his spatial inventory. With so many extraordinary fruits at my disposal, should I still fear the absence of offensive attributes? Just then, a message abruptly appeared in the group chat. Dear friends, is this the type of fruit? I just discovered one in the corner of my balcony. A fellow group member shared a photo of an extraordinary fruit, instantly igniting fervor among all members. Wow, it seems genuine. Brother, did you save the galaxy in your past life? Kudos, my friend. You are about to become the second extraordinary being in our group. Envy surged to the chat with playful remarks like, may I have a taste? And how much are you willing to part with it? The chatter intensified as some affluent individuals eagerly offered up to 500,000 for the fruit, while several women expressed their willingness to exchange labor for the protection of the esteemed brother. The group was in a frenzy filled with speculation and excitement. Chu Feng glanced at the image and confirmed it was indeed an extraordinary fruit, yet he remained remarkably composed. With a look at his own collection of 99 extraordinary fruits in his personal space, he felt a pang of frustration. He simply could not consume them all. Not even close. Moreover, he could acquire even more at will, which made him feel a tinge of sympathy for his fellow group member. Brother, not all extraordinary fruits are edible. Some are toxic. I recommend you send it to me for inspection. Just then, Huber suddenly chimed in the group, prompting Chu Feng to stifle a laugh. This fellow's intentions were glaringly transparent. Chu Feng shook his head at Huber's exposed motives, fully aware that he was not a person of good character. How could he be so benevolent? His suggestion was merely a ruse to swindle the extraordinary fruit from the unsuspecting group member. In a world plagued by despair, the hearts of men were not to be trusted. Thus, Chu Feng promptly declared in the group, do not believe him. He merely seeks to monopolize your extraordinary fruit. Chu Feng's intentions were not rooted in altruism, but rather in a desire to expose Huber, who constantly boasted within the group. Upon hearing Chu Feng speak out against him, Huber's anger flared. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? Do you dare to believe I would storm over to your house and knock you out for the monsters? Huber immediately began to threaten Chu Feng. Seeing Huber agitated brought Chu Feng amusement. Come to my house? I'll give you the address. Do you truly dare to come? You think you are invincible just because you possess a bit of power? We are in an apocalypse, and you are merely a fox playing tricks. Chu Feng knew well that Huber was merely posturing. He likely wouldn't even have the courage to step outside his own door. Upon hearing Chu Feng's remark, several members of the group, who regarded Brother Hu as their pillar of support, immediately reacted with discontent, unleashing a torrent of scornful comments. How dare a mere clown speak to Brother Hu in such a manner? Brother Hu is the first individual in our beloved community to possess extraordinary abilities. Who do you think you are? Unworthy even to carry his shoes. Indeed, how audacious to dismiss Brother Hu's powers. Have you ever laid eyes on an ability fruit? Pathetic. Ha ha ha, an ability fruit, as if this fool would ever encounter one in his lifetime. Now, kneel and apologize to Brother Hu. As he observed the multitude of disparaging remarks directed at him, a more pronounced smirk of disdain curled upon Chu Feng's lips. Have I never seen an ability fruit? How amusing. Coincidentally, I am currently tossing an ability fruit about. After sending this message, Chu Feng approached the balcony, activating his phone's camera to focus on the ability fruit in his hand. In the next instant, he flicked the ability fruit out of the window, as if it were merely a marble. Chapter 13. The New Power, Shadow Thunder. At the same time, he recorded a video showcasing the 98 extraordinary fruits he had extracted from his personal space and promptly shared it in the group, accompanied by a casual remark questioning who had never seen such fruits. After sending the video, Chu Feng silenced his phone and tossed it onto the sofa, not sparing it a glance. Although he was acutely aware of the treachery that lurked in the hearts of people during the apocalypse, and that he should refrain from displaying his wealth, He understood that only by presenting sufficient temptation could he attract more beautiful souls wishing to ally with him. Of course, this could also lure some with ulterior motives, but Chu Feng knew that most individuals lack the courage to step outside their homes. As the saying goes, they harbor thieving intentions but lack the bravery to act. Even if someone dared to risk it all to rob him, Chu Feng remained unperturbed. He was resolute in his intention to consume more extraordinary fruits to acquire newfound powers. Without further contemplation, Chu Feng picked up another extraordinary fruit, savoring its delightful taste. After swallowing it, he began to silently await the system's notification. However, to his surprise, no sound graced his ears this time. Reminding him of the system's previous warning, not every mutated fruit possessed extraordinary attributes. Nevertheless, Chu Feng remained unfazed, for he possessed an abundance of extraordinary fruits. He proceeded to consume more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming one extraordinary fruit, successfully acquiring the ability of 1,000-mile transmission. 1,000-mile transmission. The host can transmit sound disregarding all barriers. Shortly after the third extraordinary fruit was consumed, the system's voice resonated in Chu Feng's ears, filling him with a sense of reassurance. Yet, he felt a tinge of disappointment, for this ability seemed rather trivial, lacking the offensive attributes he desired. Still, he maintained a calm demeanor. With so many fruits at his disposal, he had no reason to worry. He continued, Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming one extraordinary fruit, successfully acquiring the ability of Shadow Thunder. Shadow Thunder. The host can unleash thunderous strikes from both hands, obliterating any obstacles in sight. Additionally, it grants the host a thunder armor. At last, upon consuming the 30th extraordinary fruit, the sound he yearned for finally echoed in his ears, Shadow Thunder. Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Immediately, his keen senses detected an electric current in the air, wildly coalescing into a sphere that radiated a dazzling light, reminiscent of lightning flashing during a torrential downpour. The sphere grew larger, soon reaching the size of a basketball, and in the next instant, it hurtled toward Chu Feng's chest. Upon contact with his flesh, he felt a piercing pain, as if engulfed in searing flames. Fortunately, protected by his vibranium physique, he gritted his teeth and endured. Yet even so, he could not suppress the anguished cries that escaped his lips. While washing clothes in the bathroom, Zixi heard a pained cry from Chu Feng, which left her momentarily bewildered. Curiosity compelled her to rise and step out of the bathroom to investigate. However, upon seeing Chu Feng in the living room, her eyes widened in sheer astonishment. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from his chest. The previously basketball-sized sphere of thunder had completely merged with his body. Countless streams of white light surged through him, wildly radiating outward, as visible shards of lightning swiftly encircled Chu Feng, even causing flashes of electricity to flicker in his eyes. Zixi stood frozen, watching Chu Feng, who clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in agony. She gazed at him in disbelief, as if he were a monster. Chu Feng continued to endure the tumultuous power coursing through him, but under the strain of his vibranium physique, the pain gradually began to subside. Soon, the blinding white light emanating from within him began to fade, and he slowly returned to his former self. Rising to his feet, sparks occasionally erupted from his body. Raising his hand, a bolt of lightning surged into the air from his palm, exuding formidable power, causing the surrounding air to rush violently. Turning his head, Chu Feng caught the astonished gaze of Zixi, who leaned against the wall, her expression one of shock. A golden flash of lightning suddenly streaked through his eyes, startling her and causing her entire body to tremble. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Merely by a glance, Chu Feng exuded an unprecedented sense of oppression. As if she had been plunged into an unfathomable sea, the raging waters threatening to suffocate her. I was just curious. So I came out to take a look, Zixi stammered, unable to meet Chu Feng's piercing gaze, her head bowed in trepidation. In that moment, he appeared to her as a god of death, capable of erasing her existence with a mere look. She realized that Chu Feng had acquired extraordinary powers, and they were utterly terrifying. Ignoring the trembling Zixi, Chu Feng strode towards the balcony. He opened the window and directed his palm towards an air conditioning unit on the opposite balcony. With a thought, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a python, surged forth towards the air conditioning unit with blinding speed. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the air conditioning unit across the way was reduced to dust. The debris fell into the mist of blood below, quickly attracting several mutated creatures. Not bad at all, Chu Feng thought, retracting his hand and admiring his handiwork with satisfaction. It was evident that the power of the Shadow Thunder was formidable and swift, which explained its ominous name. With this newfound ability, Chu Feng had acquired sufficient offensive capabilities for self-defense, and combined with his vibranium physique, he had transformed into a being of both offense and defense. With another thought, Chu Feng returned to his normal state, regaining his previous calm and composed demeanor. Closing the window, he turned to Zixi and Chu Feng offered a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the formidable display of his own power moments ago. However, to Li Zixi, the man before her appeared astonishingly formidable. Simultaneously, her gaze fell upon a pile of extraordinary fruits of ability on the table, and a wave of shock spread across her expression once more. She could hardly fathom that Chu Feng possessed such an abundance of these extraordinary fruits. She was acutely aware of what a single fruit meant to the survivors, something each of them yearned for in their dreams. Yet here, they were amassed in great heaps before Chu Feng. The profound astonishment left Li Zixi momentarily dazed, staring blankly at the composed Chu Feng. Have the clothes been washed? Chu Feng inquired coldly as he slowly approached Li Zixi. Chapter 14. The acquisition of the supernatural fruit. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Li Zixi finally registered the situation. Hastily retreating a step and lowering her head in fear, preparing to flee. Stop. Suddenly, without warning, Chu Feng called out to her, causing her to panic. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the terrifying bolt of thunder unleashed by Chu Feng's raised hand, its destructive power utterly horrifying. Could it be? He intends to kill me? A chilling thought surged in Li Zixi's mind, and she began to tremble, instinctively preparing to kneel before Chu Feng, pleading for her life. Consume this fruit. Observing Li Zixi, Chu Feng casually picked up a supernatural fruit from the table and tossed it towards her, as if this precious item were merely an ordinary sweet. In a flurry, Li Zixi caught the fruit with trembling hands, her eyes wide with astonishment. She could hardly believe that the man who had just struck her had now offered her another chance to consume a supernatural fruit, leaving her momentarily stunned and speechless. He doesn't want to kill me? Gazing at the fruit in her hands, Li Zixi felt increasingly bewildered, raising her head to look at Chu Feng in a daze. Simultaneously, she understood the immense significance of the supernatural fruit for the survivors in this apocalyptic world. It could be said that this was the most coveted treasure for all, as it represented their strongest means of survival. Having consumed just one fruit had granted her the ability to manipulate metal, albeit at a rudimentary level. Yet, if those hiding away in their homes were to learn of her newfound power, their envy would be palpable, and they might go to great lengths to seize her ability, even resorting to murder. Do I need to repeat myself? Chu Feng's gaze flickered to the contemplative Li Zixi, his tone growing ever colder. The decision to bestow this precious supernatural fruit upon her was not out of altruism, but rather a strategy to accumulate more such fruits. Chu Feng understood that as long as he possessed a sufficient quantity of supernatural fruits, other resources would pale in comparison. Moreover, he was acutely aware that in order to acquire more powers in this treacherous apocalypse, he needed an ample supply of these fruits. Not every supernatural fruit could endow a survivor with abilities, which necessitated a focus on increasing their quantity. Additionally, in Chu Feng's eyes, Li Zixi was merely a tool, one that he had no qualms about utilizing. Chu Feng's words jolted Li Zixi back to reality, and she finally comprehended that he bore no murderous intent towards her. Meeting his icy gaze, she promptly opened her mouth and consumed the supernatural fruit. The familiar taste and texture washed over her. As she swallowed the fruit, Li Zixi awaited the manifestation of her abilities in silence, with Chu Feng observing her intently. However, after several minutes had passed without any sign of change, she found herself perplexed. Why is there no reaction? Could it be due to the fact that I already possess abilities? In a state of perplexity, Li Zixi couldn't help but murmur, while Chu Feng maintained an air of calm, seemingly having anticipated this outcome long ago. His concern was not whether Li Zixi had acquired any abilities, but rather the fruits returned by the system. Ding. Detected that Li Zixi consumed one ability fruit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 ability fruits. Soon, the notification of having gained 100 ability fruits echoed in Chu Feng's ears, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then proceeded to casually grab a handful of ability fruits from the table and tossed them into Li Zixi's embrace, retaining his commanding tone. This only deepened Li Zixi's confusion regarding the intentions of the man before her. Why would he so generously offer her such precious ability fruits? Moreover, how had he amassed such a quantity? Before she could delve further into her thoughts, she caught sight of Chu Feng's piercing gaze, prompting her to halt her musings and continue consuming the fruits. Ding. Detected that Li Zixi consumed one ability fruit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 ability fruits. Ding. Detected that Li Zixi consumed one ability fruit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 ability fruits. The system's notifications incessantly rang in Chu Feng's ears, and in a short span, 2,000 ability fruits materialized in his personal space, a result of Li Zixi consuming 20 fruits. Meanwhile, Li Zixi had only managed to acquire her singular ability, still limited to metal manipulation, which visibly enhanced her control over the element. Chu Feng, in an instant, grasped some secrets of the ability fruits. As long as one consumed fruits containing the same abilities, the prowess of the consumer would be amplified. If I were to consume another fruit imbued with shadow thunder, wouldn't I unleash an even more formidable thunderstrike? This thought flashed through Chu Feng's mind, but for now, his primary focus was to ensure Li Zixi continued to consume the ability fruits. As Li Zixi sensed her powers growing, she couldn't contain her excitement and took a deep breath, ready to eat more. Although she was unaware of Chu Feng's motives, she perceived it as a golden opportunity for her enhancement. Without hesitation, she swallowed the 21st ability fruit, eagerly anticipating the resurgence of her newfound strength. While Chu Feng awaited the familiar system notification, however, this time, the message from the system brought him a degree of surprise. Ding! Detected that Li Zixi has consumed 21 ability fruits, reaching today's maximum limit. Unable to provide return service to the host. There's a daily consumption limit? Chu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. He had intended for Li Zixi to consume all of the remaining ability fruits, thereby securing a substantial amount for himself, only to be informed by the system that the daily limit had been reached. Seemingly grasping the perplexities within Chu Feng's heart, the system's voice once again resonated in explanation. Each woman bound to the host may consume a maximum of 20 supernatural fruit per day. Note, there are no restrictions on other resources. It was at this moment that Chu Feng experienced a sudden realization, quietly nodding in understanding. Although this revelation thwarted his plans, it also provided him with some invaluable insights. Simultaneously, Chu Feng came to the realization that relying solely on Li Zixi was insufficient. To acquire a greater quantity of supernatural fruit, he needed to engage with more women. You may leave now. Upon recognizing that Li Zixi had outlived her usefulness, Chu Feng uttered coldly, a flicker of icy disdain crossing his gaze. The 21st supernatural fruit had, in a strict sense, been squandered by her, which instigated a growing dissatisfaction within Chu Feng towards Li Zixi. Chapter 15. Do you understand my stubbornness? Without waiting for Chu Feng to speak, Li Zixi promptly rose and obediently made her way to the bathroom to continue washing clothes. Although she could no longer stomach the fruits, she cast a reluctant glance back as she departed. However, the intensity of Chu Feng's gaze filled her with trepidation. In her eyes, he had transformed entirely from the person he was moments ago. Although Li Zixi was unaware of the specific abilities Chu Feng had acquired, she recognized that he had become terrifyingly formidable. Observing Li Zixi depart with a semblance of compliance, Chu Feng maintained an impassive expression. To him, this woman was merely a tool, and he bore no qualms about her glimpsing his secrets. In fact, should he desire, he could eliminate her without hesitation, after all. There were countless other women to be found. As he regarded the remaining fruits of power on the table, Chu Feng's mind began to churn with calculations. Having consumed 30 fruits to acquire 4 abilities, he deduced that Li Zixi's chances were even slimmer. Thus, it would take approximately 100 fruits to yield around 12 abilities. This realization led him to conclude that the fruits capable of granting powers were indeed scarce, and the odds were not in his favor. Nevertheless, Chu Feng was indifferent. The system could provide him with an abundance of fruits. If quality was lacking, he would focus on quantity. Moreover, this understanding made it clear that obtaining abilities was no simple feat. It required a substantial stock, and survivors like Brother Hu, who acquired powers from a single fruit, were undeniably fortunate. Consequently, Chu Feng emerged as the singular entity possessing the most resources in this apocalyptic realm. His next objective was to seek out additional women to procure more fruits of power. He began to strategize his forthcoming plans and, in doing so, was reminded of the curvaceous private yoga instructor, Lin Yue. Since she had sent him photographs, and he had given his consent, he surmised that she was likely anxiously awaiting his arrival. Given that Lin Yue did not reside in his building, he initially opted to fetch Li Zixi. After all, the corrosive blood mist below posed a significant threat, and Chu Feng wished to avoid its sinister touch. Coupled with the sporadic appearance of mutated creatures, it was undoubtedly a perilous gamble for his life. Yet, Chu Feng now harbored no concerns. His vibranium physique could withstand any harm, including the eerie blood mist, while his shadow thunder allowed him to vanquish any mutated beast within his sight. Thus, whenever he wished, he could summon Lin Yue to his abode. It seemed time to expand his collection of tools. With a slight smile, Chu Feng picked up his phone, preparing to inform Lin Yue to make the necessary preparations. Upon unlocking his device, he was greeted by a flurry of new messages and a multitude of friend requests flashing on the screen. Momentarily taken aback, he couldn't help but recall his earlier display of wealth, which elicited a chuckle from him. It was likely that these individuals were grinding their teeth in envy. Upon opening Fei Xin, just as Chu Feng had surmised, the unread messages in the group chat had exceeded 100, with numerous mentions directed at him. My goodness! So many ability fruits? Brother, are you running a wholesale business? Goodness! Where on earth did you procure these? Impossible. It's evident that this is fabricated. Ability fruits are so precious. What conditions could he possibly meet to possess such a multitude? Indeed, this image is obviously fake. This fellow is merely seeking to attract attention. Yet, it appears quite authentic. Could it be that he truly possesses so many? If he indeed has such an abundance, would that not grant him countless abilities? Now, that would be a true powerhouse. Brother, please elucidate. Are these ability fruits genuine? Young man, in need of a service? Just one ability fruit for a session. I'm quite considerate, you know. Clearly, Chu Feng's ostentatious photograph sparked astonishment among all in the group. Some believe the image to be a fabrication. After all, ability fruits are exceedingly rare. Possessing even one would be akin to having saved the galaxy in a past life. So how could anyone suddenly have so many? Others, however, felt the photograph might be authentic, given the audacity of Chu Feng's words. Even more fickle women began to flatter him, claiming they were not interested in ability fruits, merely wishing to befriend him. The numerous friend requests he received were predominantly from these women. This made Chu Feng chuckle. Just moments ago, they mocked him for never having seen an ability fruit, and now they seemed eager to curry favor. Indeed, wealth can indeed sway even the most steadfast of individuals. This principle holds true even in apocalyptic times. Glancing over the friend requests and their accompanying profiles, Chu Feng regarded them with disdain. The photographs indicated that these women did not meet his standards of attractiveness. Some even appeared to be gold diggers. Even if he brought them into his circle, he could easily manipulate them, yet they would still pose a potential risk. At that moment, Brother Who suddenly sent a message in the group. Do you know how rare ability fruits are? Do you really think they're as easy to find as picking up trash? Brother, stop pretending. I understand your stubbornness. As soon as Brother Who sent this message, many supporters immediately rallied to his side. Who was right? Do they really think ability fruits are so readily available? I simply laugh. This fellow is more stubborn than Mayday. With Who being so impressive yet possessing only one ability fruit, does he truly believe himself a savior? This person is merely a deceptive charmer. Do not trust him. If he had so many ability fruits, I would swim in a cesspool. I understand this fellow. It's merely for the sake of vanity. Observing the messages from these supporters, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile coldly, recalling a saying, ignorance is bliss, yet stubbornness is foolishness. Clearly, the individuals in this group are the very epitome of foolishness. Seeing so many supporters speak on his behalf, Brother Who swelled with pride. Dare you to flaunt your bravado before me? You clearly underestimate the terrifying nature of power attributes. Tiger sat on the sofa, his brow furrowing as he perused the messages from Chu Feng. In his estimation, Chu Feng was merely a blustering coward, unworthy of comparison to someone like him. A person awakened with extraordinary abilities. To him, Chu Feng was akin to an insignificant ant, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world. How dare he interfere with Tiger's affairs? He wondered, could you withstand a punch from me? Clenching his fist, he admired the muscular bulk of his arm. His gaze filled with disdain. The memory of Chu Feng exposing his intentions in the group chat only served to fuel his ire. He swiftly typed another message in the group chat, proclaiming, Brother, stop your prattling. If you have the guts, come to my house and face me. Chapter 16, Brother Feng. On the run, Brother Who is impressive. Beat him. Does this ordinary fellow dare to confront Brother Who? Brother Who could dispatch him effortlessly. I imagine this lad is quaking in his boots now, still thinking about keeping a mistress, perhaps even one for Brother Who? Upon seeing Brother Who's message, the members of the group erupted with laughter, eagerly indulging in the drama. They all believed that Chu Feng was courting his own demise. As Brother Who was an awakened superhuman with strength capable of shattering sandbags, let alone a mere mortal's flesh. Thus, it was widely accepted that Chu Feng had encountered a formidable opponent. Challenging me to a duel? Is it Liang Jingru who has emboldened him? Upon noticing Brother Who's open challenge, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes, followed by a derisive chuckle and a shake of his head. Raising his hand, a bolt of golden lightning flickered through his palm, and with a gentle grasp, golden shards cascaded to the ground. The dark golden defensive layer upon his skin swirled continuously, seemingly forming a suit of armor around him. What do you intend to use to contend with me? Chu Feng mused with a light laugh. Not only is Brother Who an awakened superhuman, even if Brother Bao or Brother Long were to join him, they would still not stand a chance. Chu Feng now possessed both offensive and defensive prowess, with Shadow Thunder being a force of obliteration. Should he choose to act, Brother Who's fate would be sealed. Moreover, Chu Feng knew where Brother Who resided. Previously, he had often ordered protein powder and chicken breast for delivery, leveraging his imposing stature to intimidate Chu Feng into personally bringing the items upstairs. At that time, in the spirit of amicability, Chu Feng had refrained from voicing his grievances. Yet now, seeing this audacious individual continue to act with impunity, Chu Feng deemed it an opportune moment to restore some of his dignity. Why has this fellow fallen silent? Has he become cowardly? Brother Who's words have surely terrified him. With such a fragile heart, how does he even dare to survive in this apocalypse? He should leap off a building and end it. If I were in his position, I would have long knelt before Brother Hu, calling him father. Who is Brother Hu? The strongest man in the happy community, no less. As Chu Feng remained silent, the group resumed their mockery, their admiration for Brother Hu growing ever deeper. In just a short span, dozens of individuals added him on Fei Xin, showering him with flattery, all in hopes of securing a connection with such a powerful ally in these dire times. Brother Hu welcomed all attention, savoring the rare adulation. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Feng was contemplating the moment he would pay Brother Hu a visit. Just then, someone shared a live stream link in the group, accompanied by a message. Everyone, hurry and watch. Brother Feng is live outdoors. This announcement sent the group into a frenzy, each member eagerly clicking on the link. Chu Feng observed the link with a curious expression. He was well aware of Brother Feng, a figure he occasionally watched during his live streams. Known online as Brother Feng on the Run, boasting millions of fans as an outdoor internet celebrity. In the past, he had undertaken numerous perilous endeavors, even boldly venturing alone into the northern cotton fields and emerging unscathed, thereby captivating a multitude of fans. He has been affectionately dubbed the Brahmin content creator and the lizard man by netizens on a certain platform, solidifying his status as the reigning king of outdoor streaming. How did he manage to stream outside amidst the blood mist? Chu Feng pondered aloud, based on his observations over the past few days regarding the blood mist. Along with information obtained from the system, he understood that the blood mist possessed corrosive properties and other sinister characteristics unknown to the general populace. A typical individual, upon direct contact with the blood mist, would likely suffer severe bodily harm or even death. Yet, Brother Feng had boldly initiated a live stream outdoors. After much contemplation, Chu Feng concluded that Brother Feng must have acquired some form of extraordinary ability, specifically one that offered defensive resistance. Unable to quell his curiosity, Chu Feng and others from the group flocked to Brother Feng's live stream, each eager to witness what the world of the apocalypse had become. Upon entering the stream, Chu Feng was greeted by the familiar visage of Brother Feng, unkempt yet captivating, staring directly into the camera. With his scruffy beard, disheveled long hair, and slightly watery eyes, Brother Feng appeared to be crouching within an abandoned factory, surrounded by rusting and decaying machinery. He seemed tense as he scrutinized the outside world. A multitude of crimson blood mist swirled around him, yet curiously, upon contact with Brother Feng, the mist recoiled as if it possessed an innate awareness, as though it had encountered its nemesis. This further solidified Chu Feng's belief that Brother Feng had indeed acquired a protective ability against the blood mist. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live chat intensified, with many viewers expressing their concern about the external dangers. Where is Brother Feng? Is it dangerous outside? Well, Brother Feng is incredible. Truly the master of outdoor streaming. Goodness, this blood mist looks like it escaped from hell. It's truly terrifying. Brother Feng, I advise you not to wander about. Just go home and avoid any mutated monsters. Why not stay safe at home instead of risking your life? Brother Feng is out here streaming for us. Don't you want to know the current situation outside? Are we not going to see something substantial today? You're not just giving away phones to college girls, are you? Haha. What are you talking about? Rumors circulated that the blood mist was corrosive. How was Brother Feng unharmed? Had he also obtained extraordinary powers? The comments continued to flood the screen, most inquiring about the situation outside, while a few noted the peculiar behavior of the blood mist surrounding Brother Feng. Glancing at the comments, Brother Feng lowered his voice and said, "You're all correct. I have awakened my extraordinary ability, which is why I dare to venture out. Otherwise, do you really think I would risk my life?" Once it was confirmed that Brother Feng had indeed awakened his powers, countless viewers were envious to the point of being beside themselves. Look at Brother Feng. He has gained extraordinary abilities. Why are we still mere mortals? Did Brother Feng consume some kind of fruit to obtain his powers? The viewers continued to inquire. What kind of extraordinary fruit? Is it edible? Upon encountering this barrage of comments, Brother Feng paused momentarily and casually remarked, prompting an involuntary jolt within the hearts of netizens. What is happening? Could it be that Brother Feng is unaware of the powers bestowed by the extraordinary fruit? How, then, did he acquire his abilities? Sensing the confusion among his audience, Brother Feng lowered his voice and began to elucidate. Tonight, I awoke to find the balcony window ajar, which startled me to the point of nearly losing control of my bladder. Does anyone in the family understand this sensation? As he spoke, Brother Feng could not help but shudder, seemingly recalling that frightful moment. Just as I was fastening my trousers to close the window, a beetle came hurtling towards my face from outside. That creature must have mutated. Its body was larger than my fist, and its teeth were longer than those of a dog. As he narrated, Brother Feng animatedly gestured with one hand, his facial expressions vividly conveying the terror of the experience, which elicited laughter from many netizens. Meanwhile, Chu Feng listened intently to every word, gradually furrowing his brow in contemplation. Chapter 17. If you don't want to die, stay at home. Clearly, from Brother Feng's words, Chu Feng understood that he had acquired his supernatural ability at that very moment. However, how exactly did he obtain it? Could it be related to that mutated beetle? A multitude of questions flooded Chu Feng's mind. At this juncture, Brother Feng paused, nervously surveying his surroundings as if he were assessing for mutated creatures nearby. A beetle the size of a fist? Did Brother Feng not confront it directly? That seems out of character for you, Brother Feng. Leaving the window open while sleeping? You truly are a bold one. Is it safe to broadcast from here? It feels rather perilous. Brother Feng, please continue. Everyone became increasingly intrigued by how Brother Feng obtained his powers, eagerly pressing him for answers. After all, in this world teeming with monsters and fraught with danger, the only means of survival was to acquire supernatural abilities. Therefore, no one wished to miss the opportunity to learn how to attain such powers. Concurrently, a question began to stir in everyone's minds. Is it possible to gain powers without the fruit of abilities? Seemingly to provide a glimpse of the external situation, Brother Feng deliberately adjusted the camera, directing it towards the open space before him. Everyone witnessed a growing mist of blood. As if it were emerging from the depths of hell, any object it touched exhibited evident signs of corrosion. This realization made Chu Feng's heart skip a beat. He recognized that the corrosive properties of the blood mist had intensified. Meanwhile, Brother Feng continued recounting his experiences from that morning. The mutated beetle lunged at my face, baring its teeth, and I could smell the foul stench emanating from it, truly unbearable. Brother Feng's vivid description, coupled with the blood mist filling the live stream, made everyone feel as though they were experiencing it firsthand, all ears intent on not missing a single detail. It was at this moment that I realized the beetle must have mistaken me for food. It was less than 10 centimeters from my face. Who among my family could fathom such a sense of impending doom? As rows of sharp teeth appeared before me, I was filled with anger. If I could return safely from the north, how could a mere beetle devour me? My reputation as a daredevil is not to be taken lightly. At this point, Brother Feng's tone clearly became more excited, while the viewers in the live stream felt an overwhelming sense of suspense. Brother Feng, please get to the point. Did that mutated beetle bite you? You gained your powers from being bitten by the beetle, right? To the one above, your thinking is too simplistic. Those monsters would merely devour us. They wouldn't hand us a gift. Indeed, all mutated flora and fauna would regard humans as targets for attack. I witnessed with my own eyes a woman from the opposite building having her skull crushed by a mutated lizard. Is there any brave soul willing to venture out and let a mutated creature take a bite out of him? The discussion in the live stream surged once more. As the number of viewers continued to grow, Brother Feng found himself even more invigorated. This time, his motivation for broadcasting extended beyond merely having acquired powers. He yearned to experience the sensation of being a supernatural being. He was eager to showcase the current situation outside to his viewers, as he had always been a conscientious broadcaster. Do not be alarmed, my dear family. How could I allow such a creature to bite me? Those familiar with me know that I am a skilled practitioner, he chuckled, before returning to the main topic. Gazing at the mutated beetle before him, he took a deep breath and, Zixi, he acquired supernatural abilities. However, just as he was about to reveal the crucial details, the network signal suddenly weakened, and his voice was drowned out by static. In the next moment, a line of white text appeared on the screen. This stream has been suspended for violating platform regulations. Upon reading this, the viewers, who were eagerly awaiting his revelation, were left in utter shock. What is happening? I was about to learn the means of acquiring supernatural abilities, and now you have suspended the stream? Indeed. It seemed that the reason for the platform's scrutiny was evident. The viewers quickly grew restless. How did he gain these powers? Who knows? This platform is infuriatingly unreasonable. What regulations were violated? Someone explain this madness. To dare to suspend Peak Brothers' stream, what audacity. I am on the edge of my seat, feeling as though I was so close to discovering the truth. It was apparent that the viewers were becoming anxious, for they were on the brink of learning other methods of acquiring supernatural abilities, only for it to vanish before their eyes. Some even sent private messages to Peak Brother, only to receive a notification that the platform had suspended the private messaging feature for broadcasters. Now, everyone was at a loss. Yet, amidst the chaos, Chu Feng's brow slightly unfurled. Although a hint of confusion lingered in his gaze, he seemed to have an inkling of how Peak Brother had acquired his powers. However, he chose not to confirm it immediately, as he needed to wait for an opportunity to validate his suspicions. Exiting the stream, Chu Feng returned to the group purchasing chat. The members were once again animated, speculating on how Peak Brother had obtained his abilities, with an array of bizarre theories emerging, leaving Chu Feng utterly bewildered. Among the chatter was Tiger Brother's incessant bragging, which elicited a cold chuckle from Chu Feng. Disregarding the group chat, Chu Feng opened a conversation with Lin Yue, contemplating the distance between himself and Unit 6, Floor 18 of Building A, before swiftly sending her a message, "Leave in 10 minutes without bringing anything. Otherwise, I will personally feed you to those monsters." After dispatching this message, Chu Feng took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and made his way to the restroom. "I'm stepping out. If you wish to remain alive, stay home and behave," he said to Zixi, who was busy with laundry, before heading to the door. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the subtle movements of the air around him. Realizing that the mutated Tibetan Mastiff had departed and that there was no unusual activity in the hallway or below, he decisively opened the door and dashed toward the elevator. This sudden action startled Zixi, leaving her terrified. The outside world was undeniably perilous. What on earth was this man planning? However, Chu Feng's figure swiftly vanished from her sight, leaving her standing there in a state of bewilderment. Previously, when he was picking up Zixi, Chu Feng had noticed that the elevator was still operational, leading him to decisively opt for it. After all, reaching the entrance of Lin Yue's residence on the 20th floor, despite his significantly enhanced physique, remained a daunting task within the allotted time. Additionally, taking the stairs posed the risk of encountering mutated creatures, which made Chu Feng believe that the elevator was the safest option. At least those creatures did not appear to possess any intelligence. While awaiting the arrival of the elevator, he remained vigilant, sensing the surrounding environment. Occasionally, a hint of danger flickered by, but they were merely low-level mutated beings that Chu Feng regarded with indifference. Inside the elevator, he conducted a comprehensive 360-degree scan. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving echoed, the doors slowly opened, and in a flash, Chu Feng disappeared into the corridor. Chapter 18. Are you providing meals and lodging? As the elevator descended from the 20th floor, Chu Feng remained acutely aware of his surroundings. He understood that danger lurked outside, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Upon reaching the 10th floor, a crimson mist began to surge into the elevator like a tidal wave. Observing the eerie blood mist swirling around him, Chu Feng exhibited no signs of panic. His vibranium body was more than capable of withstanding such corrosive vapors. Just as he had anticipated, the moment the blood mist touched his skin, the dark golden vibranium defense layer activated instantaneously. The flowing vibranium acted as a vigilant guardian, effortlessly repelling the blood mist, which became increasingly luminous. Compared to the defensive attributes displayed during the live broadcast by Songhao, Chu Feng's vibranium physique was evidently far superior. Casting a glance at the blood mist before him, Chu Feng reached out to touch it. A viscous, blood-stained sensation immediately permeated his fingertips, which was precisely why it was dubbed blood mist. Where did this blood mist originate? The thought crept into Chu Feng's mind. He could not fathom how the world had been enveloped by this phenomenon overnight, as if it had emerged from the very bowels of the earth. Ding! As the elevator arrived at the ground floor, Chu Feng promptly shelved his thoughts and activated his perception abilities once more, swiftly scanning the environment around the elevator in a complete 360 degrees. Upon confirming that no mutated creatures were lurking nearby, the elevator doors slowly opened. Instantly, more blood mist surged toward him like crashing waves, and his vibranium body shimmered even more brilliantly. Ignoring the mist, Chu Feng strode out of the elevator, hastening toward Unit 6 of Building A. Meanwhile, in Unit 6 of Building A on the 18th floor, Lin Yue gazed at the message sent by Chu Feng, and hope reignited in her eyes. After sending her photograph to him, she had only received a brief message indicating that she had passed the interview, but no further response followed. This left her sinking into despair, convinced that Chu Feng was merely a fraud reveling in the apocalypse. Originally, Lin Yue had believed she had found a lifeline in Chu Feng, a chance to escape the decay of solitude in her bedroom. However, his silence plunged her heart into an abyss of desolation. Men are all scoundrels, she muttered weakly, curled up on the sofa, striking her doll in frustration, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had cast aside her dignity by sending a full-body photo to a stranger, only to be toyed with in return, which fueled her anger further. Spotting Chu Feng flaunting his supernatural fruits in a group chat only intensified her ire. How could a fraud possess so many supernatural fruits? What a charlatan! In her rage, Lin Yue berated Chu Feng incessantly, even contemplating directing her ire toward Tiger, who had acquired his powers. Yet, just as she was lost in her thoughts, Chu Feng unexpectedly sent a message indicating that he was coming to pick her up, leaving Lin Yue momentarily bewildered. She had also watched the outdoor live stream of Brother Feng and gained some insight into the current apocalypse. She truly could not fathom how this man intended to rescue her. Could it be that he, too, had acquired supernatural abilities? Were the fruits of power he had posted genuinely authentic? Contemplating this, Lin Yue felt a surge of exhilaration, swiftly dispelling her earlier anger towards Chu Feng. After all, In the presence of someone powerful and resourceful, no one could resist such temptation. Thus, she glanced at the time, fully prepared to step out of her room. And, just as Chu Feng had suggested, she carried no supplies with her. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed, and the thought of escaping this place ignited a surge of excitement within Lin Yue, intertwined with a hint of complexity. Yet the urge to survive drowned out any further contemplation, and without hesitation, she opened the door slightly to peek outside. Being on the 18th floor, the blood mist had yet to surge upwards, and the corridor was eerily silent, allowing Lin Yue to breathe a sigh of relief. She immediately began to search for the man's figure. At that moment, a shadow darted before her like the wind, and in the next instant, a pair of strong yet gentle hands grasped Lin Yue's smooth palm, startling her and causing her eyes to widen in confusion. "It's me." Chu Feng's cold voice resonated before he lowered his gaze to the alluring woman before him, clad in form-fitting yoga pants. Truly, she was a beauty deserving of the system's rating of 9.1. Despite her having gone several days without food, Chu Feng could still discern her striking features. Arguably the most beautiful woman in the entire happiness community, second only to Zixi. Particularly, her tight silver-gray yoga pants, complemented by a snug short-sleeve top and white athletic socks, made Chu Feng appreciate that Lin Yue was indeed a devoted yogi, likely exuding grace in her movements. At this moment, Lin Yue, having regained her composure, was also gazing up at Chu Feng. Upon witnessing his chiseled features and sharply defined, cold visage, her eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. "Is it you, the leader of the group purchase?" She instantly recognized Chu Feng, her voice tinged with shock, even as the hand he held began to instinctively pull away. "Is there a problem? If you wish to survive in this apocalypse, refrain from excessive chatter." Chu Feng replied frostily, while remaining attuned to his surroundings. His time was precious, and he had no desire to squander it in idle conversation. Should this woman refuse to accompany him, he would resort to knocking her out and carrying her away. He was determined to gain something from this endeavor. You are the one providing meals and accommodation for the group purchases? How could that be? You are merely an ordinary group purchase leader. You must be deceiving me. I will wait for the true provider of meals and lodging to arrive. Do not obstruct my path." Lin Yue exclaimed, unable to suppress her disdain. Struggling to believe that the leader of a mere group purchase in her community could possibly be the formidable ally she sought. In her impression, Chu Feng was an exceedingly ordinary individual. Although he possessed a certain handsomeness, this attribute seemed overshadowed by the demands of his profession. Lin Yue often visited the group buying station to collect the vegetables she had purchased, which gradually led her to form a slight impression of Chu Feng. However, in her heart, she envisioned her ideal partner as one robust and powerful, someone who starkly contrasted with Chu Feng, resulting in her immediate disappointment. Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Chu Feng did not respond. He simply released her hand, stating, "You may choose to perish here." With that, he furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward the staircase at the end of the corridor. A sudden sense of impending danger had just washed over him, and the menacing aura grew increasingly palpable. With a mere thought, he activated his vibranium body, accompanied by a shower of sparks. This startled Lin Yue, who followed Chu Feng's gaze to the far end of the corridor. Chapter 19. The Lethal Encounter with the Mutated Grey Wolf. "Are you questioning me?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. A chilling sound echoed from the end of the corridor, followed by the emergence of a massive black shadow under the flickering lights. The shadow loomed large, casting an eerie silhouette against the wall. This sight petrified Lin Yue, who realized she had encountered a mutated monster. Without a moment's hesitation, she prepared to retreat indoors. However, the moment Chu Feng grasped her hand, the door slammed shut, and without a key in her possession, panic surged through her. She began to pound on the door frantically, tears streaming down her terrified face. All she desired was survival, yet she never anticipated confronting such a grotesque creature. In a flash, a surge of resentment towards Chu Feng, who wore a serious expression and furrowed brow, enveloped her. If it weren't for this pretender who promised her shelter, she would have been safely hidden at home. In that instant, her heart brimmed with animosity towards him. However, in her heightened state of anxiety, she failed to notice the flickering sparks of lightning emanating from his body, nor the dark golden currents flowing along his arm. Ignoring Lin Yue's glare of animosity, Chu Feng swiftly pulled her behind him. "Your actions will only hasten the monster's approach. If you wish to survive, stay behind me." At that moment, Chu Feng felt a twinge of irritation towards the woman before him. Had she not been of any utility to him, he would have dispatched her without hesitation, though he possessed the strength to escape. The thought of testing his newly acquired powers intrigued him, compelling him to remain and gauge the potency of shadow thunder. Simultaneously, he yearned to verify a hypothesis that lingered in his mind. Although Lin Yue resisted his command, An inexplicable sense of security radiating from him drew her unconsciously behind him. Her gaze still laced with fury. She had even resigned herself to the prospect of dying there, questioning what capabilities a mere group by station director could possess to combat a mutated beast. Just then, hiss, hiss, hiss. The monstrous cries grew louder, resembling the screeching of something sharp scraping against the ground, while the shadow on the wall became increasingly pronounced. Chu Feng slowly raised his right hand, a golden bolt of lightning crackling in his palm. In the next heartbeat, a mutated gray wolf, fully covered in black fur, towering over 3 meters tall, with eyes gleaming green and a mouth filled with jagged teeth clenching a human head, materialized before Chu Feng and Lin Yue. The claws of this mutated wolf were as large as watermelons, and each step it took left a deep scratch on the hard concrete floor, a testament to its formidable strength. As the horrifying cries drew nearer, Lin Yue could not help but peek. Upon witnessing the terrifying length of the mutated gray wolf and the bloodied human head it bore, a wave of dread washed over her, and her legs buckled, collapsing to the ground as she stared, paralyzed with fear, at the approaching monstrosity. Chu Feng maintained an expression of unwavering calm, his gaze directed at the mutated gray wolf, which now brimmed with an ominous intensity. As the wolf was drawn by the commotion from Lin Yue's pounding on the door, it fixated on Chu Feng, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Seemingly enticed by fresher prey, the wolf disdainfully discarded a bloodied human head, which tumbled down the stairs, revealing unblinking eyes that chilled Lin Yue to her core, prompting her to retreat in terror, her primal instinct for survival urging her to escape. In the next instant, the mutated gray wolf emitted a bone-rattling shriek, propelling itself with powerful hind legs towards Chu Feng. In a mere leap, the beast soared into the air, crashing into the ceiling with enough force to create a deep dent. Its razor-sharp claws glinted menacingly as they aimed for Chu Feng's chest, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Chu Feng understood that should he fall victim to this assault, the outcome would likely be grim. However, he had no intention of granting the creature any chance to reach him. As the wolf closed in, mere meters away, Chu Feng could perceive the fervent desire for bloodlust flickering in its luminous eyes. With a scornful smile, he leisurely extended his palm, directing it toward the airborne beast, baring its fangs in a fierce snarl. With a hint of derision, he uttered the words, "Shadow, thunder." With a resounding crash, a massive, serpentine bolt of golden lightning erupted through the ceiling, coiling like a great sword as it pierced the mutated wolf's formidable frame. The corridor was instantly enveloped in a searing brilliance, and the sound of crackling electricity reverberated in Chu Feng's ears. In the ensuing moments, the wolf, impaled by the lightnings, froze midair, releasing a mournful wail of agony. The powerful lightning did not dissipate. Instead, it pinned the creature aloft, rendering its frantic thrashing futile. Black, foul-smelling blood oozed from its body, and Chu Feng, wrinkling his nose in distaste, savored the sight of the once menacing creature now reduced to a pitiful state. A moment later, with a thunderous crash, the wolf's body plummeted to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. And Chu Feng quickly sensed that it had drawn its last breath. The gaping wound left by the lightning was immense, the surrounding flesh charred and exuding a nauseating odor, with bits of shredded meat scattered across the floor. In the span of mere seconds, Chu Feng had eradicated the mutated gray wolf with a single invocation of shadow thunder. Approaching a piece of the dismembered flesh, he bent down, retrieved it, and wrapped it in a handkerchief to stow away in his pocket. He then turned to face Lin Yue, who had become petrified in fear. As he walked toward her slowly, Chu Feng offered a faint smile and remarked, "I shall take care of your meals and lodging. Do you have any objections?" Witnessing the recent events, Lin Yue found herself momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to comprehend the spectacle of the mutated gray wolf being obliterated by a bolt of lightning from Chu Feng. She could scarcely fathom that the so-called fraud she had dismissed was, in fact, a formidable individual endowed with extraordinary powers, capable of vanquishing such a terrifying creature with a single strike. This revelation instantaneously instilled in her a profound belief in all that Chu Feng had proclaimed. Reflecting on her prior words to him, a wave of shame washed over Lin Yue, prompting her to rise and prepare an apology. However, just as she stood, Chu Feng delivered a sharp slap across her face, his voice cutting through the air. "Woman, were you just questioning me?" Chapter 20. The enchantment of yoga pants. Lin Yue felt a sharp sting on her cheeks. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed up at Chu Feng. Yet, in the next moment, darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. With a swift motion, Chu Feng struck her neck with a precise blow, cradling her in his arms as he summoned the vibranium armor to envelop her form. The rationale behind rendering this woman unconscious was his perception of her incessant chatter. The last thing he wished for was to attract any mutated creatures. Upon activating his senses and confirming the absence of anomalies nearby, Chu Feng cast a fleeting glance at a door adjacent to him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he hastily departed with Lin Yue in tow. Navigating through the dense crimson mist below, Chu Feng soon returned home. Has she brought another woman back? This figure appears to surpass my own by several measures. Remaining dutifully at home, Li Zixi stood up nervously upon seeing Chu Feng enter, cradling the unconscious Lin Yue in his arms. Ignoring her, Chu Feng casually placed Lin Yue onto the sofa. It must be said, Lin Yue certainly embodied the grace of a yoga practitioner. Her physique was exquisitely delicate. Every part of her soft and pliable. Chu Feng felt entirely capable of playfully carrying her around the living room. However, now he needed to awaken her. Grasping a glass of water from the table, he unhesitatingly splashed it across Lin Yue's face. The cold water jolted her awake gradually. Where am I? As she opened her eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings, Lin Yue voiced her confusion, her gaze falling upon Chu Feng and Li Zixi. This is where you wish to come. Chu Feng remarked leisurely from his chair, his legs crossed as his eyes appraised Lin Yue's elongated legs. Previously distracted by dispatching the mutated gray wolf, he hadn't taken the time to truly observe this yoga practitioner. Now, however, he realized she possessed even greater allure than in her photographs, particularly her long legs clad in yoga pants. Chu Feng mused that no man could resist such temptation. After a moment of stupor, Lin Yue finally comprehended the situation. She never anticipated that this man would indeed bring her home. The memory of him dispatching the mutated gray wolf and then rendering her unconscious filled her with trepidation. She was uncertain whether she had stumbled into a den of peril. Casting a cold glance at Li Zixi, the latter understood immediately and obediently retreated to her bedroom. Closing the door behind her, she was acutely aware of Chu Feng's intentions towards the woman, yet her gaze held no sympathy. After all, she had endured a similar fate to survive until now. As the saying goes, we are all lost souls in this world. With Li Zixi's departure, Chu Feng slowly rose and approached Lin Yue. What do you intend to do? Although she was aware that sending Chu Feng her photograph meant she would ultimately pay a hefty price, the reality of the situation filled Lin Yue with profound resistance. This was the chastity she had upheld for over 20 years. Moreover, despite Chu Feng's formidable powers, in Lin Yue's eyes, he remained merely the ordinary group buying station manager downstairs. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively began to retreat. Observing this, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Chu Feng's mouth as he unhesitatingly struck her fair cheek once more. In this apocalypse, why do you still pretend to be pure? You voluntarily came to be my servant. Now you feign innocence. Feeling the sting on her cheek, tears involuntarily streamed down Lin Yue's face. Just lie down on the sofa obediently, and after this, all this food will belong to you. Chu Feng retrieved a large handful of provisions from his spatial pocket and cast them onto the table before Lin Yue. Upon sight of the food, her eyes widened, and she began to swallow hard. Having gone several days without sustenance, she now craved it intensely. As long as she lay on the sofa, she could soon indulge in these delights. Yet, her chastity. If there's a chance, I must survive. The words from the previous group buying chat echoed in her mind as she glanced at the food and the fruits of power on the table. Resigned, she lay down on the sofa. 2 hours later, Chu Feng set Lin Yue, whose cheeks were flushed, back down. During these 2 hours, he had playfully taken this delicate woman from the living room to the kitchen, then to the balcony and bedroom. He even swaggered past Li Zixi, causing her to blush deeply, prompting her to hurriedly pour him a glass of water and feed it to him. Once again tossing Lin Yue onto the sofa, Chu Feng gazed at the woman still slightly trembling, a smile playing on his lips. Now she finally understood why some men are utterly defenseless against women in yoga pants. Such attire undeniably enhances a man's vigor. Excellent. All this food is now yours, Chu Feng remarked, gesturing towards the table laden with provisions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue sprang up from the sofa, disregarding her image, and began to devour the food with fervor. As the familiar tastes of bread and ham enveloped her senses, she felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Ding! Detected that Lin Yue consumed 5 loaves of bread. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500 loaves of bread. Detected that Lin Yue consumed 3 sausages. Congratulations to the host for receiving 300 sausages. Detected that Lin Yue consumed 2 chicken legs. Congratulations to the host for receiving 200 chicken legs. The system's notifications resonated continuously in Chu Feng's ears as heaps of resources began to materialize in his spatial pocket. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. The system only provided a 100-fold return. What if it were 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold? He would undoubtedly become the wealthiest survivor in this apocalypse, without exception. Seizing the moment while Lin Yue feasted, Chu Feng took out his phone and opened Feishin. He needed to continue scouting for new women to ensure a steady influx of resources each day. Meanwhile, the group buying coupons were still buzzing with activity. and Chu Feng skimmed through the messages. A moment ago, I seemed to hear a terrifying roar. Could it be that a colossal mutated creature has emerged in our community once again? Indeed, I even witnessed a golden lightning strike upon Building A, Unit 6. I hope the residents there are unharmed. Golden lightning? Has the fourth Hokage been reanimated? Everyone, please secure your doors and windows. I sense an escalating danger. What is there to fear? I have taken the illustrious Tiger Brother as my mentor. If another monster approaches, he will dispatch it with a single punch. Indeed. With Tiger Brother in our vicinity, which creature would dare to approach? Is there anyone with food to spare? I am on the verge of collapse. Food? Whoever provides me with a morsel shall have their everyone gratified. It is evident that several individuals in the group have also heard the furious howl of the mutated gray wolf. And some even witnessed the phenomenon in the sky when Chu Feng unleashed his shadow thunder. However, they could never fathom that all of this was orchestrated by Chu Feng himself. If they were to discover that the mutated gray wolf was vanquished with a mere flick of his fingers, Chu Feng believed their expressions would be quite amusing. As noon approached, signaling mealtime, Chu Feng retrieved 3 portions of steak from his spatial storage and tossed them to Li Zixi. Ensure the steaks are cooked to perfection, remember. I desire them medium rare. Chapter 21, Dance and Crush Your Pride. As Li Zixi gazed at the 3 exquisite steaks that Chu Feng had tossed her way, an expression of astonishment flickered in her eyes, coupled with an increasing curiosity about this man. Where had he procured such luxurious steaks? Outside, people were battling fiercely over mere scraps for sustenance. Some were fortunate enough to find a morsel of bread, let alone a steak. In stark contrast, Chu Feng generously offered her 3 prime cuts to prepare. Having not savored steak in quite some time, Li Zixi hesitated no longer and swiftly retreated to the kitchen, eager to commence her culinary endeavor. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, who was munching on bread and ham, was also drawn in by Chu Feng's words. Her enchanting eyes sparkling with newfound excitement. She realized that the claims he had made in their group were indeed true, though she had sacrificed her chastity over 2 decades. What she had gained in return was a life of immeasurable value. With this revelation, her gaze toward Chu Feng softened, and she set down her bread. After all, who would choose bread and ham over the allure of steak? Watching Lin Yue obediently perched on the sofa, eagerly awaiting Li Zixi to perfect the steaks, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Lin Yue asked, perplexed by his light-hearted demeanor. Gone was the initial pride she had once held. Was it truly worth it, all for a bite to eat? Chu Feng inquired, his tone reflective. At this, Lin Yue paused momentarily, then resolutely nodded. It was worth it. As long as she could survive, anything was worth it. She had come this far and sacrificed her purity, so she must cling to life at all costs. Chu Feng was pleased with Lin Yue's response, for it was the desperate that were easily manipulated, and both Lin Yue and Li Zixi fit this description perfectly. Do you wish to grow stronger? Chu Feng reclined, crossing his legs, and casually produced several extraordinary fruits, playing with them idly. At first, Lin Yue did not grasp the meaning behind his words, but upon seeing the fruits in his hand, her eyes widened in astonishment. Extraordinary fruits, she exclaimed with excitement, instantly recognizing them as the very items everyone in their group yearned to obtain. She understood the significance of these fruits for survivors like them, not merely a means to gain power, but a lifeline for survival. Thus, she nodded fervently, seemingly awaiting Chu Feng to toss her a fruit, now fully aware that he was not merely boasting in the group. He truly possessed these coveted items. Do you wish for one? Chu Feng, having seen through Lin Yue's thoughts, raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. Without hesitation, she nodded affirmatively. Crawl over and lick my shoes clean. Perhaps that will brighten my mood, and I shall reward you with a fruit. With a flick of his hand, the extraordinary fruits vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Yue in a state of panic. The very means of her survival was just out of reach. And with an insatiable desire to live, she could not afford to relinquish such an opportunity. She had already sacrificed her most precious possession. What did it matter to give more? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yue crawled towards Chu Feng's feet like a cat, using all 4 limbs. Then, under Chu Feng's command, she began to lick clean his dusty leather shoes. Is this acceptable? She raised her head, looking up at Chu Feng with an expression of anticipation. Her eyes devoid of their previous elegance, now radiating a sense of tameness born from training. Witnessing Lin Yue's utter submission at his feet, Chu Feng felt a pang of melancholy. The arrival of the apocalypse had turned countless individuals into slaves of desire. He looked at the delicate Lin Yue with a twinge of sympathy, reaching out to cradle her face in his hands, causing her heart to race with excitement. In her mind, if she could please Chu Feng, she would gain extraordinary powers, grow stronger, and survive in this desolate world. Thus, she closed her eyes, waiting quietly for his reward. However, the next moment, Chu Feng's words left her frozen in place. I wish to see Pamela, preferably in a state of undress. With this, Chu Feng gazed at Lin Yue with a tantalizing expression, brushing aside her long hair with his hands, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Heh. My dear woman, I intend to trample the last remnants of your dignity into dust, turning you into my mere instrument. Chu Feng's inner thoughts were laced with cold amusement. He was not particularly inclined towards such desires. Rather, he sought to ensure Lin Yue's absolute submission. Imagine. A proud woman revealing herself before him in the most iconic pose of Pamela. Wouldn't her self-respect be utterly shattered? That was precisely the effect Chu Feng craved. Lin Yue felt as though she had misheard Chu Feng's words. Raising her gaze, she met his eyes filled with amusement and instantly realized she had not misheard. Chu Feng truly desired her to comply. This realization left her in a state of bewilderment, a look of confusion etched across her face. If it were merely a matter of sacrificing her chastity, Lin Yue might find it difficult to accept, yet it would not be a decision she made willingly. However, to be commanded to present herself as Pamela before a man, she found it utterly intolerable. The last vestiges of her stubbornness fought desperately against Chu Feng's orders. No, this was no different than dancing naked in front of strangers on the street. I cannot accept this. Struggling from Chu Feng's grasp, Lin Yue hesitated before lowering her voice, her hands tightly clutching her clothing, terrified that it would vanish in the next moment. If that is the case, then do not even consider the extraordinary powers. Once you become of no value to me, I shall cast you out of my home. How will you survive then? Chu Feng was not surprised by Lin Yue's protest. Rather, if she had immediately complied, that would have been the ultimate insult in his eyes. Yet, even so, he continued to slowly torment the last flicker of her defiance. Upon hearing Chu Feng's intention to cast her away, Lin Yue was utterly alarmed. Her mind involuntarily conjuring the terrifying visage of the mutated gray wolf, causing her to tremble with fear. If Chu Feng were to proceed with such an action, she knew that death awaited her, either amidst the crimson fog or at the jaws of a monstrous creature. But must she truly comply with Chu Feng's demands? An internal struggle began to ensue within her. At that moment, a mutated fruit once again manifested in Chu Feng's palm, seemingly displayed for her viewing. There would inevitably be another woman to consume these fruits, he remarked with a hint of mockery. Abruptly throwing out this statement, he disregarded Lin Yue's gaze, implying that if she declined, someone else would surely take her place, and she should not lament the outcome. Indeed, those words shattered Lin Yue's final vestige of resolve. I will jump. Please, do not give the fruit to another woman. Chapter 22. Enchantment? This ability feels rather unsettling. Lin Yue could no longer contain herself and began to plead earnestly with Chu Feng. Subsequently, she bit her lip hard enough to leave marks, and without hesitation, she rose to remove her garments. Thereupon, Chu Feng sat back in his chair, admiring the exquisite beauty of Lin Yue, rated a 9. 1. As she presented her alluring display, these poses and movements were among her favorites, yet as she manipulated her form, tears streamed down her cheeks. After a full 15 minutes, it was only when Zixi, excitedly carrying a plate of steak from the kitchen into the bedroom, beheld the scene before her that Lin Yue ceased her actions at Chu Feng's subtle nod and hastily clothed herself. As for Zixi, she appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama, for she understood that her current reliance was upon Chu Feng. Thus, regardless of his actions, she stood unwaveringly by his side. Dauntlessly loyal, she would even dance like Lin Yue if he so desired. In a world fraught with peril, survival was the greatest fortune, and Chu Feng provided her with a protective barrier. It's time to eat steak, Zixi announced, placing 3 perfectly cooked steaks on the table, addressing Chu Feng with reverence. The aroma of the steaks instantly filled the room. Despite her intense craving, Zixi remained obediently silent, awaiting his command. The now-dressed Lin Yue was also drawn in by the enticing scent. Seemingly forgetting her earlier humiliation, her gaze fixated on the feast, as she softly implored Chu Feng. May I have the ability fruits now? Chu Feng nodded, casting a glance at Zixi, who was eyeing the steaks with suppressed salivation, and then replied to Lin Yue. Of course, I am a man of my word. Consume all 20 of these ability fruits. With that, he discreetly retrieved 20 ability fruits from his spatial storage and tossed them to the eagerly awaiting Lin Yue. 20. This was the daily quota provided by the system. Initially, Lin Yue expected a single fruit as a reward for herself. However, she was taken aback when Chu Feng generously threw her 20. She could scarcely fathom such magnanimity from the man before her, and the coveted items that every survivor yearned for seemed to be so casually disregarded by him. Without uttering another word, Lin Yue promptly began to consume the ability fruits. The sweet juice burst within her mouth, evoking a long-forgotten sense of delight. And her complexion visibly brightened. Ding! Detected Lin Yue consumed ability fruit X1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 ability fruits. Detected Lin Yue consumed ability fruit X1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 ability fruits. Detected Lin Yue consumed ability fruit X1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 ability fruits. As Lin Yue continued to eat, the system's notifications resonated in Chu Feng's ear. While he perceptively sensed the changes within Lin Yue, ever vigilant in detecting whether she had gained any abilities. Detected Lin Yue consumed ability fruit X1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 ability fruits. Upon detecting Lin Yue consuming 1x1 ability fruit, the system congratulated the host with the acquisition of 100 ability fruits. As Lin Yue savored the last fruit, a fleeting crimson glimmer danced in her eyes, and an ephemeral, rosy aura enveloped the surroundings. What is this newfound ability? Chu Feng instantly realized that Lin Yue had awakened to power, yet he was perplexed by the alluring femininity it exuded. In that moment, he felt an irresistible temptation emanating from her, momentarily entrancing him with an urge to approach. It was akin to a trap, ensnaring him in its embrace. Fortunately, fortified by his vibranium physique, he swiftly subdued this inexplicable sensation. Turning his gaze back to Lin Yue, he inquired within his mind, "System, what ability has Lin Yue awakened?" He had never encountered such a peculiar power. Ding. The system responded, informing the host that Lin Yue had acquired the ability of enchantment. Enchantment. It allows the user to temporarily immerse the opposite sex in a fabricated romantic illusion, lasting for 30 seconds, with potential for duration extension upon upgrading. The revelation left Chu Feng momentarily astounded. Enchantment? A romantic trap? It seemed rather risky. A twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his thoughts, as he deemed this ability somewhat trivial. Yet, after a brief contemplation, he nodded inwardly. He understood that every ability held its merit, including Lin Yue's enchantment. In essence, this power resembled an illusion technique, capable of transporting the opposite sex into a captivating realm for 30 seconds. Chu Feng surmised that if the target were merely an ordinary person, or lacked a resistance-type ability, escape from such an enchanting environment would be exceedingly difficult. For those devoid of abilities yet prone to temptation, it would serve as a lethal weapon. During encounters with foes, he could have Lin Yue utilize her enchantment, allowing him to eliminate the adversary amidst their blissful distraction within those precious 30 seconds. The sole shortcoming was that this ability could not be unleashed upon multiple targets simultaneously. Otherwise, Chu Feng would wreak havoc upon his enemies. Although he currently faced mutated creatures, he recognized that eventually he would confront desperate survivors. Indeed, congratulations on your newfound ability, Chu Feng remarked with a smile directed at Lin Yue. After consuming the final fruit, Lin Yue sensed her transformation and, aided by the awareness bestowed by her ability, soon comprehended what she had acquired. This revelation left her momentarily bewildered. How could a naive, youthful yoga enthusiast like herself possess such an awkward ability? Yet, recalling her previous encounters with Chu Feng, from dashing through the living room to engaging in playful antics, Lin Yue found solace in acceptance. It seemed, this was her fate. Fortunately, with the awakening of her extraordinary abilities, Lin Yue felt a sense of relief. Simultaneously, Chu Feng received a bounty of 2,000 ability fruits. Coupled with the ones previously consumed by Li Zixi, he now possessed over 4,000 ability fruits neatly stacked in his permanently preserved personal space. Such an abundance was simply insurmountable. Chu Feng could not help but smile wryly. Beside him, Li Zixi cast a glance at Lin Yue, who had also gained extraordinary powers, and a subtle chill flickered in her gaze. However, upon noticing Chu Feng seated at the dining table, she promptly summoned her utensils, placing them respectfully before him, before taking a seat beside him. Lin Yue, witnessing this scene, instantly comprehended that this woman was also an extraordinary ability holder. Realizing the deference she showed towards Chu Feng indicated that her powers too were bestowed by him. Gazing at the 3 mouth-watering steaks on the table, Chu Feng took out his phone, snapped a picture, and shared it in their group chat. Today we feast on steak. What are the others having for lunch? Chapter 23. The clip sound calls Daddy. Do you like it? I tossed the steak. What kind of conditions do we have at home? We are starving during the defense, yet you are hiding at home eating steak? Accommodations with meals are somewhat conscientious, but not much. Woe is me. Kind-hearted souls, could you allow me to savor the aroma? For heaven's sake, where did he procure such steak? Can you consume 3 portions alone? Provide me your address, and I shall assist in depleting your supply. Daddy, I'm hungry. Upon seeing the photo of the steak shared by Chu Feng in the group, accompanied by an open bottle of red wine, all members of the group instantaneously became agitated. After all, this is the apocalypse. Ordinary people cannot even obtain a bite of steamed bun, yet this fellow is indulging in steak and wine at home alone? It's incomprehensible. We are all survivors. Why is he so extravagant? Each individual gazed at the steak in the photograph with envy, almost unable to restrain themselves from rushing to Chu Feng's home to seek indulgence. Some women eagerly sent friend requests to Chu Feng. Brother, are you still supporting beauties? Sister. 18. A perfect figure. Young man, are you lonely? A piece of steak will allow you to experience the pleasures of manhood. Do you prefer when I call you daddy with a clip sound? My legs yearn to be hauled over your shoulders. Observing the restless group members, Chu Feng leisurely sliced off a piece of steak and chewed it. The medium-rare steak, perfectly cooked by Zixi, released its juices with a gentle bite. Meanwhile, Chu Feng scrutinized each of the women who sent friend requests. Unfortunately, none of their beauties captivated his gaze. Not even the white camellia who once attempted to deceive him with online images and was subsequently exposed. Brother, I was wrong, though I am unattractive. I become a celestial sister when the lights are off. Chu Feng could not help but shudder. Even in darkness, what can you compare with the little dragon girl? Mediocre woman. Without hesitation, Chu Feng blacklisted the white camellia. Meanwhile, the group remained lively. Where did you get that steak? Can you share? I'm starving. Please show me a way out. I misjudged you before. You truly have skills. What does steak taste like? Is it delicious? I don't believe it. Unless you let me taste it. The group members continued to tag Chu Feng, each striving to flatter him, all in hopes of securing a piece of steak. To savor a bite of steak in the apocalypse would be truly divine. Just then, Brother who sent a message in the group. Heh, isn't it just a bite to eat? Brother who can have it delivered with a single message. Upon seeing Brother who's message, everyone became curious. What is going on? How does Brother who have such power? Even Chu Feng was somewhat bewildered. Is this fellow's pretense a bit overdone? Does everyone remember the group purchase station master at our community entrance? Was that not Chu Feng? Ordinarily, with a mere utterance from me, he would dutifully deliver goods to my residence. I have heard that prior to the apocalypse, he moved a considerable amount of belongings home. So I surmise he has amassed quite a collection of valuable items. Do my family members believe that a simple message to that young rascal could prompt him to deliver sumptuous feasts? Brother who once again voiced his thoughts in the group chat, his tone brimming with confidence. Upon hearing whose words, Chu Feng's expression swiftly turned icy, causing Zixi and Lin Yue, who were slicing steak, to halt their actions in alarm and glance nervously at Chu Feng. That scoundrel. Even in the face of the apocalypse, he dares to bully me? How audacious. Chu Feng coldly remarked while gazing at his phone screen. His previous deliveries to Brother who were motivated by the reputation of the group purchasing station and his own work, but whose arrogance was truly intolerable. How could he still expect to command me in these dire times? Deliver you a feast? Perhaps I should send you a pack of mutated Tibetan mastiffs instead. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. The group chat erupted due to Hu's remarks. Chu Feng, isn't he our group leader? Brother who is formidable. Indeed. I often saw Chu Feng delivering protein powder to Brother who. He must be Hu's underling. Brother whose strength is no mere boast. Quickly send that lad a message to deliver some provisions. Chu Feng, your elder brother has spoken. Why not hurry out? Chu Feng, bring out the finest delicacies to entertain Brother who. Don't forget to share some with the brothers. Is that fellow still alive? If he's dead, even better. I know where he lives. We can raid his home together for supplies. All meals provided. Do not be arrogant, or Brother who might end up resting on that steak. As most of the group recognized Chu Feng, they quickly began tagging him, clamoring for him to hasten the delivery of food. A few even started to fawn over Brother who, hoping to partake in the spoils. This spectacle nearly made Chu Feng burst into laughter. Wait, are they scolding me yet begging for my favors? What has become of this world? They wish to raid my supplies? They are welcome to try. I could use some watchdogs. Thankfully, he was using a secondary account. Otherwise, he would be perplexed by their audacity. Shortly thereafter, Brother who initiated a live stream in the group. Brothers, come join. Watch how I compel Chu Feng to deliver goods right to my doorstep. He then began his antics. The group members flocked into the live stream, eager to witness how Brother who would maneuver Chu Feng. Chu Feng, too, entered the live stream promptly, curious about whose intentions. He observed as Brother who switched the screen to his phone, having previously utilized Chu Feng's messaging ID. Clearing his throat, who pressed the voice button and began to speak. Is that lad dead? If not, hurry and send Brother who some food. Otherwise, if I go hungry, you won't be able to withstand my punch. Upon finishing, who released the button, sending the voice message, and began to revel in his display. Family, behold. This lad will promptly respond with exuberance, haha. I have him firmly in my grasp. Alas, I may lack other talents, but my influence within our delightful community is quite significant. A proud expression spreads across my face, as I seem to foresee the message that Chu Feng will soon send. Then I will have the power to command him at will, to partake in his provisions, while simultaneously establishing my persona as the elder brother in everyone's hearts. I have even resolved that once Chu Feng delivers food, I shall select a few loyal lackeys and reward them with some sustenance to serve as my underlings. Naturally, I must also choose a few charming women. I have taken a liking to Lin Yue, the yoga enthusiast from the 18th floor of Building A, and she shall become my woman. Remembering her alluring figure and long legs, I cannot help but smile. This is the pinnacle of life. Indeed, this is unequivocally the apex of existence. I, tiger brother, am thriving. Chapter 24. Who stole the sister-in-law? The thought of the opportunity to study calligraphy with his little goddess, Lin Yue, filled tiger brother with joy as he chuckled to himself in his room. Were it not for the live stream being broadcast on his phone screen, his fellow group members would likely be horrified by his lewd expressions. Tiger brother was indulging in the authenticity of the moment. Haha. It was likely that Chu Feng, that scoundrel, was frantically preparing a feast of fish and meat for tiger brother. How could I have forgotten about that rascal? He must have food to spare. I should go and ask him for some. What status do you possess upstairs that could rival tiger brother? Indeed, tiger brother relies on his prowess, while you merely depend on your thick skin. Let us be honest, someone like Chu Feng is only worthy of being tiger brother as Shu Shiner, the strongest man in happy community, who wouldn't bow and call him big brother upon meeting him. One must ponder the extent of Chu Feng as psychological shadow at this moment. The group members, witnessing tiger brother's unabashed authenticity, grew ever more eager. Chu Feng, observing this scene clearly, felt his lips twitch in irritation. In my presence, you aren't even worthy of being a grandson. Chu Feng cursed inwardly, simultaneously switching screens to open his secondary account on Feixin, his work account for group purchases. Since tiger brother had already escalated the situation, Chu Feng was more than willing to play along. Upon logging into Feixin, Chu Feng received a message from tiger brother, which was precisely the audio clip from the earlier livestream. Disinterested in listening, Chu Feng promptly replied in accordance with tiger brother's insinuations, assuring him that he would deliver the finest food and drink. A cold smirk crept across Chu Feng's lips. Here it comes, he has finally responded. Ha ha ha. Family, did you see? Tiger brother, I told you I had him under my thumb. Such a person is born to serve and deserves to be at my beck and call. Seeing that Chu Feng had indeed sent a message as he had anticipated, tiger brother became even more arrogant. In his eyes, no matter where he went, Chu Feng was firmly in his grasp. The mere thought of the abundant food about to be delivered to him, and the prospect of Lin Yue, whom he would win over with that food, made tiger brother feel elated. Goodness, this fellow truly lacks backbone. Such a person is a waste of precious oxygen. May he hurry and perish. But not before bringing out all the food. Tiger brother must not forget his brothers. We are your most loyal underlings. Sticking with tiger brother guarantees a life of luxury and indulgence. Observing Chu Feng's obedient message, the group members expressed both disdain and admiration for tiger brother, which only fueled his pride further. Brothers, fear not. From now on, I, tiger brother, will look after you. Let us finish off the provisions that Chu Feng has hoarded first. With that, tiger brother recalled the steak photos shared earlier by Baoqi Baozhu, sneering with disdain as he tagged him. Baoqi Baozhu, soon tiger brother will show you what true prowess entails. What is the big deal about 2 steaks? My goddess, Lin Yue, is far more fragrant. Upon hearing tiger brother refer to Lin Yue as his goddess, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Was it merely a coincidence that Shao's mother opened the door for him upon his return home? Your goddess, truly captivating. Casting a glance at Lin Yue, who was indulging in her steak, Chu Feng couldn't help but think that if Tiger knew he was chasing her around the house, he would likely go mad. At that moment, someone in the group unexpectedly shared a video and tagged everyone. Family, I just captured footage of a battle between a superhuman and a mutated gray wolf. That guy was incredible, you all must see. They also tagged Tiger. Tiger, it seems your goddess has been whisked away by that superhuman. Shock rippled through the group. A superhuman battling a mutated gray wolf? Tiger's goddess, Lin Yue, had been abducted? Everyone's interest was piqued, and they hurriedly opened the video, with Tiger himself experiencing a jolt of shock as he clicked to watch. The footage was quite blurry, seemingly filmed through a peephole. The cameraman, likely nervous, failed to focus the shot properly. However, one could just make out a tall man and a woman of striking beauty. In the next moment, the woman seemed to scold the man, and then a strange sound emanated from the video as the woman began to frantically pound on a closed door, while the man stood calmly, pulling her behind him. The eerie cries startled everyone, instilling a palpable fear as if they were present in the scene. Just then, the camera slowly panned, revealing a massive mutated gray wolf. A brief moment of clarity allowed everyone to see the gruesome sight of a bloodied human head in the wolf's jaws, rendering them speechless. Sparks began to flicker around the man, and he steadily aimed his right hand at the mutated gray wolf. At the instant, the wolf leapt high into the air. A dazzling golden light erupted from the man's hand, accompanied by a thunderous crack that left everyone momentarily blinded. Moments later, the image returned to normal. The mutated gray wolf lay lifeless on the ground. The man turned to the woman and, without hesitation, delivered a slap before swiftly knocking her unconscious and disappearing from view. As everyone finished watching the video, they were left in stunned silence. and the group chat erupted with excitement. Who is this man? He is astonishing. He single-handedly dealt with a mutated beast? This guy is incredible. I thought I saw lightning strike from the sky just now. It must have been summoned by this extraordinary being. It is widely acknowledged that the blurrier the footage, the greater the power of the combatant. This man was likely a superhuman sent by the government. Was that woman truly Lin Yue? Why did he strike her before knocking her out and taking her away? In the community of happiness, Lin Yue was a household name, her fame second only to the ice-cold, wealthy beauty, Zixi. Some men even went so far as to send their children to yoga classes just for a glimpse of her, eagerly returning each day to pick them up. It is widely acknowledged that brother who regards Lin Yue as a goddess, hence, under his formidable presence. Others can only revel in their hidden joy and speculate on the matter. Brother who, feeling flustered, immediately tagged the friend who posted the video. Where was this video taken? How can you be certain that this is the goddess Lin? Dare to speak such nonsense, and I shall twist your head off. Brother who was compelled to act swiftly. How could it be that the goddess he had yet to experience was snatched away by an unfamiliar man? The individual tagged by brother who quickly clarified, Brother who? Your sister-in-law lives right across from me. The moment she stepped out, I heard the commotion. Did you not notice her wearing yoga pants? In our community, only your sister-in-law can pull off yoga pants with such grace. Upon hearing this, brother whose fury ignited. Damn it, who has dared to steal my sister-in-law away? Chapter 25, The Kindergarten Teacher, Tang Wanqing. Upon learning that her idol, Lin Yue, had been knocked unconscious and abducted, Tiger Brother could no longer remain composed. A tempest of fury engulfed him, his face contorted with a fierce expression. The members of his group clamored restlessly. Who dared to lay hands on Tiger Brother's woman? An immediate manhunt was to be issued. That scoundrel must be found. Did they not realize the consequences of provoking Tiger Brother? He was now an extraordinary being. Who would dare challenge him? Calm down, Tiger Brother. I am dispatching a manhunt in every group right now. We will surely bring back our sister-in-law. In a bid to impress Tiger Brother and cling to his formidable presence, members of the group sprang into action. However, a few skeptics voiced their concerns. Did you not witness that extraordinary being summon lightning? I fear Tiger Brother may not stand a chance. Indeed, their magic is formidable. While Tiger Brother's abilities are of a physical nature, are they not? It is merely one woman. Why bother amidst such chaos? If anyone manages to locate that extraordinary being, please contact me. I wish to acknowledge him as my elder brother. How cool would that be? Now, that is a true extraordinary being. At the same time, some sensed a hint of danger in this unfolding drama. The apocalypse was in disarray. Solitary women must securely lock their doors and refrain from opening to strangers. We cannot guarantee that villains have not gained extraordinary powers. Ladies, I will share safety precautions for the apocalypse in the group. Everyone must pay heed. Meanwhile, in Building B, Unit 2, 21st floor of the Happy Community, a woman in her 20s, clad in a black loungewear that exuded a gentle aura, gazed at the messages in the group, her brow furrowing slightly. Clearly, she recognized the growing chaos of the apocalypse, fraught not only with lurking mutated creatures, but also with individuals harboring sinister intentions amid the turmoil. Like many other women, Tang Wanqing was a solitary dweller, currently serving as a kindergarten teacher. As the apocalypse descended, she had just returned home from work, intending to meet her friend for a shopping spree. However, as she descended the stairs, she was abruptly repelled by a sudden surge of blood mist. Over the past few days, confined within her home, she had gleaned through her phone and television that the apocalypse had indeed befallen the world, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Her father had called to reassure her that rescue teams would be dispatched immediately, urging her to remain calm and wait. Yet, as time passed, no assistance arrived, and her father's calls became unreachable, instilling within her an unsettling premonition. Simultaneously, she understood that if she did not secure help or sustenance soon, she might very well perish in this isolation. The thought of dying alone in her apartment sent waves of panic coursing through her. In the bloom of her 20s, having never even had a boyfriend, how could she quietly fade away into oblivion? Meanwhile, Tang Wanqing had also taken notice of the information circulating within the community group purchasing chat, diligently monitoring the discussions daily. She discreetly noted down any valuable messages, including those sordid offers for maintaining beautiful women with provisions and shelter. This elicited a frown from her, as she found it appalling that even in such dire times, there were still individuals of such depravity. Clearly, as someone who adhered to the principles of female virtue, Tang Wanqing held a deep disdain for such arrangements. Shortly thereafter, she witnessed a live broadcast by Brother Who, and her eyes widened in disbelief when she saw the community purchasing station leader, Chu Feng, behaving so ignobly. The way Brother Who casually relinquished food was perplexing to her. Having frequently purchased vegetables online, she was familiar with Chu Feng, who had always been courteous, maintaining a smile even when faced with the most difficult customers. She recalled an incident where an elderly woman named Wang attempted to steal from the purchasing station. When caught, Chu Feng had merely exchanged a few words with her. Yet the woman tried to leverage her age to extort him. In the end, he had offered her some eggs to settle the matter. Had anyone else encountered such an unreasonable elder, they surely would not have responded with such grace. However, Chu Feng's demeanor before brother Hu was a stark contrast, leading Tang Wanqing to ponder how the apocalypse had transformed so many. Next, she came across a video showcasing an extraordinary individual striking down a mutated gray wolf with a single, thunderous blow. Her eyes widened in admiration, and she instantly perceived the man in the video as a true embodiment of masculinity. Unable to resist, she began searching for information regarding him within the group. Regrettably, no one had managed to uncover any details about him thus far, which left her somewhat disheartened. She surmised that being with such a man in these tumultuous times would instill a sense of security. Reflecting again on Chu Feng's subservience before brother Hu, she sighed. While everyone was striving to survive in the apocalypse, was such humility truly acceptable? At that moment, Tang Wanqing's stomach audibly protested. After rubbing her abdomen, she rose and approached the refrigerator, only to discover it contained naught but a solitary cucumber and 2 wilted leaves. A wave of apprehension washed over her as she realized the urgency of procuring sufficient food. She couldn't help but recall the offers for provisions and shelter circulating in the group, and an idea surged within her. However, she swiftly shook her head, dismissing the thought. Yet, where could I possibly obtain food? Dignity, survival. In that instant, Tang Wanqing found herself lost in contemplation before the refrigerator. Observing the flattery directed towards that extraordinary individual in the group, brother Hu clenched his teeth in anger. Do they think so little of me? He silently noted the names of these individuals, plotting to demonstrate his terrifying prowess at an opportune moment. Simultaneously, he began searching online for information regarding the extraordinary individual in Lin Yue. You better hope I don't find you, or I'll have you minced and fed to the dogs. In the realm of the lousy happiness community, the strongest man is playfully engaging with you. The goddess awaits me, that which belongs to me, I shall undoubtedly reclaim. Meanwhile, brother Hu recalls that the scoundrel Chu Feng is about to bring him food, and a pleased smirk immediately appears on his face. He has resolved that in the days to come, he shall consume Chu Feng's offerings to his heart's content. With a steady supply of sustenance, his standing within the community will undoubtedly elevate. On the other side, Chu Feng cannot help but chuckle at the messages within the group. He glances up at Lin Yue, her cheeks still faintly flushed. Little does she know that she is currently in my home. Setting down his knife and fork, Chu Feng casually instructs Lin Yue, please wash the dishes and tidy up the room. Hearing his words, Lin Yue dares not utter a word of protest. Hastily taking the dishes to the kitchen, your goddess is only fit to wash my dishes and serve as a mere support, he muses, unable to suppress a chuckle as he reclines comfortably. Chapter 26, Are you teaching me how to act? Meanwhile, a news video notification suddenly appeared on the phone, prompting Chu Feng to casually tap on it. The video featured a male reporter, visibly tense, reporting amidst a haze of blood fog. A mere glance revealed to Chu Feng that this journalist possessed abilities akin to those of brother Feng, both belonging to the category of resistance-type powers. This revelation led Chu Feng to ponder momentarily. He noted that, aside from Tiger Brother and himself, all the other abilities he had encountered were similarly of the resistance nature. Could this be the fundamental power in this apocalyptic world? This thought briefly flickered through Chu Feng's mind, but quickly dissipated, for he deemed it inconsequential. He possessed thousands of ability fruits, and even by relying on probability, he could acquire a significant number of powers. Thus, he continued to watch the video featuring the male reporter. The scene seemed to be set at the edge of a forest, with the reporter's expression reflecting palpable anxiety. For in this apocalypse, no survivor could maintain composure in an environment fraught with the potential for mutated creatures to emerge at any moment. Survivors, according to our latest reports, the blood fog has caused mutations in various creatures in the wild, and large wildlife is beginning to surge out of the woods to harm humans. We urge everyone to remain indoors and secure your doors and windows while awaiting rescue. As he spoke, the reporter angled the camera towards the forest behind him. Chu Feng focused his gaze and observed that the trees were decaying under the corrosive effects of the blood fog, leaves rotting on the branches, while the oppressive fog loomed ominously above the treetops, instilling a sense of suffocation. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from within the woods, causing the camera to shake violently, indicating that the reporter was fleeing in haste. At that moment, a creature, approximately 5 meters in size and resembling a small hill, came into view. Chu Feng's heart raced as he recognized it as a mutated black bear. Its fur was as sharp as steel needles, covering its entire body. and its powerful limbs were as thick as utility poles, evoking an instinctive fear at first sight. The mutated black bear spotted the male reporter and immediately charged towards him with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the bear leapt, closing the distance to the reporter's rear. Just as the bear raised its massive paw to crush him, the video abruptly began to ascend rapidly. The mutated black bear missed its strike, leaving a deep crater in the ground, while its figure gradually diminished in size. At this point, the screen transitioned to black, as if the live broadcast had been abruptly terminated. Chu Feng understood that the reporter had been saved at the last possible moment, and the savior possessed the abilities of flight and resistance to the blood fog. After a brief contemplation, Chu Feng swiftly gleaned two crucial pieces of information. First, wild creatures were beginning to mutate and invade urban areas, exhibiting heightened aggression. Second, some individuals with abilities had already commenced their excursions. With these insights, Chu Feng remained remarkably composed. Through the demise of the mutated gray wolf encountered while retrieving Lin Yue, he had already gleaned his first piece of information. The second, however, held little significance for him. The reason those fortunate survivors ventured out was merely to seek sustenance. Yet, within his spatial confines resided an abundance of steak, bread, instant noodles, and a plentiful water source, not to mention thousands of supernatural fruit. Lying at home, was that not preferable? Nevertheless, the memory of the slain mutated gray wolf prompted Chu Feng to recall a fragment of its flesh he had collected at the scene, which he now retrieved from his pocket, wrapped in a handkerchief. Unfolding the handkerchief, a peculiar, blood-streaked morsel appeared before him. Unlike the flesh of other creatures, this piece emanated a subtle, flowing power, invisible to the untrained eye, but perceptible only to those like Chu Feng, endowed with the ability to sense the extraordinary. This realization filled Chu Feng with delight, affirming his earlier suspicions. When Brother Feng had broadcasted his narrative of acquiring his abilities, only to have the stream abruptly terminated, Chu Feng had harbored a vague understanding of how Brother Feng had attained such power. It was evident that, in a moment of desperation, he had bitten into that mutated beetle, thereby gaining his abilities. Although the notion seemed somewhat absurd, it struck Chu Feng as the most plausible explanation. In perilous circumstances, it is instinctual for individuals to adopt a defensive or offensive stance. The mutated beetle had already approached Brother Feng's face, rendering him unable to retaliate with his hands. Moreover, who was Brother Feng? He would never passively allow a creature to inflict harm upon him. Such an indignity was utterly unacceptable, especially for someone of his stature. Thus, synthesizing this information, Chu Feng was convinced that Brother Feng must have instinctively bitten the mutated beetle in that crucial moment, leading to his acquisition of supernatural powers. As for the fate of the beetle postbite, Chu Feng surmised that, given Brother Feng's temperament, it likely did not survive. This was precisely why Chu Feng had chosen to salvage a piece of the mutated gray wolf's flesh. Should he uncover another method to attain abilities, he would wield greater influence in this apocalyptic realm. Yet, gazing at the rather unappetizing, pungent morsel before him, he shook his head, finding it difficult to accept. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Zixi, who was curiously observing him. Upon witnessing Chu Feng extract the unknown fragment from his pocket, she wore an expression of bewilderment, questioning his intentions. Why had he brought such an item home? As Li Zixi pondered, her gaze met Chu Feng's, which held a significant meaning, further deepening her confusion, prompting her to lower her head in compliance. You should consume this piece of flesh, Chu Feng abruptly suggested to Li Zixi, pushing the morsel toward her. What? Li Zixi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she lifted her gaze to him. She felt as though she must have misheard. Was this truly food meant for consumption? The mere thought of it was enough to make her stomach churn, nearly causing her to regurgitate the steak she had just eaten. Do I need to repeat myself? Chu Feng's tone suddenly turned frigid, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Li Zixi. At that moment, Li Zixi stood utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Chu Feng was genuinely insisting she consume this piece of raw flesh. Despite her previous compliance, fear gripped her, and she shook her head in protest. No. Please, no. This is not fit for human consumption. Witnessing her blatant defiance, Chu Feng rose abruptly and seized her by the hair. Are you attempting to instruct me? Chapter 27. The Storm of New Abilities. In the eyes of Chu Feng, Li Zixi was merely a tool, devoid of the right to refuse him. Moreover, had he not shown her mercy by providing her with sustenance, she would likely have perished like a cockroach, starved in her own home. Li Zixi was taken aback by Chu Feng's harshness, and the pain he inflicted brought tears to her eyes. Just then, Lin Yue emerged from the kitchen, mop in hand, and upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly retreated back inside. Consider your identity before you speak to me. You have no right to refuse my commands. Chu Feng coldly released his grip on Li Zixi hair, tossing a piece of mutated gray wolf meat into her lap. You have two options, consume this, or I shall throw you outside to feed the monsters lurking beyond. Do you really believe your metal manipulation abilities will suffice to survive among those terrifying creatures? His words, laced with mockery, struck Li Zixi profoundly. Her eyes widened in fear, brimming with panic as she realized he spoke the truth and genuinely intended to cast her out to those dreadful, mutated beasts. Though she had acquired her own abilities, they were merely rudimentary. She could manipulate utensils, but could not defend herself in the face of true danger. Casting her gaze upon the putrid, bloodied remnants of the mutated wolf, Li Zixi remained bewildered as to why Chu Feng was forcing her to consume it. Yet, she understood that defying him further would lead to a grim fate. Avoiding his piercing, frigid gaze, she slowly extended her hand towards the repulsive meat. In the battle between dignity and survival, she chose the latter. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, only the act of living could bestow dignity. Excellent, Chu Feng remarked, nodding in satisfaction as Li Zixi grasped the piece of mutated wolf meat, his anticipation growing. If his hypothesis proved accurate, consuming the flesh of these aberrant creatures could indeed grant her new abilities. He held no fear for her newfound powers, regardless of her transformation. He possessed the strength to eliminate her. Should his theory be incorrect, he faced no loss. As she held the grotesque meat, Li Zixi's face turned ashen. Do not keep me waiting too long, Chu Feng urged. In response, Li Zixi bit her lip, suppressing the overwhelming stench emanating from the meat, and closed her eyes as she bit into it. Instantly, an even more pungent odor filled her mouth, akin to devouring decayed flesh that had rotted for days, causing her stomach to churn violently, threatening to expel its contents. Do not vomit, or you shall regret it. Chu Feng's icy voice echoed ominously in her ear. Reluctantly, in order to survive in this desolate reality, Li Zixi gritted her teeth and forced the mouthful of putrid meat down her throat. Memories of her once lavish lifestyle flooded her mind, now juxtaposed with the grim reality of being coerced into consuming spoiled flesh by a man. Tears streamed down her face. However, under the eaves, she found herself compelled to comply. As she felt the minced meat slide down her esophagus, Li Zixi furrowed her brows, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Meanwhile, a subtle smile graced Chu Feng's lips, for at the very moment Li Zixi swallowed the morsel, he distinctly sensed an inexplicable radiance beginning to circulate within her. Just as he suspected, Chu Feng knew that this glow signified the manifestation of her newfound abilities. While Li Zixi had been enduring her discomfort, she now perceived the peculiar changes within her body. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she curiously gazed at Chu Feng. Ding! Detecting Li Zixi has acquired an ability. Warning! The system's notification rang clearly in Chu Feng's ears. Oh, a warning? This ability was indeed well-suited for her role as a tool. Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, realizing his hypothesis had been validated. Survivors could obtain abilities not solely through the consumption of ability fruit, but also by ingesting mutated creatures. Observing Li Zixi's bewilderment, Chu Feng casually remarked, "Congratulations. You have acquired a new ability. From now on, you shall be responsible for the safety of our shelter." At that moment, Li Zixi understood she had gained a new power. Her eyes, once filled with disappointment, now sparkled with newfound vitality, as if she had come to a realization. She softly inquired of Chu Feng, "Were you experimenting on me?" Without hesitation, Chu Feng nodded, revealing his intentions. "Indeed, but you were quite fortunate." Upon hearing this, Li Zixi lowered her head, remaining silent. She recognized that her worth to Chu Feng was limited to this. Yet, having inadvertently gained a new ability, she felt a surge of gratitude towards him. Her gaze towards Chu Feng grew increasingly complex. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding! Detecting Li Zixi has consumed mutated gray wolf meat X1. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 pieces of mutated gray wolf meat. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Chu Feng had anticipated the return of 100 pieces of meat, but he had yet to devise a plan for their utilization. Was he truly expected to consume them raw like Li Zixi? Casting a glance at the lingering discomfort etched upon her face, he shuddered, realizing that such a course of action was unnecessary. Though consuming the meat might yield abilities, he had thousands of ability fruits waiting for him in his spatial storage. Why subject himself to such torment? In this post-apocalyptic world, was it wrong to treat oneself with kindness? Glancing at the 100 pieces of meat that had suddenly appeared in his storage, Chu Feng chose to set them aside for now, intending to allow Li Zixi a moment to recover before encouraging her to continue eating. Of course, there was also Lin Yue, who had stealthily slipped into the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng retrieved a mutated fruit from his spatial storage and tossed it to Li Zixi. Consider this your reward. Eat up quickly. Despite the unpleasant taste lingering in her mouth, Li Zixi accepted the mutated fruit and immediately began to eat without hesitation. Upon detecting that Li Zixi consumed one supernatural fruit, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 supernatural fruits." Chu Feng was already accustomed to the system's hundredfold return declarations. Casually, he picked up a mutated fruit and tossed it into his mouth as a post-meal delicacy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming a supernatural fruit X1. You have successfully acquired the ability Fist of the Storm. Fist of the Storm. The abyssal tempest grants the host immense strength, and when combined with shadow thunder, it will unleash a critical strike. As soon as the supernatural fruit entered Chu Feng's stomach, the announcement of his newfound power resounded in his ears. Fist of the Storm? Immense strength? Chu Feng was instantly exhilarated. Simultaneously, a vast, pitch-black eye of the storm materialized within his pupils. Chapter 28. With a single punch, the cement wall shattered, leaving the two women in a state of bewilderment. The profound eye of the storm spread within Chu Feng's pupils, quickly replacing them. A sense of deep, mysterious, and boundless energy surged forth. In but an instant, the air surrounding Chu Feng coalesced into substance, and the visible flashes of lightning and thunder enveloped him. Furthermore, a force seemingly extracted from the very fabric of the universe began to surge into his body. As it coursed through every meridian and acupoint, Chu Feng felt an unprecedented sense of power. This left Zixi, standing nearby, utterly astonished. Her eyes wide as she gazed at Chu Feng. To her, he appeared as a formidable figure emerging from an unknown realm. Feeling the commotion, Lin Yue quietly peered out from the kitchen. Upon witnessing the spectacle of Chu Feng surrounded by lightning and thunder, her entire being froze in place. In that moment, both women experienced the overwhelming surge of power emanating from Chu Feng. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. At this moment, Chu Feng resembled someone reborn after being battered by a torrential current. He lifted his head and opened his eyes, a dazzling spark flashing within them, while his vibranium body gleamed brilliantly, having been forged anew by the tumultuous energy. Sensing the immense power within him, Chu Feng clenched his fist slightly. Crack! The air surrounding his fist erupted with explosive sounds. Was this the Storm Fist? Chu Feng's voice carried a note of astonishment and exhilaration. He could feel it. He had completely transformed. His combat prowess had risen by several tiers. Though the Storm Fist, like Tiger Brothers' abilities, belonged to the realm of physical power, Chu Feng could easily surpass 100 Tiger Brothers. The latter had merely awakened his physical strength, with a maximum force of around 1,000 pounds. In contrast, Chu Feng wielded the storm power from the boundless abyss, with 10,000 tons of strength. He was capable of obliterating any adversary that stood in his way during the apocalypse. Nodding quietly to himself, Chu Feng summoned the system panel. Apocalypse God-level return system. Host, Chu Feng. Number of women, 3, by Shui, Li Zixi, Lin Yue. Return multiplier, 100. Return supplies, bread X 300, bottled water X 500, apples X 100. 8th dimensional space X 100, supernatural fruit X 4000, steak X 200. Personal space, activated, supernatural abilities, basic perception, 1,000-mile transmission, vibranium body. Storm Fist. After a brief glance at his information, he noted changes in the number of women and returned supplies, along with the addition of a section for supernatural abilities. In just 2 or 3 days, Chu Feng had acquired 4 supernatural powers, sufficient to outmatch all survivors. More importantly, these abilities were immensely beneficial to him. Basic perception enabled him to anticipate nearby dangers, allowing him to foresee events before they unfolded. The vibranium body granted him an invincible defensive armor. The Storm Fist grants him the power to shatter all things with a single blow. Currently, the ability of long-distance communication holds little significance for Chu Feng. As he traverses the apocalypse in solitude, this ability is intended to connect him with other survivors, but at this moment, he finds no need for companions or allies. With an abundance of food and beauty, is not his solitary life rather delightful? Nonetheless, he considers this ability a useful card to hold close. With a mere thought, he closed the information panel and turned his gaze towards Li Zixi and Lin Yue, who were staring at him with wide, incredulous eyes. A faint smile graced his lips, a playful glint dancing across his features. He then shifted his attention to the wall on the left side of the living room. Behind that wall lay his neighbor's home, and he recalled that the woman had been absent before the blood mist descended. It was likely that her house was now deserted. Furthermore, it was probable that she would not return. Nevertheless, Chu Feng activated his perception to probe the neighbor's residence, confirming his suspicions that it was indeed empty. Thus, he promptly made a decision to break through the wall and expand the living space. This would also serve as a test of the might of his Storm Fist. After all, with Li Zixi and Lin Yue residing alongside him, the room felt somewhat cramped despite its generous area of 130 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Chu Feng realized that more women would eventually join them, necessitating his preparation in advance. Lost in thought, he rose slowly and approached the left wall. Examining it closely, Like the walls of any ordinary home, it was made of concrete, sturdy yet, under the immense force of his 10,000 pounds of strength. It felt as soft as cotton, although he could have chosen to demolish the wall on the right. Doing so would endanger the lives of the elderly Wang and her small grandson. Chu Feng deemed it prudent to spare their lives for the time being, as they would not last long without sustenance. As he stood before the wall, both Li Zixi and Lin Yue looked on with puzzled expressions, uncertain of his intentions. At that moment, Chu Feng raised his right hand, forming a fist. Instantly, a visible stream of air began to swirl around his clenched fist, coalescing into a formidable force, accompanied by flashes of lightning, causing the temperature in the room to drop and an eerie wind to stir. This spectacle startled both women, prompting them to crouch behind the sofa. In the blink of an eye, as they took cover, Chu Feng struck without hesitation, his fist crashing into the wall before him. The thunderous roar echoed in their ears, followed by a resonating hum that filled their heads, as the ground beneath them trembled uncontrollably, leaving them in a state of panic. The entire building quivered slightly, shaken by the force of the impact. With a single punch, Chu Feng exerted a modicum of force, and before him, the sturdy cement wall began to crumble instantaneously, revealing a gaping hole that astonished the three onlookers. In just one strike, Chu Feng had shattered the cement barrier. Ignoring the falling debris of cement fragments, he withdrew his fist and confidently stepped into the neighboring house. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of any danger, he calmly addressed Lin Yue and Li Zixi, instructing them, "From this day forth, you two shall occupy this room. First, please tidy up." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the two realized the rationale behind his actions. They also witnessed the terrifying might of his punch. And a thought flickered in their minds: if Chu Feng's fist were to strike a person, a look of dread crossed their faces. Without further hesitation, they promptly rose and began to clean. Meanwhile, the group chat of the happy community was abuzz with excitement. Chapter 29. Eager to see me? You might regret it. Chu Feng opened the Fei Xin group chat, only to discover that it had devolved into chaos. What on earth is happening with my family? Was there an earthquake just now? Earthquake? I didn't feel a thing. It seemed like our building shook suddenly. Goodness. With all this talk of the apocalypse and earthquakes, I apologize for being human. It's terrifying. Danger lurks everywhere. But thankfully our building is unaffected. Little sister is scared. Is there a brother who can take her home? To those upstairs, don't be afraid. Share your location with me, and I shall keep you company tonight. Clearly, Chu Feng's earlier punch had led the residents of this building to believe there had been an earthquake. Survivors in other buildings were trembling in fear as well, prompting a cold smile from Chu Feng. What would they think if they knew it was merely a punch from him that caused such panic? At that moment, Brother Tiger stepped forward with confidence. "Fear not, everyone. Earthquake? With me, Brother Tiger, your safety is assured." Simultaneously, he shared a photo showcasing his bulging muscles, attracting renewed admiration from his followers. With Brother Tiger's assurance, even a tsunami wouldn't frighten me. Brother Tiger is so responsible. I adore Brother Tiger. Can he stay with his little sister tonight? Brother Tiger is an extraordinary being, possessing powers that surpass nature. What need is there to fear a mere earthquake? Trust in Brother Tiger, and you shall live forever. Watching these messages unfold, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. What is there to fear with him around? Huh? What is he, really? Just a mere wielder of brute strength, hardly comparable to me. In Chu Feng's eyes, Brother Tiger was no different from an ordinary person. Indulging in the flattery of the group, Brother Tiger basked in his moment of glory. However, his thoughts were clouded by worries about his goddess, Lin Yue. The mere thought of her being knocked unconscious and taken away by a stranger filled him with agitation. Despite employing the entire community to gather information about her whereabouts, he had yet to uncover anything. "Don't let me catch you, or I swear I'll turn you into minced meat for daring to snatch my woman." After cursing, Brother Tiger recalled the insufferable Chu Feng, realizing that the brat hadn't even brought him food, which only fueled his anger further. Did this kid wish for death? Could he bear the responsibility of starving him? He was like a savior at this moment. So, he promptly opened Fei Xin and sent a message to Chu Feng. "Brat, I expect food and water within 10 minutes, or you can prepare to feed those monsters outside." After sending the message, Brother Tiger took a screenshot and shared it in the group, eager to revel in the admiration of others. Indeed, the chat buzzed with excitement once more. Chu Feng must be courting death to dare starve our Brother Tiger. Surely, he doesn't realize the weight of Brother Tiger's current status. Tiger Brother is indeed formidable. Even a single piece of information emanates such power. In dealing with someone as contemptible as Chu Feng, one ought to seize all his resources and watch him starve. Chu Feng is but a slave to Tiger Brother. Is there even a need to steal? Haha. The sentiments expressed above are undeniably accurate. How can such a wretched person exist in this world? The taunts and insults surged through the group chat like a relentless tide. It was evident to all that Chu Feng was nothing more than a tightly gripped slave to Tiger Brother. Some even suggested outright seizing all of his stored supplies. Observing these messages, Tiger Brother swelled with pride once more. Meanwhile, Chu Feng merely smiled coldly. Eager to meet me, are you? You may soon find yourself regretting that desire. He swiftly switched to a messaging app and replied to Tiger Brother, All right, Tiger Brother, I shall deliver it to you immediately, ensuring you have a delightful feast. After sending this message, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. He then turned to Lin Yue and said, You shall accompany me. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment before obediently placing her broom down and standing behind Chu Feng. What would you think if you saw your goddess as my servant? A mischievous smile danced upon Chu Feng's lips. Upon receiving Chu Feng's message, Tiger Brother erupted into laughter. This worthless wretch deserves to be drained dry by me. Once you hold no value for me, I shall cast you aside to feed the monsters. Since both Chu Feng and Tiger Brother resided in the same building, and the blood mist had yet to reach their floor, Tiger Brother awaited Chu Feng's arrival, rubbing his hands in anticipation of a bountiful feast to accumulate in his room. During this time, he initiated a live stream in the group chat, showcasing his muscles to everyone while simultaneously scouting for other women. Although Lin Yue was a goddess, she was currently untraceable. However, one cannot endure the long night alone, can they? Soon enough, Tiger Brother set his sights on a young woman in the neighborhood and began to interact fervently with her in the live stream. After sensing that there was no imminent danger outside the room, Chu Feng finally led Lin Yue out. To ensure her safety, he transferred some of his power to her. Though her life might not hold much value, she was, for the time being, a useful tool. He pressed the elevator button, and they stepped inside. Descending to the 15th floor. What are we going to do? Lin Yue asked nervously within the elevator, her face betraying her fear. After encountering the mutated gray wolf, she had developed a deep-seated dread of everything outside the room. Although she had gained some abilities through Chu Feng, she was acutely aware that her powers were nearly useless for self-defense. Hearing her words, Chu Feng smiled gently. I'm taking you to meet someone. They have been searching the world for you. Searching for me? Lin Yue was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Chu Feng's implication. Chu Feng's expression held a significant depth. Ding. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 15th floor. As was his custom, Chu Feng activated his perceptive abilities, ensuring the surroundings were secure before escorting Lin Yue out of the elevator. The recent events had taught him that caution is the key to longevity. Skillfully, he approached room 183 and paused at the entrance, which belonged to Brother Hu. Through the security door, he could hear Brother Hu passionately singing. A smile crept across Chu Feng's face. Was that not a farewell song? He then turned to Lin Yue and instructed, Unleash your enchanting powers. Although uncertain of Chu Feng's intentions, Lin Yue obediently activated her abilities without hesitation. Instantly, an irresistible allure emanated from her, captivating nearly every man present. Her already stunning eyes sparkled with an enchanting charm, and paired with her curvaceous figure adorned in yoga pants, even Chu Feng found himself nodding in approval. Following this, he knocked on Brother Hu's door. Chapter 30. Have you returned the sister-in-law home? Within the confines of the room, Tiger was serenading a woman named Fong Hong, a charming matron. As the final notes faded, he eagerly inquired, How did I perform? In truth, Tiger was not only an exceptional singer, but also possessed remarkable qualities in other areas. Why not come to my place later for a little test? The live stream was bustling with viewers, predominantly residents of the happy community. Although everyone was aware of Tiger's ulterior motives, none dared to voice their thoughts. Instead, they showered him with praise. After all, in this apocalyptic world, Tiger was the sole individual with extraordinary abilities in their neighborhood. Everyone was keen to latch onto him for support, thus no one would dare expose his intentions. Tiger is incredible. His singing rivals that of Lu Dehua. Truly. My Tiger is a man of both literary and martial prowess. Hong Jia, what are you waiting for? Hurry and cling to Tiger's leg. Few are afforded such an opportunity. You are indeed fortunate. With the encouragement of the crowd, Fong Hong ultimately consented to visit Tiger's residence later. She too recognized Tiger's strength, making this a prudent choice for a solitary woman. Upon hearing her agreement, Tiger was instantly exhilarated, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tonight promises to be entertaining. Perhaps I should invite a couple more. One may not suffice to satisfy my vigor. Just as he pondered seeking out additional companions, a sudden knock at the door startled him. Initially taken aback and ready to unleash a tirade, he recalled that it was likely the insufferable Chu Feng delivering food. With a raised eyebrow, he announced to his audience, My dear followers, my servant has arrived with sustenance. Soon, you shall witness just how despicable he truly is. Hong Hong. Prepare for a feast tonight. With that, Tiger rose to open the door. The moment he swung it wide, he found Chu Feng standing there, hands tucked into his pockets. A hint of coldness etched on his face. Tiger couldn't help but scoff. What are you trying to project in front of me? Do you believe I won't knock you out with a single punch? Where's the food? He brandished his fist in front of Chu Feng, dismissing him entirely. Chu Feng remained unfazed, his expression one of calm indifference. Did you not hear me speaking? The food. Just as Tiger was about to unleash his fury upon the unresponsive Chu Feng, a sudden, exhilarating aura caught his peripheral vision, causing his heart to race. His fist froze midair as he slowly turned to behold the source. In an instant, Tiger's pupils dilated, and he swallowed hard. Unable to contain his excitement at the sight of his beloved goddess, Lin Yue, gazing at him with her enchanting eyes. Brother Tiger, I heard you were looking for a sister? Here I am, Lin Yue teased, one hand playfully twirling her hair while the other slowly glided up her thigh-clad in yoga pants, exuding an irresistible allure that captivated Tiger's heart, especially her long, enticing legs, which could captivate any heart, left Tiger brother utterly enchanted, yearning to leap forward and savor her beauty. Lin Yue's earlier words were all imparted to her by Chu Feng on the spot, although she had never fancied uttering such saccharine, foolish phrases. Lin Yue obediently nodded and complied. Remarkably, the effect surpassed Chu Feng's expectations. Saliva unconsciously dripped from the corners of Tiger brother's mouth as he gazed at the goddess Lin Yue, unable to suppress a lewd chuckle. His eyes fixated intently on her long legs. How does my sister know that her brother is searching for you? If I can't find my sister, I'll be utterly frantic, Tiger brother exclaimed, slapping his thigh in feigned distress. This display nauseated Chu Feng, while Lin Yue subtly furrowed her brow, revealing a hint of disdain. Previously, she had found Chu Feng irksome, but now, under the scrutiny of this man, she finally recognized Chu Feng's remarkable qualities. Nevertheless, she stifled her inner aversion and offered a gentle smile to Tiger brother. Under the influence of his alluring powers, Tiger brother's gaze never wavered from Lin Yue, longing to whisk her away into a private realm of delight. Does Tiger brother still enjoy the food I brought? Suddenly, Chu Feng interjected, his tone laced with mockery. You, my boy, are quite perceptive. It seems you understand Tiger brother well. I am quite pleased. Tiger brother finally snapped back to reality, though his eyes remained entranced by Lin Yue's legs. A smirk played on Chu Feng's lips. Shortly thereafter, Tiger brother eagerly ushered Lin Yue into the room, with Chu Feng leisurely following, leaning against the wall. Once inside, Tiger brother could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to the live stream to boast. Family, I have found my goddess. Who would have thought that Tiger brother would strike such incredible fortune? He declared, directing his phone's camera toward Lin Yue seated on the sofa, causing an uproar in the live chat. Wow, where did Tiger brother find such a sister-in-law? Wasn't she taken away by a powerful ability user? Did Tiger brother manage to deal with that ability user? Impressive. Congratulations. Tiger brother truly is blessed. The viewers were astounded. No one anticipated that Lin Yue, who had been abducted by that formidable ability user, would appear in Tiger brother's home. This revelation was utterly shocking. Initially, when it was discovered that Lin Yue had been knocked out and taken away by the user who wielded lightning, everyone assumed she would never return. After all, she was the second most beautiful woman in the community, second only to Li Zixi, and now we were amidst a cataclysm of disorder. Everyone knew what fate awaited Lin Yue at the hands of that ability user. However, due to Tiger brother's prowess, no one dared to expose the truth. Yet now, Lin Yue was indeed in his home. To be frank, my goddess was delivered by that scoundrel Chu Feng. I must say, my servant truly has my best interests at heart. Brother who did not conceal anything, directly revealing the name of Chu Feng. This revelation left the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. What? Chu Feng personally delivered Lin Yue to brother whose residence? Is this young man out of his mind? In these apocalyptic times, wouldn't it be better to relish his own pleasures rather than serve another? This lad certainly possesses a certain audacity. And it seems brother who has trained him well. He has the discernment to honor brother who, earning himself a morsel of bread to gnaw upon. Today, brother who has indeed struck a bountiful fortune. Lin, sister-in-law is truly exquisite. Indeed, she is rightly regarded as the second most beautiful woman in the happy community. I cannot take my eyes off her. Why does it seem that sister-in-law exudes charm from every pore? What are you all doing? This is brother whose woman. Let us be mindful of our words. Chapter 31. Displaying skills before the master. A single punch to vanquish brother Tiger. As the viewers in the live stream beheld Lin Yue, clad in yoga pants and exuding an enchanting allure, their eyes widened in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though all gazes were greedily fixated upon her. Observing the audience's reaction, brother Tiger felt an even greater sense of pride. What need is there to speak of the beauty of a woman I, brother Tiger, have set my sights upon? As he spoke, brother Tiger could not help but lift his gaze once more towards Lin Yue, who was seated gracefully on the sofa. A surge of impatience coursed through him. Witnessing brother Tiger's demeanor, Chu Feng could not suppress a cold smile from forming on his lips. The reason for bringing Lin Yue along was to bestow upon Brother Tiger a delightful surprise. It was akin to offering someone hope, only to have their expectations dashed, allowing them to experience the sensation of plummeting from the heavens to the depths of despair. Dear friends, I shan't linger with you any longer. We shall converse later. With that, Brother Tiger abruptly ended the live stream, withdrawing from interaction with the viewers. At that moment, his entire focus was devoted to Lin Yue, as he eagerly anticipated spending an intimate evening with her. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chu Feng leaning against the wall, which elicited a sneer of disdain from him. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get lost. Don't hinder my good fortune. Chu Feng smiled, yet remained steadfast in his position. This provoked Brother Tiger's ire. Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? In the next instant, Brother Tiger swung his fist, intending to intimidate Chu Feng. To him, Chu Feng was merely an insignificant insect. Had it not been for the provisions his family had stockpiled, he would have easily dispatched him with a single blow. Just as Brother Tiger's fist was about to connect with Chu Feng's body, Chu Feng leisurely extended his right hand and grasped Brother Tiger's fist. A glacial scorn swept across his face. Hey, you've grown some courage, daring to resist? That initial punch was merely a scare tactic from Brother Tiger, lacking in real force. Now, seeing Chu Feng audaciously block his strike, he felt as if his pride had been grievously wounded. He resolved to teach this ignorant fool a lesson, to impress upon him that in the presence of Brother Tiger, a tiger lies down, and a dragon coils. Thus, he swiftly retracted his fist, a glint of murder flashing in his eyes. You brought this upon yourself, don't blame me. Brother Tiger, first, I shall eliminate you, then revel with the goddess Lin, and subsequently seize your home. Brother Tiger declared with triumph, channeling his inner energy, concentrating all his might into his right fist. This punch possessed the potential to unleash a force akin to 1,000 pounds, easily capable of creating a gaping wound upon impact. As Brother Tiger's murderous intent became apparent, Lin Yue, seated upon the sofa, suddenly expressed a flicker of concern in her gaze. However, she quickly regained her composure, for she understood the true horror of Chu Feng's punch. Even her eyes, directed at Brother Tiger, radiated a sense of sympathy. Seeing Brother Tiger, oblivious to his own peril, daring to engage him, Chu Feng smiled once more, displaying skills before the master. In the next instant, Brother Hu, with unwavering resolve, delivered a devastating punch directly to Chu Feng's chest, intent on ending his life right there. He sought to demonstrate the might of his formidable strength, believing it to be an honor for Chu Feng to perish beneath his fist. A bloodthirsty, sinister expression began to creep across Brother Hu's face as he envisioned Chu Feng succumbing to his blow. It must be noted that with his newfound abilities, Brother Hu exuded an intimidating aura, the force of his punch generating a fierce gale around it. In the blink of an eye, his fist was less than an inch from Chu Feng's chest, contempt radiating from his eyes. However, in the next moment, he felt an inexplicable resistance against his punch, surprise flickering across his face. He focused and discovered that Chu Feng had once again grasped his fist with a single hand, leaving him utterly astonished. Earlier, he had merely intended to intimidate Chu Feng, holding back his full strength. Yet this time, he aimed to kill, unleashing 100% of his power. As an ability user, his punch could unleash a force akin to 1,000 pounds. A mere mortal would not only be unable to withstand it, but would likely be prostrated by the overwhelming pressure. How could this individual before him possibly catch his fist? What was happening? Had he also acquired powers? Brother Hu furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of murderous intent. Nevertheless, Chu Feng offered no response. The right hand that held Brother Hu's fist soon erupted with a tempestuous force. A storm began to swirl around his fist, gathering strength as if a typhoon were manifesting. Like a dragon dancing amidst lightning, the atmosphere crackled with energy, leaving Brother Hu momentarily paralyzed with shock. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying power surging before him, one he could not hope to withstand. Comparing fists with me? You've certainly bitten off more than you can chew. Chu Feng grinned, then without a moment's hesitation, he released Brother Hu's fist. Forming a fist with his right hand, he concentrated all the tempestuous energy into it and, striking with the swiftness of lightning, aimed a fierce blow at Brother Hu's face. The room erupted with a thunderous roar, a bizarre storm swirling into existence. The immense pressure rendered both Brother Hu and Lin Yue unable to open their eyes, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Boom! A deep, resounding crash echoed as Chu Feng's fist collided with Brother Hu's face. The latter, caught completely off guard, felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, crashing into his visage. Blood erupted. Flesh splattered. Chu Feng's punch obliterated Brother Hu's head, the overwhelming force radiating through his body and causing it to explode, transforming him into a grotesque mass smeared against the wall in the blink of an eye. The room was thick with the stench of blood, And with a look of disdain, Chu Feng flicked a piece of flesh off his fist, his face contorted with revulsion. In less than a minute, Chu Feng had vanquished Brother Hu, the wielder of extraordinary abilities, with a single punch. Although aware of the terrifying strength possessed by Chu Feng, Lin Yue still found herself curled up on the ground in a state of fear, the allure in her eyes quietly fading away. Chu Feng cast a calm glance at the flesh splattered on the wall, his expression unyielding. Brother Hu was merely a petty tyrant, taking advantage of the apocalypse. Eliminating him would indeed benefit society. Returning home, Chu Feng gently addressed the trembling Lin Yue, who finally managed to react. Quaking as she stood and followed him out of the room. Upon reaching the doorway, Lin Yue glanced back at Brother Hu, now reduced to a gruesome mess, and recalled the terrifying might of Chu Feng's punch, her gaze towards his back transforming into one of profound respect. In that moment, Chu Feng appeared as a harbinger of doom, while she felt like nothing more than a mere maid in the service of this apocalyptic deity. Chapter 32. Where is Brother Hu? He has already plastered himself against the wall. In the group chat of the Happy Communities group purchase, Brother Hu had already been absent for an hour, causing a wave of anxiety among the members. After all, Brother Hu represented their hope. Each person yearned to cling to his coattails, prompting a flurry of inquiries in the chat. Where's Brother Hu? It's been an hour and he hasn't said a word. Indeed, Brother Hu's silence has left me quite unsettled. What's the rush? It's only been an hour. Brother Hu typically takes at least 2. Haha. Not only is Brother Hu enjoying himself, but I reckon his wife is as well. I envy his lifestyle, being pampered with food and women. Isn't he the ultimate winner in this apocalypse? To those upstairs, if you were to gain supernatural abilities, you could bask in such elevated status as well. What a pity. I consumed that supernatural fruit last time and failed to gain any abilities. Otherwise, you might all have a sister-in-law too. Let us not be hasty. Brother Hu will surely return shortly to share the delightful experience with us. To be frank, Lin Yue is truly alluring. I imagine she must be quite delightful. Everyone awaited Brother Hu's return, eager for his account of Lin Yue's charms. In this apocalypse, while many hid away in their homes, those who were not alone certainly enjoyed a better experience. Meanwhile, back at home, Chu Feng chuckled at the messages. Still waiting for Brother Hu? He is currently reporting to the King of Hell. He then snapped a few pictures of food and water, posting them in the group chat. Spoiling beautiful women, providing food and shelter, who would want to starve in the apocalypse? As soon as he shared the images and message, envy sparked among the members. What the heck? How can there be so much food that comes with room and board? It's unbelievable. Is that a pile of steaks? And they're all tomahawk steaks. This guy has no conscience. Doesn't he think to share some with his family? Providing food and shelter. Where do you live? I'd love to drop by for a cup of tea. While others are starving, you're hoarding all this stuff. Is that really okay? It feels like the amount of food he has stockpiling is rivaling that of Chu Feng. Many in the group began to feel covetous, with several women finally unable to contain themselves and adding Chu Feng on Xin. However, they were all met with Chu Feng's stringent aesthetic standards and were promptly rejected. Some of Brother Hu's followers scoffed. It's just an online image. What can't you find on the internet? Youngsters, stop pretending. Let us see how long you can brag. Once Brother Hu finishes, you won't amount to anything. Ladies, don't be deceived. I sent a photo to providing food and shelter, and he blacklisted me. He is just trying to use our images for nefarious purposes. In these times, still thinking about such trivialities, the youth certainly have a fiery temperament. All these individuals remained in anticipation of Brother Hu's appearance. In their eyes, he was the most formidable man in Happy Community. Coupled with the food sent by Chu Feng, he would undoubtedly become the wealthiest man in the neighborhood. What then? Is the provision of food and shelter merely a charlatan indulging in his own desires? Meanwhile, Chu Feng, savoring a glass of red wine at home, found amusement in the irony. Is this not a case of sour grapes from those who cannot partake? He speaks of Tiger Brother with such familiarity. Yet he is now lost in his own delusions. The reason for sharing these images of food is clear. Chu Feng knows that the presence of only Li Zixi and Lin Yue cannot possibly satisfy his hunger. Who knows what the apocalypse may ultimately bring? Thus, he must swiftly amass more food and supplies. Only then can he hope to endure in this desolate world. Gently swirling the wine in his glass, the rich aroma exudes an air of elegance and sophistication, starkly contrasting with the survivors and the group lamenting their lack of sustenance. If they were to discover that Chu Feng's bounty was genuine, they would surely be astounded for a century. An hour slipped by, and dusk began to envelop the sky. Has Tiger Brother not concluded yet? How relentless. 2 hours have elapsed. How many shots must have been fired? Truly, he is the mightiest among those endowed with powers. Yet, something feels amiss. I know Tiger Brother well. Even if he were to take a break, he would send a message, but today seems unusually silent. I too sense something amiss. Is there anyone nearby who can check on him? upon realizing that Tiger Brother had yet to appear to share the delights of Lin Yue. Confusion swept through the group. Everyone recognized him as a man who relished showing off. Why was he so quiet today? Could something have gone awry? Yet, considering that Tiger Brother possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of shattering sandbags with a single punch and bending steel, it was hard not to feel reassured. However, Wang Chang, who shared a boxing gym with Tiger Brother and resided in the same building, felt a twinge of unease. He knew Tiger Brother well, even to the extent of knowing that his visits to the salon rarely exceeded 10 minutes. Why, then, was he taking so long today? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he decided to venture out to Tiger Brother's residence and even began streaming live, intending to let everyone listen for a hint of his sister-in-law's voice. The group quickly responded with enthusiasm. All right, Brother Wang Chang is reliable. He truly cares for the family. Consequently, they flocked to his live stream. Soon, nearly all the men in the happy community, along with some women, gathered in anticipation within the stream. Observing the growing audience, Wang Chang felt a surge of excitement. Leveraging his proximity to Tiger Brother, he resolved to seize the opportunity to forge a connection while also capturing the exhilarating sounds that might ensue. Before stepping outside, Wang Chang cautiously peered around the doorway to assess the situation in the corridor, wary of any lurking monsters that might shatter his skull. After confirming all was well, he quietly opened the door and stealthily made his way into the hallway. Since Tiger Brother resided above him, he chose the stairs, all the while holding his phone aloft to document the scene for the viewers in the live stream, whispering softly as he went, "Gentlemen, just above resides the abode of Brother Hu. Once everyone quiets down, I shall let you all hear what the voice of a sister-in-law sounds like." At this juncture, Wang Chang could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Even though he could not possess Lin Yue, merely listening to her voice would be a delightful indulgence. The netizens in the group were equally stirred, for this was the voice of the exquisite beauty, Lin Yue, from the happy community. Which man wouldn't yearn to hear it? They urged Wang Chang to hasten, fearing that if the two concluded their encounter, they would miss out on a grand opportunity. Before long, they ascended to the floor where Brother Hu resided, adeptly locating his home. However, upon reaching the doorstep, Wang Chang discovered that the door was ajar, igniting a fervent thrill within him. Not only could he hear her voice, but perhaps he might also glimpse something he ought not to see. The group members widened their eyes, preparing for a visual feast. Just then, a strong scent of blood wafted from within the room. Chapter 33. Has Brother Hu truly perished? Everyone is stunned. Alas, his sister-in-law is still a maiden. This scent is rather overwhelming, isn't it? Upon catching a whiff of the metallic aroma, Wang Chang involuntarily inhaled deeply, mistakenly believing it to be the aftermath of Lin Yue's innocence. This revelation sent the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy of envy, exclaiming how fortunate Brother Hu seemed. However, the pungent odor was rather off-putting. Could it be that his sister-in-law suffers from some gynecological ailment? Wang Chang mused, rubbing his nose. He then raised his phone, attentively listening at the doorway, only to discover an unsettling silence, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that a temporary truce was in effect, as they conserved their energy for a second round? With this thought, a lewd smile crept onto Wang Chang's face as he prepared to sneak a glimpse inside Brother Hu's room. Their camaraderie allowed him the liberty to jest in such a manner. Had it been someone else, he would likely have faced Brother Hu's wrath. Ahem, my dear friends. Allow me, Wang Chang, to present to you something quite extraordinary. Keep your eyes wide open. Those in the know immediately widened their eyes in anxious anticipation, fixating on the screen, fearing they might miss any scintillating moments. At this juncture, Wang Chang crouched down, slowly pushing open the door to Brother Hu's abode. The image that ignited his fervor already dancing in his mind. The live stream fell into an eerie silence, with the viewers' breaths growing shallow. As the door creaked open, Wang Chang lowered his body and stealthily entered. However, in the next instant, he felt as though he had stepped on something peculiar. Why did the floor feel so slick beneath his feet? Scratching his head in confusion, he lifted his foot to investigate. The camera followed suit, only for Wang Chang to freeze in place. At the moment he raised his foot, he was met with a sight of vivid crimson. A pool of what appeared to be blood saturating the floor. A grotesque piece of flesh lay before him, disturbingly adorned with a pinky finger, evoking a sense of horror. Recognizing it as human remains, Wang Chang stood there in shock. What is happening? He swallowed hard, a flicker of fear igniting in his gaze. He never fathomed he would tread upon a fragment of human flesh, the pinky grotesquely protruding, revealing stark white bone within, instilling a chilling dread. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this horrific scene through the lens, felt a wave of nausea surge within them. Is this human flesh? How did it end up in Brother Hu's home? It's utterly revolting. I feel like I might vomit. Something feels amiss, friends. Is it possible that Brother Hu is in peril? In an instant, the viewers sensed an ominous aura. Meanwhile, A bewildered Wang Chang seemed to grasp that something was awry. Hastily rising to his feet and surveying the room with alarm, the mere sight caused him to collapse in terror onto the floor. While the viewers in the live stream covered their mouths, their faces twisted in disgust. The room, once pristine with white walls, was now marred by streaks of crimson blood, with splatters of flesh plastered against the walls. Blood oozed from the remnants, dripping onto the floor with an ominous sound that sent shivers down the spine. The sanguine stains were not confined to the walls. They adorned the tables, the sofa, the television, and even the ceiling, an unsettling tableau reminiscent of a chamber from the depths of hell. My goodness! The scene before them had rendered the online audience utterly horrified, their eyes wide with fear as they sank to the ground. The viewers trembled, their hearts racing in a frenzy, for none had ever witnessed such a horrifying spectacle. Akin to a scene from a horror film. How terrifying! Was this truly human flesh? How revolting! How did they manage to smear the walls with? It seemed as though this individual had met a dreadful fate. What of Brother Hu? Surely he must know what transpired. Yes, we must find Brother Hu and inquire. Could it be that some mutated creature had invaded? Protect sister-in-law first. Moments later, the group finally grasped the gravity of the situation and clamored to locate Brother Hu. Perhaps he held the answers. Some even speculated that a mutant being had stormed in, only to be obliterated by Brother Hu's might. Regaining his composure, Wang Chang wasted no time and began frantically searching for Brother Hu throughout the premises. Yet, despite his thorough search, Brother Hu was nowhere to be found. He was not alone in this. Even Lin Yue had vanished. Instantly, panic surged within him, accompanied by a chilling thought. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a piece of flesh on the coffee table. Similar to the one at the entrance, this too was a grotesque remnant. A finger exposed with its skin turned inside out, revealing stark white bone. However, unlike the previous piece, this finger bore a ring. With a single glance, he recognized it as Brother Hu's ring. Brother Hu? Wang Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Brother Hu was dead? Stammering, he addressed the live stream, and his revelation ignited a frenzy among the viewers. Brother Hu is dead? Impossible. He is an ability user. Indeed, Brother Hu could obliterate a sandbag with a single punch. How could he have perished so easily? Mind your words, or Brother Hu might come for you. Could these remnants belong to Brother Hu? Ugh. Unthinkable. None of them believed Wang Chang's words. After all, Brother Hu was a survivor with extraordinary powers, regarded as a pillar of strength among them. How could he have met such an untimely end? I trained alongside Brother Hu in the same gym. I have seen him wear that very ring. Wang Chang, now composed, aimed the camera at the finger with the ring on the table, his hands still trembling from fear. The entire audience in the live stream fell silent, recalling the images of Brother Hu from previous broadcasts. I seem to recall having seen Brother Tiger wearing this ring. He even took it off when we were practicing with the sandbags. Yes, indeed, when he was singing with Fong Hong, he was playing with it. Could it be that Brother Tiger has truly been reduced to mere fragments? No. What exactly transpired? Where is Lin Yue? And what about Chu Feng? Did he not also arrive? Could it be that he is responsible for Brother Tiger's demise? How could that be? That lad is merely an ordinary person. What strength could he possibly possess to vanquish Brother Tiger? It is unfathomable that he has been reduced to a pile of flesh. Surely, the assailant must be some mutated creature? Soon enough, everyone grasped the grim reality that the remnants scattered across the room belonged to Brother Tiger, who had met his end. A wave of shock swept through each individual present, accompanied by profound confusion. Brother Tiger was so formidable. Who could have slain him? Could it be a formidable mutated being? Chapter 34. The useless fiancé, Han Feifei is furious. Upon learning of Brother Hu's demise, shock enveloped the entire group. No one had anticipated that the formidable Brother Hu, endowed with extraordinary powers, would meet such a tragic end within the confines of his own home. The gruesome nature of his death instilled a profound sense of dread in every survivor. Initially, everyone aspired to cling to Brother Hu's strength, patiently awaiting the arrival of governmental rescue. Yet with his death, that flicker of hope was extinguished. Brother Hu had proven to be utterly ineffectual. A mighty ability user felled so easily. In this apocalyptic era, the monstrosities outside vastly overshadowed the powers of any ability user. What was once perceived as a pillar of strength had now become mere flesh and ruin. In truth, Wang Hu was nothing more than a tyrant who abused his power. It was only due to his abilities that he was hailed as Brother Hu. Were there no other ability users in the community? Please, grant me a glimmer of hope. In the wake of Brother Hu's passing, former comrades who once hailed him as brother swiftly changed their tune. This transformation bewildered Chu Feng. Yet he soon came to understand the nature of humanity in such dire times. Regardless of the apocalypse, individuals only extend their respect to those they deem beneficial. Should that utility vanish, so too does their loyalty. But what of Chu Feng? Had he not escorted Lin Yue to Brother Hu's residence? Was he also lost? And Lin Yue, such a beautiful woman. How could one let such a treasure go to waste? Indeed, had Chu Feng fled? The discussions within the group reignited, but this time, the focus was almost entirely on Chu Feng. Everyone was acutely aware that he had brought Lin Yue to Brother Hu's home, with Brother Hu deceased. Where could he possibly be? Had he perished alongside him? At that moment, Chu Feng accessed another account and began to respond in the group. I had just delivered Lin Yue to Brother Hu's house when he ordered me to leave. Moments later, I witnessed a mutated parrot, over a meter in length, dash into the house, and I fled in terror. I only heard a cry for help from within before silence enveloped everything. I am not an ability user. I was powerless to save Brother Hu. He even included a terrified emoji to emphasize his point. As he concluded his message, a chuckle escaped him, clearly pleased with his performance. Indeed, the members of the group, upon hearing his account, grew even more frantic. I bet it was a monster that killed Brother Hu. My goodness. First a mutated gray wolf, now a parrot. What next? Zombies. Chu Feng, you are no man at all. Why didn't you confront it? Exactly. How could you leave Brother Hu behind? Moreover, what purpose does your survival serve? Before you die, at least send your stored supplies to my home. As Chu Feng read the brazen comments from these shameless individuals, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent sparked in his eyes before dissipating as quickly as it had come. He understood that not a single person in the group possessed noble intentions. Each was fixated on the supplies he had hoarded for the impending apocalypse. Even wishing for his own demise, Chu Feng was aware that he would disappoint them. Not only would he survive, but he indulged daily in sumptuous feasts in the company of beautiful women, living a life of carefree luxury. What would they think if they knew that I was the one who killed Brother Hu? I am the entity they must look up to with reverence. Chu Feng coldly chuckled while toying with the goblet in his hand. Meanwhile, Lin Yue stood by, still haunted by the brutal image of Chu Feng's fist delivering the fatal blow to Brother Hu, gazing at him with eyes as gentle as a kitten. On the other side, Wang Chang returned home from Brother Hu's residence, taking a long sip of water to soothe his parched throat. Yet, he trembled slightly, the horrific sight of Brother Hu's demise flashing before his eyes. Why did you come back empty-handed? Did you not ask Brother Hu for food? A woman, dressed in a floral dress and possessing considerable charm, stood before Wang Chang, hands on her hips, her voice filled with ire. Despite her pale complexion from hunger, her beauty shone through, presenting a delicate allure. This woman was Wang Chang's fiancée, Han Feifei. Since their engagement, they had been living together. And the recent apocalyptic days felt like an eternity for them both. The reason was simple: their home had become devoid of sustenance. If this continued, they would inevitably starve. Wang Chang had gone to Brother Hu's house at Han Feifei's suggestion, knowing their strong bond, and that Brother Hu had acquired supernatural powers. Along with food supplied by Chu Feng, she had urged Wang Chang to request some provisions. However, to her dismay, her unworthy fiancé had returned empty-handed. The more Han Feifei thought about it, the angrier she became, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Chang, who was gasping for breath on the sofa. She lamented her poor judgment in choosing to become engaged to such a useless man. Seeing Han Feifei's anger, Wang Chang forced a smile. Feifei, please don't be upset. It's not that I returned empty-handed, but Brother Hu is dead. What? Brother Hu is dead? The news left Han Feifei in a state of shock. Since her phone was charging, she had been unaware that the news of Brother Hu's death had already spread through the group chat. Wang Chang swallowed hard and nodded, recounting the gruesome details of what he had witnessed. This caused Han Feifei's brows to furrow in concern. In truth, Han Feifei had a plan to abandon Wang Chang and seek refuge with Brother Hu. After all, he was an extraordinary being capable of protecting her. Moreover, with Chu Feng as a source of provisions, she believed she could thrive in Brother Hu's presence. Now that Brother Hu was dead, her plans lay in ruins. Fueling her anger as she pointed an accusing finger at Wang Chang and unleashed a torrent of harsh words. Dead is dead. How could you return empty-handed? I was truly blind to have accepted your proposal. I never anticipated your utter ineptitude. With these words, Han Feifei, her eyes wide with indignation, extended her leg clad in silk stockings and forcefully kicked Wang Chang in the chest. After enduring the blow, Wang Chang merely rubbed his chest and managed a wry smile. Quickly rising to his feet and bending towards Han Feifei, saying, Feifei, please be careful. It would be unfortunate to injure your leg. Wang Chang, self-aware of his average appearance, regarded his engagement to a beauty of Han Feifei's caliber as a stroke of ancestral fortune. Hence, he had always indulged her, never daring to retaliate against her scorn or reproach. To him, Han Feifei was nothing short of a goddess. With their impending marriage, Wang Chang treasured her even more. Kneeling on the ground to begin massaging her feet, witnessing his spinelessness and ineffectiveness, Han Feifei's frustration only intensified. Chapter 35, Hungry? First, send your wife over. Wang Chang. I've lost 5 pounds in these few days. Do you want me to continue starving? Han Feifei exclaimed, sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, visibly agitated. This left Wang Chong in a state of panic. When the apocalypse struck, their household had not stockpiled much food. Yet he had endeavored to ensure Han Feifei received the majority of what little they had. Meanwhile, he had already shed over 10 pounds. As a result, his physique, once robust from boxing, had become noticeably leaner, with even his muscles beginning to fade. That very afternoon, he had prepared the last pack of instant noodles and served it to Han Feifei, watching as she consumed it bite by bite, leaving himself with merely a spoonful of broth. This was all that remained of their provisions. As Han Feifei had pointed out, if he did not devise a plan to procure more food, they would both perish from starvation in that desolate place. Feifei, don't worry. I will definitely find something to eat. I can't let my precious darling starve. Wang Chong rushed to her side, anxiety etched on his face. Seeing his fiancée's delicate yet gaunt cheeks only heightened his concern. Don't just talk. You need to take action. Do you think food will come just by speaking about it? Men are all the same. Your words are as deceptive as a ghost. Han Feifei's frustration escalated upon hearing Wang Chong's reassurances. She was also applying pressure on him to urgently find a solution, as she had no intention of dying of hunger before rescue arrived. In her mind, she began contemplating staying at the neighborly Ji's house for a while. Although she found that lecherous man repugnant, her desperation for sustenance overshadowed her distaste. Even though she was engaged to Wang Chong, she felt there was little she wouldn't do for a morsel of food. Moreover, she knew of a group offering meals and lodging, which was always on the lookout for beautiful women. Han Feifei believed that with her looks, she could easily secure food there, even if it meant compromising herself. It seemed a better alternative than starving alongside Wang Chong, whom she deemed useless. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng began pacing the room, pondering a solution, and even picked up his phone in search of useful information. He could not bear to see his precious fiancée suffer alongside him, so he was determined to find food. Eureka! Feifei, I have a plan. A moment later, Wang Chong slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming with newfound hope as he returned to Han Feifei's side with fervor. Feifei, Chu Feng is not dead. Upon hearing this, Han Feifei paused, her expression one of confusion. What does that have to do with us? Listen, Wang Chong, don't waste my time. If you don't find food today, I will either go to Li Ji's house or send photos to that meal and lodging group right now. This caused Wang Chong to shiver involuntarily, and he quickly explained, Feifei, have you forgotten? Chu Feng's family has stockpiled quite a bit of food. We can simply call him to borrow some. Moreover, that scoundrel has always been treated like a servant by Hu Go. I believe that once we make our move, we can certainly procure a significant amount of food from him. Wang Chong was well aware that Chu Feng was the head of a group buying station and that Hu Go frequently bossed him around, even compelling him to deliver food during the apocalypse. Thus, he regarded Chu Feng as little more than a servant. Although he had not gained any supernatural abilities, his physique remained formidable enough to exert considerable pressure on the young man. He could even leverage Hu Ji's name to extort some provisions from him. Upon hearing Wang Chong's suggestion, Han Feifei immediately regained her composure and began to analyze the situation seriously. Such a shrewd individual quickly grasped Wang Chong's plan and urged him to contact Chu Feng without delay. Coincidentally, Chu Feng's alternate name on Fei Xin was accompanied by his phone number, which he had left for the convenience of the residents. Without further hesitation, Wang Cheng promptly dialed Chu Feng's number. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was leisurely gnawing on chicken feet when he suddenly heard his phone ringing. Upon checking, he discovered it was an unfamiliar number and, puzzled, swiped to answer. Who were you looking for? He asked, spitting out a chicken bone. Is this Chu Feng? Wang Chong's tone turned icy at the thought of the scoundrel on the other end of the line. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the caller's intentions. However, he understood that anyone calling him at this juncture was likely seeking food, so his tone was equally curt. Spit it out quickly. Don't disturb me while I'm enjoying my chicken feet. Wang Chong, fueled by Chu Feng's arrogance, responded with fervor. Kid, I'm Wang Chong. From the same building as you, remember? Oh, Wang Chong, the one with the rather provocative fiancée? Chu Feng reflected for a moment before speaking. He recalled Wang Cheng, who was akin to Hu Go, albeit less ostentatious. He often saw Wang Chong's fiancée donning stockings and a revealing top to collect items from the group buying station, frequently flirting with handsome young men. She could be aptly described as a siren. Furthermore, Chu Feng was aware that Han Feifei had agreed to marry Wang Chong primarily for the substantial compensation from a demolition project. Otherwise, how could an ordinary man like Wang Chong ever hope to enjoy the company of such a stunning woman? This information had come from the casual conversations of gossiping Annies at the community entrance. Recalling the sight of Han Feifei's alluring legs clad in stockings piqued Chu Feng's interest. However, upon hearing Chu Feng insult his beloved, Wang Chong's forehead tightened with fury his fists clenched tightly, radiating a palpable rage. "Watch your words," he warned. "Let me tell you, I'm sworn brothers with Hugo. You have 10 minutes to deliver half of your food to my place. If you're even a minute late, beware, for I shall personally pay you a visit." However, Wang Chang's threatening words only elicited amusement from Chu Feng. "What about brother Hu? He has already frozen against the wall. What are you pretending for? You expect me to deliver food to you? Dream on. Even in this apocalyptic scenario, you still wish to play these games with me? I doubt you're truly formidable." Chu Feng unleashed a torrent of words, leaving Wang Chang utterly bewildered. He could never have anticipated that Chu Feng, this audacious fellow, would be so defiant. "I advise you to speak to me respectfully." "Respectfully? Not a chance." Chu Feng showed no regard for Wang Chang's authority. This infuriated Wang Chang to no end. "You insolent brat. I know where you live. Do you believe I want to raze your home to the ground? Then you'll end up just like brother Hu, plastered against the wall." Chu Feng tossed aside the chicken claw he had been holding and laughed. "Oh, you dare to threaten me? Come to my house and try it. Let me tell you, Wang Chang, if you want food from me, you must first deliver your wife. Otherwise, get lost." Chapter 36. What if? I accompany Chu Feng for an entire night? After casting this remark, Chu Feng unhesitatingly hung up the phone, his face adorned with a look of disdain. How dare he? "Chu Feng, are you courting death?" On this side, upon hearing Chu Feng utter such words to his wife, Wang Chang's veins bulged with rage, nearly causing him to explode on the spot. Han Feifei was his cherished treasure, throughout their acquaintance, engagement, and up to now. He had never dared to lay a finger on her. Yet, here was Chu Feng, brazenly offering to send his wife over. What could Chu Feng possibly be up to? Wang Chang knew all too well. To dare covet my wife, this brat must be tired of living. Wang Chang fumed. Meanwhile, Han Feifei, who eavesdropped on their conversation, began to contemplate. In truth, as the elderly ladies at the community entrance had remarked, she harbored no affection for Wang Chang. Her association with him was purely motivated by the compensation from the demolition project. Wang Chang was merely the most sycophantic of her suitors. The rationale behind their engagement was straightforward. Once they acquired their marriage certificate, she would devise a method to secure that demolition compensation for herself, subsequently divorcing him. In this manner, that sum would belong to her. However, no one anticipated that an apocalyptic event would abruptly shatter her plans. In the face of catastrophe, what worth is money? Having food and water is the true treasure. Observing Wang Chang struggling to procure even a morsel to eat, while Chu Feng's household was stocked with ample provisions, Han Feifei instantly perceived Wang Chang as inconsequential in comparison to Chu Feng. Even his looks and physique paled in comparison. Most crucially, Han Feifei recognized that Chu Feng was merely in his early 20s, inexperienced in matters of the heart, making him exceedingly easy to manipulate. Once he fell into the hands of a seasoned player like herself, he would undoubtedly become the next Wang Chang. Han Feifei held unwavering confidence in her abilities. Otherwise, Wang Chang would not have willingly fawned over her for 3 years. Simultaneously, she took pride in her own allure. Once she encountered Chu Feng, she would merely need to employ a few subtle tactics to have him trailing behind her like a devoted puppy. Once she controlled all the food supplies, Han Feifei felt certain that she would eventually await salvation from the state. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile of cunning crept upon her lips. Just then, she turned to see Wang Chang's enraged expression, which only intensified her disdain. In comparison to the youthful, tall, and handsome Chu Feng, Wang Chang appeared akin to a pig, muscles without intellect, and now, even those muscles were rapidly diminishing. This was precisely why, for 3 years, Han Feifei had never allowed Wang Chang to so much as touch her. Deep down, she had no fondness for this simple-minded, brawny individual. If he refused to provide me with sustenance, then I shall broadcast your address in the group chat. Rest assured, there will be those who come to pay that little pest a visit. Dare to provoke me, and you shall not find respite. With that, Wang Chang prepared to disseminate the floor and door number of Chu Feng's residence in several group chats. He knew that everyone was currently starving, and undoubtedly, some would personally arrive to confront that little brat. Seeing Wang Chang's lack of sense, Han Feifei rolled her eyes and kicked his phone away. Feifei, what are you doing? Wang Chang stared at her in confusion. Are you foolish, Wang Chang? You shared Chu Feng's location in the group. What if someone comes to rob us? Are we to starve to death here? Han Feifei's voice was filled with urgency. Chu Feng is our only hope now. We absolutely cannot let others get ahead of us. Wang Chang hesitated for a moment, scratching his head before responding. But that guy Chu Feng won't share food with us. I will never agree to his sordid demands. This left Han Feifei glaring at him with wide eyes. So you're not going to listen to me now? You dare to retort. Alarmed, Wang Chang quickly shook his head, forcing a sheepish smile. No. I would never dare to contradict you, Feifei. I was just so angry. I never imagined that Chu Feng would dare to covet you. He truly overestimates his own abilities. Wang Chang clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. However, to Han Feifei, this only appeared as a display of impotence. Ah, a young man in his 20s dares to have designs on me. He clearly does not understand his own limitations. Don't speak of your anger. I'm furious too. Feifei is right. That scoundrel will meet his demise sooner or later. Observing Han Feifei's attitude soften towards him, Wang Chang redirected his fury towards Chu Feng, eagerly agreeing. So, I think we should share his location, eventually. Someone will come to teach him a lesson. Isn't he so arrogant? I want to see how he holds up against those starving people. Wang Chang remained convinced of the validity of his thoughts, oblivious to the fact that Han Feifei regarded him as a fool. You must have a serious issue. If Chu Feng's food is taken, what good does that do us? We will still be left weak and starving. At this point, Han Feifei's eyes sparkled, feigning a coy demeanor. Wang Chang, you wouldn't want to watch us perish here, would you? Wang Chang nodded fervently as if he were a puppet. In my opinion, I should endure a bit of humiliation. You could agree to his terms, and I could keep him company for a night. No, absolutely not. Before Han Feifei could finish her sentence, Wang Chang leapt to his feet, furious. Feifei, don't listen to that scoundrel's nonsense. Even if you went, he wouldn't give us food. I know exactly what he is thinking. I would rather die than let you go. Han Feifei rolled her eyes and shot him a fierce glare. Try raising your voice at me again. Wang Chang quickly covered his mouth and lowered his head. Yet, internally, he was in turmoil. As a man, he understood the deceptive nature of men's hearts all too well. The thought of sending his beloved wife to that man was more unbearable than death itself. He loved Han Feifei dearly, considering her his very life, and thus, he would never allow such a thing to happen. After a moment of calm, Wang Chang spoke once more. Feifei, you are my wife. I cannot allow you to take this risk. This fellow is no longer as easily deceived as before. If Hu Gu were still around, he might have been manageable. But now that Hu Gu is gone, he has begun to play mind games, so his words cannot be trusted. Wang Chang looked at Han Feifei with concern, fearing that she would insist on her own plans. He had already made up his mind. If Han Feifei truly insisted on accompanying Chu Feng, he would perish before her eyes. Squat down and let me finish speaking, Han Feifei said with irritation. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang promptly complied and squatted on the ground. Do you really think I would allow that brat to succeed? Listen to me. When the time comes, we will go to his house. I will entice him to open the door, and you will stand guard nearby. As soon as Chu Feng opens the door, you rush in and seize the food in his room. You are a boxing coach. Dealing with a young man should pose no challenge, should it? Chapter 37. It's all right. I brought Yuding. Upon hearing Han Feifei's words, Wang Chang was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously inquired, Feifei, are you implying that we are going to seize Chu Feng? Without hesitation, Han Feifei nodded, raising an eyebrow as she regarded Wang Chang. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Wang Chang quickly shook his head. But, if others discover that we are robbing him, won't that be problematic? Unlike the brazen demeanor of brother Hu, Wang Chang, though physically imposing, harbored a certain timidity. At times, he even found himself less daring than Han Feifei. Externally, he clamored for vengeance against Chu Feng, yet when it came to actual action, he hesitated. Wang Chang, are you even a man? Han Feifei stood up in frustration, startling Wang Chang into a shudder. In this apocalypse, are you still fixated on such trivial matters? Even if we don't rob Chu Feng, there will be others who will. Do you wish to watch me starve to death? With that, Han Feifei strode forward, preparing to leave. This startled Wang Chang, who hastily grasped her clothing. No, Feifei, you absolutely cannot go and accompany him. He could not bear the thought of his fiancée being toyed with by another man. Yet, the prospect of robbing Chu Feng filled him with an inexplicable dread. It wasn't merely fear. He had never engaged in any illicit activities. And although he harbored thieving thoughts, he lacked the audacity. Moreover, Wang Chang understood the importance of camaraderie in this dire world. What if news of their robbery spread, leading to their ostracization? Han Feifei regarded the cowardly Wang Chang with contempt, mentally berating him as useless. Had it not been for the yet-to-be-received demolition compensation, she would have long ago sought out other men. In contrast to Wang Chang, Han Feifei was astute. Over the past 3 years, she had skillfully manipulated him while simultaneously extracting money from other suitors. Thus, such a disposition would never allow her to remain passive amidst the apocalypse. She recognized that if she continued to follow the spineless Wang Chang, she would inevitably perish here. As a beautiful and youthful woman, she was a coveted prize for men. Yet without a formidable partner in this chaotic world, she understood her fate would be grim. Not only could starvation await her, but the prospect of becoming carrion in the wilderness loomed as well. Consequently, she resolved not to rely on Wang Chang and began contemplating her next course of action. However, she knew that Wang Chang still held some utility for her, and for their expedition to Chu Feng's residence, she needed to bring him along. in the event of danger. With this fool's ingrained sycophantic nature, she might find an opportunity to flee. Thus, forcing a semblance of a smile, she reassured Wang Chang, "Do not worry. I will not abandon you. When the time comes, I will bring back food exchanged from Chu Feng." Buzz. Upon hearing Han Feifei's words, Wang Chang was instantly overcome with tears. This was the first time in 3 years that he had sensed such concern from her. His eyes became moist. But the thought that his fiancée was willing to exchange herself for food made him vehemently shake his head. "No, Feifei, absolutely not. This cannot be done. Chu Feng is a despicable man." Han Feifei gazed at his pathetic demeanor with cold disdain, pondering how someone like him could ever step into the boxing ring. "Since you say it's impossible, what do you suggest? Shall we simply starve to death here until our bodies decay and maggots emerge?" she stated without hesitation, exuding an aura of icy resolve. This left Wang Chang somewhat at a loss. He longed to bring every morsel from Chu Feng's home to Han Feifei, yet feared the isolation that would follow if the other survivors learned of it. However, without taking such action, their fate was sealed, and they would inevitably perish from hunger. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that perhaps Han Feifei could visit Chu Feng's home, ensuring that neither would face starvation. Yet, as soon as this notion arose, Wang Chang felt as if his face had been brutally trampled underfoot, igniting an intense frustration within him. Observing Wang Chang's impotent fury, Han Feifei had grown weary of his indecisiveness and bluntly declared, "Fine, I shall go to Chu Feng's house myself. It's just for one night. I will return swiftly." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang resembled a rabid hound, his eyes tinged with crimson, and his fists clenched tightly. "Feifei, no, you mustn't." Witnessing Wang Chang teetering on the brink of madness, Han Feifei felt a twinge of fear, anxious that he might act impulsively and jeopardize her plan. Thus, she reluctantly reached out to ruffle his hair. "Rest assured, I have ample experience dealing with men. I have evaded you for 3 years. How could he possibly lay a finger on me?" Upon uttering these words, Han Feifei immediately covered her mouth, realizing her mistake. Wang Chang, incensed, paused at her statement and looked up at her. "Feifei, what do you mean? Are you implying that you—" Recalling how Han Feifei had never allowed him to touch her over the past 3 years deepened his anguish. Seizing the moment, Han Feifei, now resolute, slapped Wang Chang across the face, the sharp sound reverberating through the living room. Wang Chang, bewildered, clutched his face, gazing at her in confusion. "Feifei, did I say something wrong?" Han Feifei, her anger boiling over, pointed at his head and exclaimed, "Wang Chang, what are you thinking? What do you take me for? I am willing to sacrifice myself for your survival in exchange for food, yet you doubt my intentions towards you? If I truly harbored ulterior motives, would I willingly agree to marry you?" Her words pierced through Wang Chang, awakening him to the reality of the situation. Indeed, the beloved woman is already engaged to him and on the brink of marriage. What schemes could she possibly harbor? Even if there were any, they would surely pertain to the profound plans for their future family. "Wang Chang, oh Wang Chang, how could you regard your own woman in such a light?" He berated himself internally, wishing he could deliver a sharp slap to his own face. "Feifei, please don't be angry. I am truly sorry." He hastily apologized to Han Feifei. Upon witnessing his contrition, Han Feifei felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then briefly tidied her attire and adorned herself with an exquisite makeup. "Wait at home for me. I will bring you something to eat." With that, Han Feifei prepared to leave Wang Chang to seek out Chu Feng. "As for bringing you food? Ha! What a fool's dream." Watching Han Feifei, clad in black stockings and revealing her graceful neck, prepare to depart, Wang Chang hurriedly approached her and said, "What if that fellow Chu Feng has ulterior motives towards you?" Han Feifei turned, her demeanor languid, and replied, "It's all right. I have you ting with me." Chapter 38. I adore your flamboyant appearance, Bus. Han Feifei's words struck Wang Chang like a thunderclap, resounding in his mind with an intensity that left him momentarily dazed. In that instant, his vision blurred with a crimson haze, and a dull roar filled his ears. The very next moment, with a fierce determination that nearly shattered his composure, Wang Chang gritted his teeth and declared, "Feifei, I shall accompany you. Today, I am determined to seize everything that Chu Feng possesses. After all, he is merely the leader of a group purchase station. I shall not be outmatched by him." Clenching his fists, a fierce expression adorned his face. Upon hearing Wang Chang's proclamation, Han Feifei, who was poised to exit, abruptly halted, turning to gaze at him with fervent excitement. "Really? You truly wish to accompany me?" In reality, her earlier remarks were intended to provoke Wang Chang. She had not anticipated that he would take the bait. While Chu Feng was undeniably enticing, he paled in comparison to Wang Chang, a man she had skillfully manipulated for 3 years. Moreover, the uncertainty of potential dangers along the way made Wang Chang her most reliable shield. "I have made up my mind. I cannot allow you to endure such humiliation." Wang Chang nodded resolutely. He then fixed a serious gaze upon Han Feifei. Fei Fei, if we find ourselves ostracized by the other survivors, you will remain by my side. One to you? Despite her extreme aversion towards Wang Chang, Han Fei Fei compelled herself to nod in agreement for the sake of forthcoming opportunities. Rest assured, no matter what transpires, I shall remain by your side. Her words provided Wang Chang with a much-needed sense of reassurance, alleviating his anxiety. His greatest fear was to lose the woman he cherished most. By the way, you should call Chu Feng now and inform him that I will be joining him tonight. Ask him to prepare 10 steaks, 2 cases of instant noodles, and 2 barrels of drinking water. Wang Chang was momentarily taken aback. His expression one of confusion as he looked up at Han Fei Fei, unsure of why she made such a request when she had said he would accompany her. Are you foolish? If we don't present him with conditions, he will undoubtedly grow suspicious. This is merely a smokescreen. Do you understand? A flicker of disdain crossed Han Fei Fei's eyes. Although Wang Chang grasped the rationale behind her words, the notion of his beloved woman spending time with Chu Feng stirred discomfort within him. Nevertheless, spurred by Han Fei Fei's urging, he dialed Chu Feng. At that moment, Chu Feng was at home, frowning at a wall of wisteria on his balcony. This particular wisteria had initially thrived on the first floor, but under the influence of the blood mist, it seemed to have mutated, growing overnight to the 20th floor and threatening to envelop the entire building. This bizarre phenomenon left Chu Feng perplexed, pondering where the plant derived its sustenance and whether it possessed any aggressive tendencies. Just then, he received a call from Wang Chang, and a smirk curved his lips as he answered. I will only provide you with 3 barrels of instant noodles. Do not entertain any other notions. Upon hearing Wang Chang's demands, Chu Feng responded with a cold chuckle. Well, do you truly believe yourself to be the proprietor of a supermarket? Although I have amassed a considerable stock of provisions, I am not one to distribute wealth indiscriminately. If you wish to accompany me for a night, the quantity of food offered must reflect your worth. Upon hearing Chu Feng's response, Han Fei Fei assertively snatched the phone, declaring, I will be with you for an entire night. And if you cannot even part with this meager amount of supplies, it seems you lack sincerity. Yet, Chu Feng remained resolute, unyielding in his stance. What if I lack sincerity? The offer of a night together is my utmost bid, a gesture of goodwill towards you. At the mention of Chu Feng extending a courtesy to Han Fei Fei, Wang Chang's jealousy surged anew, while Han Fei Fei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This was her first instance discussing such an arrangement with another man in the presence of her fiancé, and it undeniably made her feel somewhat awkward. In that case, I can only accompany you for an hour. I must depart after that. Han Fei Fei stood her ground, striving to secure the most advantageous outcome for herself. I said an entire night. If you are unwilling, then let it be. Spare me your incessant chatter. Chu Feng's growing impatience was evident, prompting Han Fei Fei to quickly amend her words, fearful of losing this opportunity. One night it is. Prepare your things, and I shall come over immediately. On the other end of the line, Chu Feng chuckled. You would do well to dress attractively. I have a penchant for your more flamboyant self. Han Fei Fei's fair complexion turned a vivid shade of crimson, and she hastily terminated the call. Meanwhile, Wang Chang was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. I swear I won't rest until I deal with him. As a boxing coach, Wang Chang possessed the capability to overpower Chu Feng entirely, provided, of course, that Chu Feng had not awakened his latent abilities. In an effort to ensure her plan's success, Han Fei Fei offered Wang Chang a rare word of comfort, which barely managed to soothe his agitation. However, this only heightened her disdain for him. How can you expect to achieve great things when another man can provoke you so easily? You are utterly useless. Han Fei Fei seethed inwardly. Before long, the two had gathered their belongings. Han Fei Fei carried a handbag containing a small fruit knife for emergencies, while Wang Chang retrieved a hefty iron hammer from his toolbox, satisfied as he swung it through the air a couple of times. Subsequently, they made their way out, with Han Fei Fei deliberately lagging behind to allow Wang Chang to lead the way. Even without her maneuvering, he would have done so. For one must never underestimate the lengths to which a devoted admirer will go. Fortunately, residing on the 17th floor meant that the mist of blood had not yet seeped upwards, allowing them to scrutinize their surroundings within the corridor clearly. Nonetheless, the eerie silence of the hallway was unsettling. Han Fei Fei closely followed Wang Chang, cautiously surveying their environment, her right hand gripping his clothing, prepared to either push him forward or pull him back at the first sign of danger. As they traversed the quiet corridor and arrived at the elevator, Wang Chang began to feel a twinge of fear. Yet, the thought that his actions were for Han Fei Fei's sake caused him to tighten his grip on the iron hammer. Fei Fei, do not be afraid. Stay close to me. Han Fei Fei surveyed her surroundings, nervously nodding. Ding. The elevator promptly came to a halt. And at the moment the doors opened, Han Fei Fei, with her petite frame, dashed inside the elevator. Meanwhile, Wang Chang held a large iron hammer, cautiously observing the situation behind him. Only when the elevator doors closed did they both exhale in relief. Fei Fei, I believe we should eliminate Chu Feng directly. By doing so, we can seize all his provisions and take over his room. Wang Chong suddenly proposed to Han Feifei. This unexpected suggestion left Han Feifei somewhat taken aback. She never anticipated that this seemingly ineffectual man harbored such ambition. She offered him a few words of praise, which instantly bolstered Wang Chong's confidence. Chapter 39. Your marital relationship seems quite unsettled. The elevator doors slowly slid open. Feifei, stay close to me. Don't wander off, Wang Chong whispered, gripping the axe tightly in his hand as he cautiously peeked around before stepping out of the elevator. Despite his anxiety, the presence of his beloved woman compelled him to muster his courage. The notion of having just killed Chu Feng and usurping his home was a bravado he had voiced aloud, driven by his devotion to her. Feifei replied dismissively, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings with trepidation, wary of any impending danger. Once we've dealt with Chu Feng and seized his property, we won't have to worry about food and shelter anymore. Wang Chang, reveling in his scheme, could not resist boasting to Feifei. To his surprise, she shot him a fierce glare. Wang Chang, are you foolish? Do you want everyone to know our plan? Realizing his blunder, Wang Chang quickly covered his mouth, offering a sheepish smile as he fell silent. Soon, they approached Chu Feng's residence, the corridor remaining eerily quiet, devoid of any disturbances, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Since Chu Feng's home is just a short distance away, I'll knock on the door first. When he opens it, you rush in and wedge the hammer in the doorframe to gain entry, Feifei instructed in a hushed tone. Upon hearing her words, Wang Chong swallowed hard, his nerves causing his hands to tremble. Though he appeared robust and imposing, beneath that facade lay a coward. Yet, for Feifei's sake, he summoned the strength to nod affirmatively. Can you handle this, Wang Chong? Don't falter at a critical moment, Feifei remarked, her earlier confidence in him dwindling as she observed his trembling demeanor. She could have undertaken this mission alone, but he insisted on accompanying her, and to her, he felt more like a burden. Nevertheless, having advanced this far, she could only hope for Wang Chong to rise to the occasion and indeed eliminate Chu Feng to claim his home. Should the authorities investigate later, she could easily shift the blame entirely onto him. I can do it, Wang Chong stammered, swallowing again as he nodded vigorously. Feifei, exhaling in resignation, felt a flicker of hope. With her plans set in motion, she retrieved a small mirror from her bag, tidied her hair, and applied a fresh coat of lipstick. Satisfied with her appearance, she believed her beauty would be sufficient to ensnare that insufferable Chu Feng, allowing her to claim his home without needing Wang Chong at all. As Wang Chong observed Han Feifei meticulously adorn herself, intent on employing her beauty to entice Chu Feng into opening the door, he felt a profound discomfort within. Be clever. With that remark, Han Feifei sashayed toward the entrance of Chu Feng's abode. Knock, knock, knock. I am Han Feifei, I've arrived, she announced immediately after rapping on the door, while subtly signaling Wang Chong to conceal himself, lest he be spotted by the opening door. Simultaneously, within the confines of the room, Chu Feng chuckled. A man and a woman stood outside. The man, robust in stature, wielded a hammer, while the woman carried a fruit knife in her bag. Zixi, possessing the alert ability, stood with her eyes closed in the middle of the living room, instantly sensing Wang Chang and Han Feifei outside the door, including the weapons they bore. This was one of the functions of her alert ability, albeit limited to the vicinity of the house. Beyond that, it proved ineffective. Without Zixi needing to report, Chu Feng was already aware of the situation outside. In truth, from the moment they entered the elevator, he had been privy to their movements, even overhearing their conversation. This illustrated the formidable nature of Chu Feng's basic perception. Nodding at Zixi, he observed with keen interest Han Feifei standing outside, along with Wang Chang squatting near the elevator, ready to charge with his heavy hammer. Han Feifei's figure was alluringly curvaceous, while Wang Chong, despite his muscular build, appeared somewhat weakened due to days without sustenance. A smirk of disdain crept across Chu Feng's lips. The notion of two ordinary individuals, devoid of any abilities, attempting to eliminate him and reclaim his residence struck him as laughable. Even the formidable tiger brother, who possessed powers, had fallen to a single blow from him. What chance did these two stand? Coincidentally, a voice-activated camera was installed outside Chu Feng's door, allowing him to clearly see Han Feifei standing there without needing to activate his perception. It must be said, Han Feifei was indeed a captivating woman. Cunningly, Han Feifei noticed the camera overhead and hurriedly urged Wang Chong to hide, fearful of being seen by Chu Feng. She then tilted her head, playfully tossing her hair and casting flirtatious glances at the camera, exuding an air of seduction. Such brazen allure, Chu Feng remarked with disdain. Yet he cared not for her identity as long as she could serve as a useful pawn. At this moment, Li Zixi opened her eyes and addressed Chu Feng. They are armed. There may be a plot. Despite her proclamation, an air of calmness enveloped her, as the sense of security bestowed by Chu Feng rendered her untroubled. She even entertained the notion that the muscular man would hardly withstand a punch from Chu Feng. Chu Feng, maintaining his composure, replied, "I thought you might grow weary with Lin Yue, so I shall find you a companion." His gaze then shifted to the slender figure of Han Feifei displayed on the camera screen. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Li Zixi momentarily paused, and a complex array of emotions surged within her. She was acutely aware of Chu Feng's unspoken implications, yet a subtle pang of jealousy began to unfurl within her. Now, with both herself and Lin Yue by Chu Feng's side, the prospect of another woman stirred a sense of unease within her. However, upon reflection, Li Zixi found solace in the thought that, regardless of which woman stood before Wang Chang, the treatment seemed to be uniformly indifferent. Moments later, Chu Feng activated the voice camera and inquired toward the door, "Where's Wang Chang?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's question, Han Feifei feigned composure and replied, "What would I bring him here for?" Meanwhile, hidden near the elevator, Wang Chang felt a deep ache within, gripping the heavy iron hammer in his hand, contemplating teaching Chu Feng a lesson. Chu Feng, on the other hand, chuckled, sensing the discord between Wang Chang and Han Feifei in their marital relationship. Chapter 40. Oh no. My wife has been taken away by Chu Feng. Aware of the conspiracy between the two, Chu Feng did not expose Han Feifei's deception, but instead continued, "Are you carrying any weapons?" At this inquiry, Han Feifei felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, recalling the self-defense fruit knife nestled within her bag. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of calmness, shaking her head while casually spinning in front of the camera, her right hand seemingly innocently resting on her bag, yet discreetly concealing her weapon. Chu Feng, however, had already learned about the weapon in her bag through Li Zixi. His question was merely a playful tease directed at the woman. At that moment, the system panel displaying Han Feifei's information unfurled before Chu Feng. Name, Han Feifei. Age, 29. Beauty, 92. Charisma, 91. Figure, 94. Virtue, 100. Overall score, 8.4. Meets system requirements. Seeing that Han Feifei's virtue score was still a perfect 100, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, inwardly mocking Wang Chang. With such a beautiful wife who has never experienced passion, how could you let this opportunity slip away? Chu Feng was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Han Feifei was indeed an intact woman. He then turned his gaze back to the camera, taking in her appearance, a snug tank top, a denim miniskirt, and a pair of long legs clad in black stockings. Very nice, I am quite fond of your legs. It seems you are eager to share a night with me, and I am quite pleased. Upon hearing this, the concealed Wang Chang nearly exploded with rage. Damn you, Chu Feng. Wang Chang felt his eyes redden, overwhelmed with a desire to storm into Chu Feng's home and deliver a fatal blow. Even his previous timidity faded in an instant. Usually, Han Feifei wouldn't even allow him a fleeting glance at her legs, yet now she was being critiqued by this scoundrel, leaving Wang Chang feeling as though he might choke on his own blood. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Han Feifei. Despite never having seen her wear black stockings even on his birthday, she had donned them specifically for Chu Feng today, unsettling his sense of balance. However, considering that she was his beloved, he reassured himself that she harbored no ill intentions, thus restoring a semblance of equilibrium within him. Just wait. I'll show you what my legs can do. Wang Chang whispered fiercely to himself. Though feeling somewhat weak, he was still confident in his prowess. One kick would suffice to deal with Chu Feng. Is it not enough? I am simply a graceful lady. Could you truly fear me? Han Feifei found herself increasingly restless. She understood that lingering outside would only heighten Chu Feng's suspicions, and there was always the possibility of mutated creatures appearing. Thus, she needed to enter Chu Feng's home promptly. Yet, Chu Feng remained unhurried, continuing to address her. Lift your leg for me to admire. You know I have a penchant for legs. Irritation coursed through Han Feifei. Yet in response to Chu Feng's provocation, she clenched her teeth and reluctantly raised her leg for him to see clearly. Gazing at his beloved as if she were a mere commodity chosen by another, Wang Chang felt an unbearable pain in his heart. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the entrance of Chu Feng's home, eagerly awaiting the moment he could storm in and exact his revenge. He envisioned a brutal confrontation, envisioning a hammer strike followed by a sweeping kick to ensure that this scoundrel would pay for his transgressions against his woman. Just as Wang Chang was plotting the demise of Chu Feng, a sudden loud crash jolted him. He looked up to see that. At the very moment Han Feifei lifted her leg, the door to Chu Feng's residence swung open with alarming force. In an instant, Chu Feng burst forth like a whirlwind, seizing Han Feifei by her hair and dragging her into the room. Caught unawares, Han Feifei was swiftly pulled inside. "Ah, my hair. It hurts," she cried out, desperately struggling against Chu Feng's iron grip, but to no avail. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei found herself being dragged into the room like a mere ragdoll, all under Wang Chang's watchful gaze. Once inside, before she could regain her footing, Chu Feng unceremoniously tossed her to the ground. "You dare to pull my hair?" I slapped. Han Fei's outrage reached a boiling point. She could hardly fathom the sheer brutality of Chu Feng, who swiftly silenced her with a resounding slap that left her seeing stars. "You wretched harlot!" Chu Feng scoffed disdainfully. This scene incited fury in the waiting Wang Chang outside. Witnessing his beloved being dragged into the house, he could no longer contain himself. He charged towards the door, wielding a heavy iron hammer. "Chu Feng, you bastard! Hand over Fei," he bellowed, pounding on the security door in a fit of rage. The thought of his fiancée falling into the clutches of a predator sent a surge of blood rushing to his head, his eyes becoming even more bloodshot. "Believe me, I will kill you. Open the door now." Hearing Wang Chang's anguished roars, Chu Feng merely chuckled. He then cast a cold glance at Han Fei, who lay on the floor, filled with disdain. After several long seconds, Han Fei finally regained her senses and attempted to rise. Observing this, Chu Feng signaled to Zixi, who, with a slight frown, approached Han Fei. With a swift motion, she lifted her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Han Fei's chest. As a person endowed with extraordinary abilities, Zixi's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Consequently, her kick sent Han Fei crashing back to the ground. "Ah!" Han Fei screamed in agony, staring incredulously at the woman before her. She could hardly believe that there was another woman in Chu Feng's home, and one who possessed such formidable strength. Tears of indignation welled up in her eyes. Having never experienced such humiliation, she was accustomed only to delivering kicks to Wang Chang. Today, however, she had been slapped by Chu Feng and kicked by another woman, leaving her feeling utterly wronged. However, Chu Feng denied Han Fei the opportunity to feign pity as his gaze landed upon her back. Zixi, understanding his intent, promptly bent down to retrieve the bag and opened it, extracting a fruit knife from within. "Ah, you wish to harm me?" Chu Feng emanated a formidable aura of intimidation as he coldly addressed Han Fei. With that, he raised his hand and struck her fiercely across the face, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. This left Han Fei utterly stunned, as she curled up on the ground, trembling. No, it was Wang Chang who placed it in my bag. I had no knowledge of it." Yet, at that moment, Chu Feng was uninterested in her explanations. He simply grabbed a length of rope from the table and tossed it to Zixi. "Bind her up, and preferably, remove her stockings to gag her." Chapter 41. Encounter with the mutated golden retriever, Wang Chang's misfortune. The perceptive Zixi immediately grasped the rope, preparing to bind Han Fei. Upon witnessing this, Han Fei was engulfed by fear, bracing herself to struggle. Yet, against the empowered Zixi, her strength was utterly futile. In no time, employing Chu Feng's technique, Zixi deftly secured Han Fei's hands. Subsequently, she removed Han Fei's stockings and stuffed them into her mouth, to ensure this woman could emit no further sounds. Zixi meticulously wrapped tape around her mouth twice. Seeing Zixi's resolute actions, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the once elegant and aloof heiress could be so ruthless. However, upon reflection, he understood that this woman's fear of losing favor before him compelled her to perform admirably. At that moment, Lin Yue emerged from the bedroom. She had discreetly retreated there upon Han Fei and Wang Chang's arrival. Given her lack of offensive abilities, she would merely be a burden in a confrontation. When Lin Yue beheld another woman in Chu Feng's abode, she was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the struggling Han Fei turned her head and found herself scrutinized by a woman whose physique surpassed hers and whose beauty eclipsed her own, leaving her utterly bewildered. What was happening? There were two women in Chu Feng's residence? Without affording Han Fei the opportunity to ponder, Lin Yue quickly stepped forward to assist Zixi in binding Han Fei's legs. Observing the cooperation of these two women, Chu Feng's face brightened with a smile of approval. "Chu Feng, you scoundrel! Open the door. If you dare, open the door. I swear I will kill you. Release my wife at once." Outside, Wang Chang continued to pound on the door, his furious shouts echoing, yet to Chu Feng, they sounded utterly futile. What meaning did life hold for a man who could not protect his own woman? As Wang Chang relentlessly battered the door, the dwindling strength within him gradually ebbed. However, the thought of Han Fei in Chu Feng's grasp reignited a surge of resolve. Yet, no matter how fervently he tried, the anti-theft door of Chu Feng's residence was impervious to his assault. Listening to Wang Chang's hoarse cries, Chu Feng chuckled. "Wang Chang, I must express my gratitude. Thank you for personally delivering your wife to me. Rest assured, I shall indulge in her presence." Chu Feng taunted Wang Chang from behind the door. "Do not touch Fei. Believe me, I will call the police." Wang Chang, thrown into disarray, attempted to invoke the police as a threat against Chu Feng to release her. However, Chu Feng could not suppress a laugh, responding through the door. Call the police? Do you not realize we are amidst an apocalypse? Do you think the police have the time to concern themselves with your trivial matters? Simultaneously, a slight frown creased Chu Feng's brow, while Zixi gasped in alarm. Another mutated creature is about to charge in, she exclaimed urgently to Chu Feng. In an instant, Chu Feng sensed the imposing presence of a fearsome creature, only to discern that it was a mutated golden retriever. It was currently at the corner of the 19th floor, ascending towards the 20th. Upon hearing the monster's approach, Han Feifei, who was bound and cast onto the floor, immediately ceased all sound, a flicker of relief appearing on her face. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Chang outside the door continued to hurl insults at Chu Feng. You better release Feifei right now, or I swear I'll kill you. Chu Feng responded with a cold smile. Wang Chang, I doubt I will meet my end, but you might. Han Feifei rolled her eyes at Wang Chang, who was still shouting outside. Was it not a death wish to ask Chu Feng to release her at this moment? She instinctively edged away, fearing that Chu Feng might actually throw her out. Feifei is my fiancée. If you so much as touch a hair on her head, I will fight you to the death. Wang Chang relentlessly pounded on the security door, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Fool, look behind you. Chu Feng's sudden exclamation left Wang Chang momentarily bewildered. Just then, a heavy, ominous sound akin to a sinister wind from the valley echoed behind him. Startled, Wang Chang swiftly turned around. At that moment, the massive mutated golden retriever had climbed to the 20th floor, standing at the opposite end of the corridor, fixating on him intently. Oh no! Realizing he had caught the monster's attention, Wang Chang was nearly paralyzed with fear and bolted in the opposite direction without a second thought. However, how could he outrun a mutated golden retriever? The moment he began to flee, the creature let out an enraged roar and leapt effortlessly behind him. The stench of decay wafted behind Wang Chang, causing him to nearly soil himself. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Turning to face the monstrous canine, he observed its muscular limbs bulging like small hills, its eyes a fierce crimson, as if freshly emerged from a bloodbath, with bits of flesh clinging to its teeth. Wang Chang's complexion drained of color, and in sheer terror, he began to crawl backward, trembling as he pleaded, "Don't come any closer. Please, don't." However, the mutated golden retriever had already locked onto Wang Chang as its prey, opening its gaping maw and lunging towards him. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated through the corridor as the creature sank its teeth into Wang Chang's thigh, shattering the bone. Blood gushed forth from the fracture, exposing the ghastly white bone that protruded from the flesh. Overwhelmed by pain, Wang Chang's body convulsed, nearly causing him to lose consciousness, and the heavy hammer he had clutched fell to the ground. Enduring the agony, he knew that if he did not struggle, he would surely perish in the jaws of this mutated beast. Thus, he began to grapple with the creature, dragging his shattered leg in a desperate attempt to fend off the attack. Yet, how could an ordinary man contend with a mutated beast? The golden retriever paid no heed to Wang Chang's feeble struggles, relentlessly tearing into his flesh. In the blink of an eye, blood stained his garments, and he appeared to be on the brink of death. Help! Help! Wang Chang weakly cried out, no longer exhibiting any futile struggles. Within the room, Han Feifei could clearly discern everything outside through the surveillance camera. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within her. Had she not been dragged inside by Chu Feng, she likely would have met the same fate as Wang Chang. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine, draining the color from her face. Li Zixi and Lin Yue also gazed fearfully at the ferocious mutated golden retriever outside. Meanwhile, Chu Feng observed the creature with an air of intrigue, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. Armed with the powers of Storm Fist and Shadow Thunder, he regarded the mutated golden retriever with disdain. Casually, he picked up a piece of bear-shaped bread from the table, preparing to open the door. I shall have a word with this dog, he declared, pushing the door open and stepping outside. This completely left Han Feifei in a state of shock. Chapter 42, The Heartwarming Encounter with the Mutant Golden Retriever. Han Feifei witnessed through the surveillance footage the ferocity of the mutant golden retriever, which had mercilessly shattered Wang Chang's thigh bone with a single bite. Its imposing length of nearly 2 meters instilled a chilling dread in any onlooker. While ordinary people would have fled in terror, Chu Feng boldly approached it, expressing a desire to engage with the creature. Han Feifei was left bewildered, unaware that Chu Feng had already become an extraordinary being endowed with 4 distinct abilities, rendering Wang Chang, with his weaknesses, utterly incomparable. Crack! Chu Feng nonchalantly opened the door, revealing the mutant golden retriever viciously tearing into Wang Chang. Blood was splattered everywhere, mingled with chunks of flesh, a testament to the creature's brutality. Sensing Chu Feng's presence, the mutant golden retriever suddenly turned its head, its crimson eyes locking onto him. Woof! Woof! Woof. It barked furiously at Chu Feng, adopting an aggressive stance. Upon seeing Chu Feng emerge, Wang Chang, bloodied and battered, felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Chu Feng, help, save me. Ignoring Wang Chang's pleas, Chu Feng held a large loaf of bread in his hand and approached the mutant golden retriever with a steady demeanor. Han Feifei, observing the scene unfold, widened her eyes in sheer terror. Woof, woof, woof. The mutant golden retriever continued to bark at Chu Feng, yet it refrained from launching an immediate attack, seemingly intimidated by the aura of power that emanated from him. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was distracted, Wang Chang took a deep breath and exerted all his strength to crawl backward. This movement caught the attention of the mutant golden retriever, which promptly opened its jaws wide and sank its teeth into Wang Chang's ankle, shattering the bone instantly. Ah, let go. Wang Chang screamed in agony, resembling a pig being slaughtered. Now was the moment. Noticing the mutant golden retriever preoccupied with Wang Chang, Chu Feng seized the chance to step forward. This time, he refrained from using his abilities. Instead, he raised the hard loaf of bread and struck it forcefully against the creature's head. Bang! A sharp sound reverberated through the hallway. The mutant golden retriever appeared momentarily dazed by the impact, releasing Wang Chang's ankle and tilting its head to stare at Chu Feng. Without hesitation, Chu Feng continued to bring the loaf down upon its head. Bang! 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 The hard loaf produced a series of resounding thuds against the mutant golden retriever's skull, inciting its wrath. With a gaping maw, it charged toward Chu Feng. Anticipating its move, Chu Feng swiftly lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to its face. Boom! The 2-meter-long body of the mutant golden retriever was sent crashing against the wall, concrete debris raining down around it, leaving Han Feifei in a state of disbelief. She never expected Chu Feng to possess such terrifying strength. Simultaneously, she felt relieved that her and Wang Chang's plan had failed. Otherwise, Wang Chang would have likely met his demise at Chu Feng's hands. The mutated golden retriever let out a piercing cry as it rose from the rubble of concrete, its tail drooping from its earlier proud stance. It seemed that Chu Feng's kick had awakened memories of the terrifying master it once knew, leading it to growl menacingly at him. Observing this, Chu Feng raised the hefty loaf of bread in his hand once more. Before it could fall, the mutated golden retriever hastily dropped to the ground, howling in submission. Clearly, it had been subdued by Chu Feng's display of dominance. However, Chu Feng had no intention of sparing it. After all, it was a mutated creature. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng swung the loaf down onto the creature's head with remarkable force, delivering several blows until the bread shattered into 2 halves. He then emulated Pan Hong, delivering a series of well-placed kicks to the creature. After a relentless assault of over 10 kicks, Chu Feng finally ceased his onslaught. The mutated golden retriever was thoroughly subdued, lowering its head and avoiding eye contact with Chu Feng, presenting a pitiful visage. At this, Chu Feng beamed with satisfaction. Shake your tail, he commanded, initiating a training session right then and there. The creature, eager to please, promptly extended its tongue and wagged its tail. Have you capitulated already? Chu Feng remarked with a chuckle as the golden retriever nestled against his pant leg, shedding its previous arrogance. From now on, I shall call you Lightning, he declared, gazing down at the creature now resting at his feet. Meanwhile, Wang Chang, sprawled on the ground in agony, stared incredulously at Chu Feng. He could scarcely believe that the timid Chu Feng he had witnessed before brother who had transformed into such a formidable figure. Had he truly subdued a mutated golden retriever with nothing but a loaf of bread? The thought of his plan to eliminate Chu Feng and seize his residence suddenly felt ludicrous. But remorse was a luxury he could not afford at that moment. He bore numerous wounds inflicted by lightning, his blood seemingly draining away. Picking up the broken loaf from the ground, Chu Feng presented it to Lightning. The obedient creature, understanding its cue, eagerly accepted the offering. Chu Feng smiled, recognizing the wisdom and rewarding with a treat after a display of authority. Yet, impressed by Lightning's compliance, he retrieved a large chicken leg from his spatial pocket. Stay close to me, and you shall feast on meat every day, he promised. The aroma of the meat piqued Lightning's interest, prompting it to abandon the loaf and gulp down the chicken leg, wagging its tail in delight. Though it was a mutated creature, it still relished food. In this apocalyptic world, wealth equated to power, and sustenance dictated one's status. Witnessing Chu Feng's generous demeanor, feeding the dog with abandon, Han Feifei could not help but drool in envy. With Lightning thoroughly subdued, Chu Feng cast a lingering glance at the anguished Wang Chang on the ground. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he pointed at Wang Chang's injured ankle. Lightning, drag him into the house. Instantly, Lightning sprang into action, biting down on Wang Chang's fractured ankle and pulling him toward the room. Wang Chang's cries of agony echoed through the air. It hurts. Chu Feng, please make it let go. Wang Chang cried out desperately, pleading with Chu Feng to release Lightning. Yet, Chu Feng appeared oblivious, striding directly into the room. Inside, upon witnessing the imposing figure of lightning enter, Zixi and Lin Yue instinctively took a step back in fear. Han Feifei, resembling a frightened worm, scrambled backward in a frantic attempt to escape, terrified that the golden-haired beast might unleash its ferocity upon her. Meanwhile, Chu Feng chose not to keep lightning by his side. Recalling the ample supply of mutated gray wolf meat he had in his spatial storage, he promptly retrieved several pieces and tossed them into the bedroom. Lightning, go and feast. Upon catching the scent of the meat, Lightning eagerly dashed into the bedroom to indulge. Chu Feng then casually closed the bedroom door. Although he was indifferent to the lives of the others in the house, they were nonetheless tools he had cultivated. It would be unwise for one of them to be killed by lightning. Subsequently, Chu Feng crouched before Wang Chang, taking a keen interest in examining the wounds upon his body. Chapter 43. Could we possibly change locations? It must be said, the lightning strike was rather severe. Wang Chang's chest was rent asunder, revealing fractured ribs, and the tendons in his wrist were severed, leaving his body marred with ghastly white bones. These bones even pierced through flesh, horrifyingly interspersed within the muscle. Wang Chang lay on the ground as if he were dead, barely clinging to life. His complexion a ghostly pale devoid of any color. This sight elicited a cold chuckle from Chu Feng. Just a moment ago, you were so vociferous, threatening to kill me. Why the silence now? At this point, you were indistinguishable from a corpse. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Wang Chang, in a daze, managed to open his eyes and feebly lift his head to gaze at Chu Feng, mumbling indistinctly through a mouthful of blood, Please, please, save me. Chu Feng's smile grew more sardonic. You expect me to save you? You two came to assassinate me and usurp my home. And now you ask for my help? Do you think that is even conceivable? A flicker of shock appeared in Wang Chang's eyes. He was bewildered as to how Chu Feng was aware of their scheme. It's all a misunderstanding. We came to beseech you for some food. In the face of impending death, Wang Chang still attempted to defend himself. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chu Feng unhesitatingly stomped on his exposed ribs. A sharp crack echoed as Chu Feng forcefully shattered 3 of his ribs. Ah! Wang Chang cried out in agony, his body convulsing violently. Chu Feng then placed his foot on Wang Chang's mouth and delivered a vicious punch to his right arm. Instantly, Wang Chang's arm was reduced to a mere powder. No. Please. Wang Chang's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, staring at Chu Feng as if he were a demon. Han Feifei, nearby, was horrified and retreated frantically, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Observing Wang Chang's torment, Chu Feng finally withdrew his foot, revealing an inappropriate smile of satisfaction. Weren't you so confident that a single kick could end my life? Stand up and show me. Wang Chang felt as though his body was being mercilessly ground in a meat grinder, the pain unbearable. He could hardly muster the strength to speak. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground, leaving Han Feifei utterly dazed. At that moment, she began to regret her decisions, lamenting why she had ever thought to provoke the devil that was Chu Feng. Was living not preferable? Remembering that she was with Wang Chang, Han Feifei looked at Chu Feng in terror, fearing that she would be next to have her bones crushed. Zixi and Lin Yue, although frowning slightly, regarded Chu Feng with respect. Unlike Han Feifei, your blood has sullied my floor. Chu Feng regarded the bloodied Wang Chang with disdain, then effortlessly lifted him by a single hand, dangling him over the balcony. With only his head resting on the balcony, the rest of his body dangled precariously. Ignoring Wang Chang, who was suffering immensely, Chu Feng wiped his hands and returned to the bedroom, smiling at Han Feifei. This immediately sent a chill down her spine. However, in the next moment, Chu Feng astonishingly conjured a piece of bread from his palm and waved it before Han Feifei. Would you like to have some? This left Han Feifei momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Chu Feng leisurely informed her, to be frank, I too have awakened my abilities. And it was I who killed Tiger Brother. Buzz. Upon hearing that Chu Feng had awakened his powers and was the one responsible for Tiger Brother's demise, Han Feifei felt an intense tightening in her chest. Everyone believed that Tiger Brother had been slain by some mutated creature. Yet it was actually Chu Feng who had done it. Recalling Wang Chang's description of a wall of dismembered flesh, Han Feifei gazed at Chu Feng in terror. Extending his hand, Chu Feng ripped the tape off her mouth, then pulled the stockings from her mouth. I indeed possess a wealth of food, as well as numerous ability fruits and other supplies. If you wish to obtain these, you must obediently follow my orders from now on. Otherwise, your fate will mirror his. Do you understand? Chu Feng coldly gestured towards Wang Chang, who was hanging on the balcony. Looking at Wang Chang, whose head was swollen like a pig's, Han Feifei swallowed hard and nodded hastily. I am willing. I will heed your every command. The astute Han Feifei immediately acquiesced to Chu Feng's demands, for she understood that he was a man of his word. She had no desire to meet the same gruesome fate as Wang Chang. Excellent. You are a wise woman. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Li Zixi and Lin Yue. The two instantly grasped Chu Feng's intent and promptly departed, dragging Han Feifei, whose hands and legs were bound, to the balcony. Chu Feng brought over a chair and instructed her to lean over it. "What are you planning to do?" Han Feifei inquired, somewhat perplexed. "What do you think? Since your fiancé is right here, it is only fitting that he should have some sense of involvement." Observing Wang Chang, who was struggling to open his eyes and gaze at her, Han Feifei suddenly comprehended Chu Feng's implication. This realization made her feel immensely embarrassed. Meanwhile, Chu Feng untied all the ropes binding her. "Remove your clothing." Upon hearing this, Wang Chang instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his throat writhing as he began to curse. Chu Feng, let go of my wife. Let go of my wife." Though he longed to struggle, the tendons in his hands had been severed by lightning, and with his arm broken by Chu Feng, he lacked the strength to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the two before him carried on. "Could we perhaps choose another location?" Han Feifei hesitantly asked, genuinely reluctant to engage in such acts before her fiancé. "Absolutely not. If you utter another word, I shall summon lightning this very instant." Chu Feng firmly rejected her request. The mere mention of lightning sent a shiver down Han Feifei's spine, prompting her to promptly obey and begin removing her clothes. "Now, position your face towards your fiancé," Chu Feng commanded, directing Han Feifei to adjust her stance so that her face was oriented towards Wang Chang. Seated face to face with Han Feifei, could only gaze upon his fiancée's visage and hear the sound of her voice. After adjusting her position, Han Feifei glanced at Wang Chang and was immediately struck by the man's utter ineffectiveness. The woman he had adored for 3 years, with whom he was even engaged, ultimately found herself in the arms of Chu Feng. At last, an hour later, Han Feifei languidly slumped into her chair, her cheeks flushed with color. Yet, having witnessed an entire hour of Han Feifei's enchanting expressions and the melodic rise and fall of her voice, Wang Chang felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness. In a fit of rage, he shouted and struggled to intervene against Chu Feng, only to be met with the sight of Han Feifei's face reflecting an insatiable delight, her eyes directed at Chu Feng as if yearning for another round. Wang Chang felt his heart shatter. The woman he had not touched for 3 years had become nothing more than a plaything for Chu Feng. "Wang Chang, your wife is quite exquisite, yet alas, you cannot partake, not even in the pleasure of merely watching her, but instead, you are left to observe her in a state of sheer bliss. Tell me, does being a mere spectator not bring you joy?" Chu Feng remarked with a smile, glancing at Wang Chang after their encounter. He then picked up a piece of bread from the table and tossed it to Han Feifei. "This is your reward. Consume it now." The weakened Han Feifei, without a word, picked up the bread from the ground, tore open the packaging, and prepared to devour it eagerly, resembling a dog as she hunched over to eat. Chu Feng, reclining with his legs crossed before her, observed the scene with a mixture of amusement and satisfaction. Chapter 44. Understand your identity. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Han Feifei, who was about to pick up a piece of bread, momentarily paused, then replied with evident dissatisfaction. "I am a human. How could I eat like a dog on the ground?" Clearly, Han Feifei was quite displeased with Chu Feng's demands. After all, she was the prized possession of Wang Chang. How could she demean herself so in front of Chu Feng? However, Chu Feng was not the ineffectual man that Wang Chang was, and he would not indulge her whims. "Refusing to heed my words?" His gaze turned icy as it fixed upon Han Feifei. Pouting, she prepared to play the charming card, convinced that no man could resist her allure. "Brother, how can you treat me this way? I am here to serve you." She struck a seductive pose and flirtatiously blinked at Chu Feng, causing Wang Chang, who was hanging on the balcony, to feel a pang of heartache. For 3 years, Han Feifei had never acted coy with him. She always spoke to him in a commanding tone. Yet now, she was preening for Chu Feng, which only intensified Wang Chang's fury towards him. Despite his desperate struggles, Wang Chang, whose tendons had been severed by a lightning strike, could only seethe helplessly. "Chu Feng, I will kill you." The words emerged with a gurgle, revealing the blood that had surged in his throat. However, Chu Feng paid no mind to this dying man. He disregarded Han Feifei's flirtations and, with a decisive step, crushed the bread beneath his foot, reducing it to crumbs. He then picked it up and tossed it out the window into the mist of blood below. "Vile creature, understand your identity. In my home, no woman dares to disobey my commands," Chu Feng coldly stated to Han Feifei. This proclamation left Li Zixi and Lin Yue in stunned silence. He possessed ample means to deal with the wretched Han Feifei. Witnessing Chu Feng's actions, Han Feifei was utterly bewildered, watching helplessly as her food vanished. A deep sorrow engulfed her heart. At that moment, she comprehended that Chu Feng was not like Wang Chang, nor like any ordinary man. The shrewd Han Feifei quickly altered her demeanor, kneeling before Chu Feng and pleading earnestly, "Chu, brother, I will do anything you say. Please, just give me something to eat. It must be said that in her quest for survival, Han Feifei was indeed flexible in her approach. Just moments ago, she had harbored a slight grudge against Chu Feng, yet now she appeared as obedient as a dog. Observing this, Chu Feng smirked coldly, flipping his hand to retrieve another piece of bread from his spatial storage and tossing it to the ground. As I instructed, eat like a dog on the ground. Starved and having just endured the preceding events, Han Feifei cast aside her pride and, without further ado, knelt down, leaning forward to devour the bread like a dog, not uttering a single unnecessary word throughout. Now you're obedient. Ding. Detecting Han Feifei consuming bread X1, congratulations to the host for receiving bread X100. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chu Feng's mouth, while Wang Chen completely shattered. His beloved fiancée, the precious pearl he had cradled in his hands for 3 years without daring to touch, was now behaving like a dog before Chu Feng. Wang Chong felt as though his heart had shattered into a million pieces. Just as he intended to struggle again, a wave of pain engulfed his chest, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Chu Feng remained expressionless, observing Wang Chang as he fainted. Han Feifei was obliviously consuming the bread on the ground, entirely unaware that her fiancé had succumbed to anger and fainted. After Han Feifei finished a piece of bread, Chu Feng presented her with ham sausages and instant noodles, urging her to devour them on the spot. Detected Han Feifei consumed 4 ham sausages. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 ham sausages. Detected Han Feifei consumed 1 packet of instant noodles. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 packets of instant noodles. Detected Han Feifei consumed 1 steak. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 steaks. Han Feifei, ravenous, voraciously swallowed the food Chu Feng tossed her way, entirely shedding her former image of delicacy. Of course, she still lay on the ground like a dog. At this moment, Han Feifei finally realized the vast amount of food Chu Feng had stockpiled. Yet, she could not fathom why he was providing her with such an abundance of food. Did he fancy her beauty? However, considering the presence of the stunning Li Zixi and Lin Yue beside him, she felt somewhat inferior despite her own attractiveness. This left her in a state of perplexity. But then she thought to herself, why dwell on such matters? Her sole purpose was to secure food and drink to survive in this apocalypse. At that moment, Wang Chong regained consciousness, groaning in pain. Yet, Han Feifei was too preoccupied to concern herself with him. In fact, when compared to Chu Feng, she deemed her fiancé utterly useless. Look at Chu Feng, and then look at you. Worthless. Taking advantage of Han Feifei's mealtime, Chu Feng, with nothing else to occupy his time, began exercising in the room. Ever since he had acquired his extraordinary abilities, his inner strength had been overflowing. Especially in the absence of combat, it felt as though this power was about to burst forth. To alleviate this sensation, he commenced doing push-ups in the room, starting with 2 hands, then progressing to 6 fingers on both hands, followed by 1 hand with 3 fingers, and finally, he accomplished 300 standard push-ups on a single finger. Only then did he feel a sense of comfort wash over him. Not a single bead of sweat adorned his forehead, nor was his breathing ragged. This spectacle left Li Zixi, Lin Yue, and even Han Feifei in a state of astonishment. Although Li Zixi and Lin Yue were aware of Chu Feng's formidable strength, witnessing him perform 300 standard push-ups on 1 hand was nothing short of shocking. Han Feifei raised her head from the ground, her eyes gleaming with newfound admiration. She had not anticipated that this man, Chu Feng, possessed such incredible prowess, and suddenly felt that being subjected to his dominance was, in fact, a fortunate circumstance. After all, in an apocalyptic world, who wouldn't desire a man of immense strength as their protector? I must capture his heart through my own merits. Han Feifei silently made a decision in her heart. This change in her expression was immediately perceived by Chu Feng, who merely offered her a faint smile as he tossed her a bottle of mineral water. After practicing alone for a while, Chu Feng finally paused. After all, this was merely a method for him to expend his excess energy, contributing little to the enhancement of his physique. For a substantial improvement in physical strength, consuming supernatural fruits remained the most effective approach. Observing Han Feifei nearly finishing the food on the ground, Chu Feng approached Wang Chang. This fellow had once again succumbed to unconsciousness, his breath faint and exceedingly weak. His gaze fell upon Wang Chang's arm and chest, where the skin, torn by lightning, began to fester, and the coagulated blood had turned a deep black. A nauseating odor wafted from the wound, causing Chu Feng to furrow his brow. In the apocalypse, not only did the decay of food accelerate, but the rate of human wounds festering also hastened. At that moment, Han Feifei finished the last sausage with a look of complete satisfaction. Then, glancing cautiously at Chu Feng, who was observing Wang Chang with evident disdain, she inquired, "Is Wang Chang going to die?" Chapter 45, The Mutated Wisteria, the Incineration Grounds for Tiny Creatures. Casting a glance back at Han Feifei, Chu Feng casually remarked, "In this apocalypse, wounds fester at an alarming rate. Perhaps with antiseptics and alcohol, these issues could be mitigated. But this is the end of days. Everything is in flux, and even medicine may prove futile." With that, Chu Feng gazed at Han Feifei with a hint of mockery. "What is this? Are you feeling sympathetic towards your fiancé?" This remark instantly put Han Feifei on edge, prompting her to hastily shake her head in denial. No. He is merely an ineffectual man. Why would I pity him? Compared to you, Brother Chu, my concern lies with you." Though Han Feifei had only just arrived, her words were somewhat ill-timed. Yet, in her pursuit to win Chu Feng's affection, she spoke unabashedly. This provoked disdainful glances from Li Zixi and Lin Yue, who immediately grasped her intentions. The two had yet to utter such sentiments to Chu Feng since their arrival, so they were taken aback by the woman's cunningness. A sense of unease crept upon them, leading to a palpable coldness towards Han Feifei. Chu Feng merely smiled at Han Feifei's words, fully aware of her attempts to curry favor. After she spoke, her gaze inadvertently shifted to Wang Chong, who had once again succumbed to unconsciousness behind Chu Feng. Though he was her fiancé, she now found herself metaphorically kneeling before another man, the very one responsible for her fiancé's dire state. For a fleeting moment, Han Feifei felt a pang of sorrow, but she quickly regained her composure, since Wang Chong could not provide her with hope for survival. Was it wrong to seek assistance from Chu Feng? Only he could offer her sustenance and the spark of life she so desperately needed. Thus, to survive, she was willing to do anything. "Wang Chong, you cannot fault me. You wouldn't wish to see me starve to death, would you? I am but a fragile woman, in need of protection. You, as a worthless man, cannot shield me. Seeking another man's aid is not a crime, is it?" Disregarding Han Feifei, Chu Feng turned once more to the barely conscious Wang Chong, then glanced out the window. He had kept it open, wary of any mutated creatures that might intrude. While he could easily dispatch such beings with a single blow, losing these three women would still represent a significant loss for him. Fortunately, the outside remained eerily quiet, with only the swirling blood mist below. Chu Feng let out a silent sigh of relief, believing that the mutated creatures had not yet noticed him. Just as he was about to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of a green vine coiling around Wang Chong's severed arm. "What is this?" Curious, Chu Feng focused his gaze and discovered it was indeed a tendril of wisteria. This revelation astonished him. The wisteria had grown to the 20th floor? Chu Feng was taken aback. He recalled that merely days ago, the wisteria on the first floor had only reached the 8th floor, and now it had crept right up to his window. Filled with perplexity, he extended his right hand, preparing to grasp the wisteria vine. To ensure his safety, he concentrated and summoned a tempest that enveloped his palm. With a forceful tug, he yanked the wisteria vine from Wang Chong's arm, pulling it free with a brutal tenacity. Blood clung to the vine, transforming its once vibrant green into a deep crimson. This entity was, astonishingly, a sanguine leech. The realization struck Chu Feng with a profound shock. He had not anticipated that even wisteria in this apocalyptic world had morphed into such a grotesque form, surviving by siphoning blood. Gazing at Wang Chong's arm, ensnared by the vine, he saw that the flesh had been utterly consumed, leaving behind only a thin layer of skin, flaccid and akin to the shed skin of a serpent. Even the bones had been reduced to fragments, evidently pulverized by the relentless vine. A sense of dread washed over Chu Feng. Not only did it drain blood, but it also devoured flesh and crunched bones. Suddenly recalling something, he leaned out to inspect the dense thicket of wisteria clinging to the wall outside. It appeared more vigorous than before, its hue darkening ominously. Cautiously grasping a thicker vine, he gave it a vigorous shake. Instantly, an array of undigested animal corpses and bizarre skeletal remains tumbled forth. Chu Feng's brow furrowed. It became evident that the absence of mutated creatures at his window was due to this aberrant wisteria intercepting them mid-journey. The three women, who had also approached the window, were overtaken by expressions of sheer terror. In this world, even the most unassuming wisteria had transformed into a harbinger of death. Composing himself, Chu Feng immediately activated his perception abilities. Within the heart of the wisteria, he sensed the faint life signatures of creatures ensnared within, seemingly being devoured slowly. It resembled a crematorium for mutated animals. Chu Feng shook his head in astonishment, yet the threat posed by this wisteria was negligible for him. After all, it did not launch attacks, but lay in wait for its prey to approach. He could obliterate this wisteria at will. Simultaneously, he discovered that Wang Chang still had a flicker of life, albeit faint, indicating he was not yet dead. He flipped his palm and retrieved a bottle of water from his spatial storage. Uncorking it, he splashed it onto Wang Chang's battered face. Stimulated by the cold water, Wang Chang's eyes flew open, devoid of life, his entire being exuding an overwhelming weakness. Help me water, please. Just a sip of water," he rasped, his voice gravelly and tainted with the gurgle of blood, A disconcerting sound indeed. Retrieving another bottle, Chu Feng waved it before Wang Chang. Do you wish for water? As Wang Chang's gaze fell upon the bottle, a spark ignited in his eyes. Water, water. I need a drink, please, just a sip. His desperate pleas echoed as he yearned for mere hydration. Observing his pitiful state, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Unscrewing the bottle cap, she tilted her head back and consumed the entire contents in a single gulp, then waved the empty bottle in front of Wang Chang. I'm sorry. I finished it, she said, before turning to the standing Han Feifei with a look of disdain. Your fiancé is quite loud. After uttering this, she gazed intently at Han Feifei, seemingly awaiting a response. Han Feifei paused for a moment, then nodded briskly, retrieving the stockings she had just placed in her mouth. And without further ado, she blocked Wang Chang's mouth. She even wrapped it twice with tape, nodding in satisfaction afterward. Brother Chu, is this acceptable? Han Feifei inquired respectfully, as if seeking approval. Witnessing his fiancé treat him in such a manner left Wang Chang's bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief. MMM. Feifei. Chapter 46. Li Zixi grew jealous. Observing Wang Chang's frantic expression, Chu Feng erupted into hearty laughter. It was not that he relished tormenting this ill-fated couple, rather, he firmly believed in ensuring that anyone who dared to undermine him would meet a dismal fate. If Chu Feng refrained from such actions, would he not become the epitome of a foolish savior? At this critical moment, any notions of compassion and benevolence seemed utterly absurd to him. Wang Chang, you mustn't blame me. I too must survive. Your love for me is so profound. I trust you can understand, Han Feifei lamented, sensing the impropriety of her actions towards Wang Chang. Meanwhile, the tormented Wang Chang shook his head incessantly, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon the woman he adored. In an instant, he was so enraged that he rolled his eyes and fainted once more. This only amused Chu Feng further. How entertaining. Is this what your 3-year relationship amounts to? Chu Feng jeered, prompting Han Feifei to lower her head in embarrassment. Next, Chu Feng retrieved 20 ability fruits from his spatial pouch and placed them before Han Feifei. You must be familiar with the ability fruits. As my subordinate, I shall not let you suffer. Consume all of these fruits, he commanded Han Feifei. Stunned, Han Feifei stood frozen, her expression one of sheer incredulity at the sight of so many ability fruits being produced as if they were mere snacks. She was well aware of the fruit's significance, having once envied Brother Hu for acquiring abilities through them. She had even pressured Wang Chang to procure such fruits for her, yet she had found none. Furthermore, she knew that every survivor was embroiled in fierce competition over a single ability fruit, fighting tooth and nail for it. Despite the scarcity of these fruits, here was Chu Feng, who could so effortlessly produce a bountiful supply. However, Han Feifei quickly regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with determination. The fruits she had sought for so long were finally within her grasp, and she could no longer contain her eagerness to devour them. Without uttering a word, she seized the ability fruits before her and began to consume them ravenously. She understood that by setting aside her pride in Chu Feng's presence, she could obtain sustenance. What if she were to acquire abilities as well? Han Feifei's heart raced with excitement. Ding! Detected. Han Feifei consumed an ability fruit X1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ability fruits X100. Detected. Han Feifei consumed an ability fruit X1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ability fruits X100. Before long, Han Feifei had consumed all 20 ability fruits, relishing the sweet flavor lingering in her mouth. She felt as though this was the happiest moment since the apocalypse began. Yet, Chu Feng, who had been closely observing her physical transformation, suddenly felt perplexed. For after Han Feifei consumed the 20 ability fruits, her body exhibited no unusual changes whatsoever. This indicated that she had not acquired any abilities. While he knew that not every ability fruit guaranteed an ability for the survivors, encountering such a situation with Han Feifei was a first for him, leading him to believe that this woman had been cursed with the most unfortunate luck. Li Zixi and Lin Yue both consumed 20 extraordinary fruits, each gaining remarkable abilities. However, she found herself utterly unremarkable in the end. Sensing her lack of transformation, Han Feifei was equally bewildered. Wasn't it said that consuming extraordinary fruits would bestow one with powers? Why did she feel so unchanged? Bewildered, Han Feifei inquired of Chu Feng. Chu Feng merely smiled faintly, disinterested in explaining. After all, what she truly desired was merely the 200 fruits returned by the system. He cared little whether Han Feifei had acquired any powers. If you perform well, I might grant you more. Perhaps then you will gain abilities, he promised, painting a hopeful picture for Han Feifei. This immediately brightened her previously disappointed expression, and she promptly began tidying the room, eager to win Chu Feng's favor. Observing Han Feifei's eagerness for the extraordinary fruits, Li Zixi furrowed her brow slightly before decisively instructing, "You should clean the restroom floor." It was her first time commanding someone, and her tone lacked some conviction. Yet, Zixi understood that as the first woman brought by Chu Feng, she must assert her status. She could not allow a newcomer to overshadow her. Simultaneously, she was aware of Han Feifei's cunning nature and her adeptness at manipulation. If Han Feifei seized the initiative, her future would be difficult. Upon hearing Li Zixi's command, Han Feifei retorted defiantly, "Why should I? Just because you say so?" Her words dripped with disdain for Li Zixi. What did it matter that she was beautiful? Was she just another woman in Chu Feng's grasp? How arrogant could she be? Noticing Han Feifei's reaction, Li Zixi glanced at Chu Feng, gauging his expression. When she realized he paid her no mind, she understood his intent and felt her confidence surge. Why should I? Just because of this. With a flicker of thought, Li Zixi activated her metal manipulation ability, causing a fruit knife to levitate ominously, poised between Han Feifei's brows. The blade gleamed menacingly, as if to imply that should Han Feifei utter another word, Li Zixi would teach her a lesson. You actually gain powers. Han Feifei gasped, frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. She suddenly comprehended why this woman could command her. Clearly, there was a disparity between them. Initially, Han Feifei had hoped Chu Feng would step in to mediate. However, upon seeing that he chose not to intervene in Li Zixi's blatant overreach, her spirits plummeted, realizing he would not involve himself in this matter. Calm down, sister. I will go clean the restroom floor right now. Han Feifei quickly changed her demeanor, smiling at Li Zixi, and hurriedly grabbed a cloth to dash into the restroom. Though her heart brimmed with discontent, once Han Feifei had left, Li Zixi finally exhaled in relief, and the fruit knife that had hovered in the air clattered to the ground. Her metallic manipulation ability remained at a rudimentary stage, and this action had already consumed a significant amount of her energy, causing beads of crystalline sweat to form on her nose. Casting a fleeting glance at Li Zixi, Chu Feng merely offered a faint smile. The reason he allowed her to demonstrate her abilities in his presence was that he recognized Han Feifei's overwhelming pride, which provided an opportunity to subtly undermine her through Li Zixi. Based on recent observations, Chu Feng surmised that Han Feifei would likely become more discerning in the future. He also discovered that the aloof and affluent Li Zixi could experience jealousy. Henceforth, without my permission, the use of abilities within the room is strictly prohibited, Chu Feng coldly declared to Li Zixi. She promptly nodded in respectful acknowledgement, her gaze toward him remaining exceedingly submissive. Subsequently, she entered the adjacent room to assist Lin Yue in tidying up. Seizing this moment, Chu Feng retrieved a substantial handful of ability fruits from his personal space and began to consume them. The current count of these fruits had exceeded 6,000, a figure unimaginable to other survivors. Chu Feng was also intent on continuing his consumption, hoping to discover new abilities. After all, with an abundance of fruits at his disposal, focusing on quantity rather than quality seemed a viable strategy. Observing the mountain-like pile of fresh ability fruits in his personal space, Chu Feng felt a sense of resignation. There was simply no way to consume them all. Chapter 47. Perception abilities upgraded. Leisurely, like indulging in snacks, Chu Feng tossed one extraordinary fruit after another into his mouth. Occasionally, Han Feifei, peeking out from the bathroom, was momentarily astonished by the sight. How could this man possess so many fruits? A sense of doubt crept into her mind as she strengthened her inner resolve. She must seize control of this man, Chu Feng, and become the sole mistress of this residence. Humph. Although my beauty pales in comparison to those two women, I have my own means. Just wait and see. As Han Feifei envisioned her future as the lady of the house, she inadvertently caught sight of Li Zixi, who was coldly staring at her. Startled, she quickly retreated back into the bathroom. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded your primary perception ability to intermediate perception ability. Intermediate perception ability. The host can detect any subtle movements within a radius of 100 meters. Note: intermediate perception ability aids the host in discerning the disposition of others. Red indicates hostility, yellow signifies neutrality, and green denotes friendliness. Uncertain how many fruits Chu Feng had consumed, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. His perception ability had been upgraded? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that he would not acquire a new power but rather enhance his existing perception ability. Soon after, akin to the moment he gained the primary perception ability, a wave of refreshing energy enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze. This invigorating force particularly enhanced his vision, hearing, smell, touch, and even his depth perception. After a minute, this spring-like energy gradually receded, and upon opening his eyes, Chu Feng felt a remarkable clarity, his senses significantly sharper than before. Rising to his feet, he stepped onto the balcony and gazed into the distance. Approximately 100 meters away, within a building in the happiness community, he could clearly observe the interior and even vaguely sense some life forms moving within. Those mutated beings congregated there. Indeed, he had transformed into a pair of keen eyes and ears. Chu Feng was thoroughly pleased with his upgraded perception ability, as it would allow him to be aware of everything happening nearby, granting him a strategic advantage. In the apocalypse, the key to survival lies in either becoming powerful enough to dominate or in mere survival. Currently, Chu Feng embodied both strength and the ability to remain concealed. Truly a victor in life, he could even discern the disposition of others. The last line of the system's prompt ignited his curiosity. As the name suggests, the intermediate perception ability would aid Chu Feng in determining whether others harbored malicious intent toward him. With this thought, he turned his gaze to the adjacent room, which he had claimed by breaking down the wall. Inside, Zixi and Lin Yue were tidying up. Fixing his attention on them, he noticed a green aura swirling above their heads. Green symbolizes friendliness, indicating that the two individuals have completely submitted to Chu Feng. He smiled faintly and then glanced towards Han Feifei in the restroom. However, the hue atop her head was rather peculiar, a blend of yellow intertwined with green. Though the yellow predominated, it seemed this woman harbored ulterior motives, still scheming against him. Chu Feng mused with a shake of his head. Yet, he felt no concern, for he knew that without having to intervene himself, Zixi and Lin Yue would soon instruct her on how to behave obediently. His gaze then shifted to the mutated golden retriever, Lightning, confined within the bedroom. Much like Han Feifei, its coloration was a muddled mix of green and yellow, which elicited a chuckle from Chu Feng. Was this not an indication that Han Feifei resembled a dog? As for the mutated golden retriever, Chu Feng understood that it had been frightened by his heart-piercing kick, harboring a sense of defiance. This was precisely why he had decided to keep it locked away. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to Lightning's friendliness. No dog could withstand a heart-piercing kick, and if any could, he would simply reenact the top 10 tortures of the Panhong Garden. Upon opening the bedroom door, Lightning bounded out, wagging its tail. Chu Feng retrieved a dozen pieces of mutated gray wolf meat from his spatial storage and tossed them towards the eager creature. Upon catching the scent of the meat, Lightning excitedly shook its head and began to devour it voraciously, relishing it even more than a steak. Chu Feng had previously been troubled by how to dispose of the surplus mutated gray wolf meat. He certainly could not allow the three women to eat a piece each day, even if they were willing, as he found the idea of them handling such unclean substances rather distasteful. Although consuming the flesh and blood of mutated creatures could potentially grant special abilities, if other survivors were aware, they would likely scramble for it. Yet, to Chu Feng, it seemed entirely unnecessary. After all, a survivor possessing 6,000 ability fruits could afford to be somewhat aloof. Before long, Lightning had devoured every last bite of the gray wolf meat, even tilting its head in anticipation, as if still craving more. Upon a second glance, Chu Feng noticed the green glow atop Lightning's head had intensified significantly, likely due to the feeding. Indeed, he resolved to keep it confined for a couple of days. By then, it would turn entirely green and could become his pet. Not wishing to continue feeding Lightning, he locked the door and stepped outside. When dealing with people or other entities, Chu Feng adhered to a singular principle: never fully satisfy them at once. Keeping them in suspense was the most effective means of control. The sudden onset of the apocalypse had transformed the world beyond recognition, and human hearts had grown treacherous and elusive. Chu Feng understood that he must tread carefully to survive in the long term. After all, relying on the state seemed a formidable challenge. The authorities had been announcing the dispatch of several rescue teams, yet the survivors had yet to witness any sign of these forces. Occasionally, they would hear helicopters soaring overhead, but they merely passed by. Chu Feng knew those helicopters were destined for the powerful and influential, while the fates of the common folk remained a matter of chance. This is the operational principle of the world. Those who possess wealth and power invariably enjoy precedence over ordinary individuals in all matters. Thus, if one cannot ascend to greatness before the apocalypse, let one reign as a sovereign upon a throne amidst the ruins. A faint smile crept upon Chu Feng's lips. He could not help but gaze out at the sky, where he observed several colossal mutated sparrows and other avian creatures incessantly circling, seemingly in search of prey. Below, amidst the blood mist, a few mutated frogs and rodents continued to appear, further illuminating the escalating peril of the apocalypse and the increasing prevalence of mutated beings. Hence, it became imperative for him to swiftly acquire more resources. Nevertheless, Chu Feng chose not to break through walls to scour other rooms at that moment. Instead, he opened his messaging app and resumed posting messages in the group chat. All-inclusive, beautiful souls wishing to survive, do not hesitate to reach out to me, for I am your last beacon of hope. Chapter 48, Beyond Wushan. There are no clouds upon seeing the advertisement for free meals and accommodation once more in the group chat. The surviving members of the group immediately erupted into mockery. Huh? This guy still has such insatiable desires? After days of posting such trivial ads, if even one woman were to respond, I would concede defeat. Exactly. In these times, food is the ultimate priority. Do you not understand? Why hasn't he shared any online images today? Has his little tricks been uncovered? This fellow is truly a disgrace in these apocalyptic times. The group leader ought to expel him. Calling Chu Feng, please remove the free meals and accommodation from the group. Restore our online environment to a cleaner state. Everyone was ridiculing Chu Feng, perceiving him as a perverted man driven by base instincts. While all others were preoccupied with the struggle for mere survival, he remained fixated on such trivial matters. What a pitiful excuse for a man. Some even shouted for the group leader, Chu Feng, to expel the free meals and accommodation from the group. This elicited a chuckle from Chu Feng. It seems he still does not realize this is my alternate account. Chu Feng understood that most people did not believe him, even if they did. They merely sought to exploit his generosity. However, he paid no heed to their opinions, for they were the ones who had not eaten in days. While he savored fine wine and steak, attended to by 3 lovely maidens. Who could even fathom such a lifestyle? Subsequently, Chu Feng utilized his alternate account to capture photographs of the delectable food and the extraordinary fruits of his abilities, even subtly including a silhouette of Zixi as she mopped the floor. Although her face was obscured, her stunning figure was unmistakably clear, igniting the imaginations of all. Instantly, the group chat was once again abuzz. Goodness, this photo doesn't resemble an online image at all. Damn it, how does he possess so many extraordinary fruits? Is he a dealer? A woman? How could a man with free meals and accommodation have a woman in his home? Who allowed him such fortune? Her figure seems otherworldly. How can her legs be so long? Fraud. Quickly tell me how you managed to win over your sister. Living the life of free meals and accommodation seems almost divine. Is it too late to retract my previous statements? Brother Bao, grant me the chance to wash dishes in your home. With such a bounty of food, I would do anything. No, Master Bao, could you spare a cup of instant noodles for my sister? Isn't it a bit pathetic to ask for an extraordinary fruit instead of instant noodles? In the blink of an eye, the opinions of everyone in the group regarding Chu Feng underwent a remarkable transformation. After all, the food he shared was irresistibly tempting, accompanied by extraordinary fruits and the presence of a remarkably shapely woman. What is most vital in the apocalypse? Food, water, and women. The first two satisfy your physiological needs, while the latter fulfills your desires. And Chu Feng possessed all of these. Damn it. The free meals and accommodation truly are a stroke of luck. Free meals and accommodation. Interested beauties, quickly send your photos. Surely you do not wish to rot away alone in your rooms, do you? Chu Feng, with calculated intent, issued another advertisement for his arrangement. In no time, several women began to add Chu Feng on his messaging app. Various applications flooded in with remarks that left Chu Feng momentarily taken aback. To expedite matters, he consented to all the requests from these women, and instantly, a plethora of selfies poured in. Regrettably, when compared to the unparalleled beauty of Li Zixi and Lin Yue, these women fell short of Chu Feng's standards. Even Han Feifei paled in comparison. As the saying goes, once one has tasted the vastness of the sea, one finds it difficult to appreciate mere water. Apart from the peaks of Mount Wu, no clouds can compare. Chu Feng promptly rejected and blocked these women, choosing to disregard them henceforth. He understood that truly beautiful women seldom take such initiative. They only resort to sending pictures when utterly compelled. He had ample resources of food and water to wait. While they did not, setting his phone aside, Chu Feng lifted his gaze to the 21st floor. His eyes roamed, capturing the activities within the rooms before him. There lay a couple on the bed, barely clinging to life. An elderly person had already passed, and a man hung lifelessly from a noose, an array of life's myriad forms. At that moment, Chu Feng's attention settled on one particular room. On the sofa lounged a woman, her figure appealing, reminiscent of a watermelon growing on a jujube tree. However, her breath was faint, suggesting she had not eaten in quite some time. After a brief contemplation, Chu Feng immediately recognized this as Tang Wanqing's room. And she was an early childhood educator. Previously, when delivering items for Brother Hu, he had casually brought along belongings belonging to other guests, including Tang Wanqing's. Though her beauty was slightly overshadowed by the goddess-like Li Zixi and Lin Yue, the gentle aura she exuded was something they lacked, stirring Chu Feng's interest. Clearly, Tang Wanqing's allure met his standards, and sensing her weakened state, he felt she was nearing her limits. Had her room been adjacent, he might have breached the wall to claim her. Alas, she resided above him. Yet, Chu Feng was not in haste. He knew that fortunate women would soon find their way to him. As his gaze drifted past Tang Wanqing's room, he paused at room 218, his brow furrowing slightly. He was aware that a fitness coach named Songhao resided there. Having seen him before, Songhao was the epitome of a muscular man. However, Chu Feng recalled that he typically lived alone. Why, then, did he sense another presence in the room? Moreover, it was a woman. But considering the chaos prevalent in the fitness industry today, Chu Feng found understanding. Perhaps this woman was one of Songhao's trainees, working out together in the gym by day and at Songhao's residence by night. As fate would have it, he encountered the ominous blood mist just as he was concluding his work, which resulted in him being confined within his home. Simultaneously, Chu Feng sensed that the woman's aura was somewhat feeble. However, when compared to Tang Wanqing, it appeared relatively vigorous. Instantly, Chu Feng surmised that there must be provisions stored in Songhao's residence, although, given the passage of time, they were likely nearing depletion. Without paying much heed to Songhao and the woman, Chu Feng retracted his perceptive abilities. His primary intention was merely to ascertain the status of the survivors within his building. At present, it seemed that the majority were still alive, yet without food or aid. Their demise was imminent. Subsequently, Chu Feng began to survey his current living space. Ever since he had breached the walls of his neighbor's home, his sanctuary had expanded to over 200 square meters, ample enough to accommodate the four of them. Moreover, he had discovered a wealth of useful supplies in the neighbor's abode. Although Chu Feng lacked for nothing, it was illogical to disregard any resources that came his way. Thus, he promptly resolved to continue demolishing walls to enlarge his sanctuary and to scavenge for additional resources. Chapter 49. Demolish the walls. Scavenge for supplies. Soon, to Han Feifei's astonishment, Chu Feng once again unleashed a powerful punch, shattering another concrete wall. Naturally, he avoided the load-bearing structures. His intention was merely to create an entrance, not to dismantle the entire building. As a gaping hole emerged in the wall, Han Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Chu Feng possessed such terrifying strength, capable of breaching a solid concrete wall with a single blow. This realization filled her with relief, as she was grateful that her earlier plan with Wang Chong had failed. Otherwise, the suffering would not have been borne by Wang Chong alone. In contrast, Li Zixi and Lin Yue maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly accustomed to Chu Feng's formidable prowess. The house remained empty, with most of the stored food having spoiled. Only some frozen meat in the refrigerator appeared still edible. With a meaningful glance at Lin Yue, she immediately understood and began searching within the fridge. To their surprise, they discovered steaks, seemingly of the M9 grade. Before long, Lin Yue unearthed several M9 steaks from the freezer. Though coated in frost, the marbled appearance of the steaks was enough to whet their appetites. In addition to the M9 steaks, Lin Yue also found various other meats and seafood. This discovery pleasantly surprised Chu Feng. It seemed the former occupant of the house was quite the gourmet, boasting such a bounty of food in the refrigerator. Excellent. Chu Feng nodded with a smile, swiftly storing the items in his personal space. All that remained was to find a suitable time to cook and satisfy the appetites of the three women. This experience made Chu Feng realize that demolishing walls served not only to expand his living space, but also to procure a wealth of valuable supplies. Even though he currently faced no shortage of food or drink, who would refuse an abundance of delicacies? Furthermore, after enlarging the shelter, he perceived these houses as his hidden sanctuaries. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has three burrows, and in this post-apocalyptic world, he needed to be even more astute. Continuing his scavenging, Li Zixi discovered some fever reducers, anti-inflammatory medications, and alcohol from a drawer. These items were invaluable to Chu Feng. Han Feifei, meanwhile, found a few aphrodisiac pills tucked away in a bedroom drawer. Stealing a discreet glance at Chu Feng's back, she surreptitiously slipped them into her pocket. Chu Feng sensed her actions and merely smiled faintly, choosing not to comment. He understood her thoughts all too well. However, this slow pace of scavenging prompted Chu Feng to wish for the opportunity to infiltrate a large supermarket for a more substantial haul. Thus, he resolved to explore the nearby supermarket once the situation outside stabilized. Even though, under the protection of his vibranium body, he could disregard the corrosive blood mist and wielded abilities like the storm fist and heightened perception, he refrained from venturing out immediately. He was concerned about the potential for unforeseen incidents while the three women remained alone at home. If other raiders were to come knocking, all his efforts over the past few days would be in vain. While the lives of the three women were not paramount to him, their roles as tools were of immense significance. Please tidy up the place, ordered Chu Feng to the three individuals, before settling himself on the plush sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Meanwhile, in room 218, fitness instructor Songhao sat on the floor, bare-chested, performing sit-ups amidst a haze of mist. As a fitness coach, Songhao possessed a physique worthy of the Olympics, though it was a testament to both technology and sheer grit. His exclusive diet of protein powder over the past few days rendered his appearance somewhat unhealthy, yet his muscles gleamed with vitality. Lying sideways on the sofa was a woman named Zhou, clad in scant attire, her long hair cascaded messily over her shoulders, adorned with a peculiar black tattoo on her lower abdomen. As Chu Feng had surmised, Zhou was one of Songhao's trainees. After a day of rigorous training at the gym, they had come to Songhao's residence to continue their regimen. only to be ensnared by the pervasive fog of blood that enveloped the entire neighborhood. With no other recourse, they found themselves confined in the room, awaiting rescue for several days. At that moment, Zhou stifled a yawn and turned to Songhao, saying, "Coach Song, could I trouble you for a cigarette?" Despite his role as a fitness instructor, Songhao indulged in the vices of smoking and drinking, a proclivity that Zhou shared, explaining their mutual affinity. Extending her hand towards him, she anticipated the sight of a cigarette. Songhao rummaged through the refuse on the floor and shook a cigarette box, only to discover it was empty. "Damn it, not even a single cigarette left," he exclaimed in frustration, discarding the box in anger. The two had been chain smoking to numb their senses during these trying days, depleting his 3-packs entirely. Now, faced with the absence of cigarettes, anxiety washed over them. "Well then, let us have some protein powder," Songhao decided, rising to fetch a box of protein powder from the table. He scooped a spoonful, mixed it with water in a cup, and began to shake it vigorously. Despite the artificial nature of his muscular build, the excessive intake of protein powder in recent days had rendered his physique undeniably robust. "More protein powder? The very scent makes me nauseous," Zhou remarked disdainfully upon witnessing his preparations. "At a time like this, you're still picky? If you don't want it, then leave," Songhao retorted sternly, unwilling to coddle her. Life was already challenging enough without her adding to his frustrations. Were it not for Zhou alleviating certain needs of his, he would have long since let her starve. Zhou pouted in exasperation and opened the refrigerator to see what food remained. "There are 2 pieces of chicken breast and 2 sterile eggs. You should cook them for me," she instructed. Observing her actions, Songhao immediately commanded, "Get those cooked for me. Do you really think you're a deity? Am I your mother or your grandmother?" Zhou snapped back, her temper flaring at his tone. "Say that again? Do you want me to ensure you can't get out of bed in the future?" Songhao threatened, his voice laced with irritation. Songhao shot a fierce glare at Zhou, his imposing demeanor accentuated as he flexed his muscles. This only deepened Zhou's sense of helplessness. During her recent stay at Songhao's residence, she had endured considerable tribulations at the hands of this man. Nearly every night was a cacophony of fervent exertion, leaving her to rise each morning clutching her abdomen. In the past, such thrills had delighted Zhou, but now, with her stomach devoid of sustenance, she found herself ill-equipped to withstand Songhao's relentless vigor. Fortunately, the arrival of some relatives had tempered Songhao's exuberance in recent days, granting Zhou a brief respite. She muttered a quiet curse, acknowledging that she had never seen him exhibit such prowess before. Reluctantly, she gathered the last remnants of chicken breast and 2 sterile eggs, making her way to the kitchen. As she departed, Songhao allowed himself a triumphant smile. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he picked up his phone, eager to peruse any useful information. Upon opening it, he was met with tantalizing images of food shared in a group chat, including exotic fruits and a figure of a statuesque woman, which caused his eyes to gleam with excitement. Chapter 50: Establishing the Market, Preparing for the Heist. In recent days, Songhao has been closely monitoring the activities within the group purchasing chat, particularly paying special attention to all the messages posted by the user known as All-Inclusive. While others may perceive the food images shared by All-Inclusive as mere fabrications aimed at enticing women, Songhao possesses a keen intuition that everything released by Chu Feng is genuine. The intent of Chu Feng is refreshingly straightforward: to indulge in the company of beautiful women. If he were merely seeking to impress or deceive, he could easily relax his stringent standards regarding appearance. The insistence on only fostering relationships with stunning women, coupled with the requirement for them to send photographs first, indicates that Chu Feng possesses substantial resources. How enviable it must be for All-Inclusive to lead such a luxurious lifestyle, replete with food and drink, alongside a stunning woman. Fixating on the extraordinary figure of the woman in the photograph, Songhao instinctively licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with desire. After growing weary of Zhou, having explored every facet of her, he regarded her as having lost her value and easily expendable. The prospect of winning over this captivating woman filled him with exhilaration. Furthermore, with All-Inclusive providing ample food, he envisioned thriving even in apocalyptic conditions. Not solely fixated on sustenance and companionship, Songhao's thoughts lingered on the woman possessing an extraordinary physique. As these notions coursed through his mind, a sinister glint of ambition and longing flickered in his eyes. In his estimation, All-Inclusive was but a coward, for why else would he remain elusive for so long? Feeling the strength of his biceps, Songhao was confident that a single blow could bring his rival to the ground. At that moment, Zhou emerged, carrying a plate of cooked chicken breast and eggs, while her other hand clutched her phone, her expression one of shock. "Look, All-Inclusive is posted again in the chat. How does he have so much food? And even supernatural fruits?" It was evident that Zhou had also seen the messages shared by All-Inclusive, her eyes brimming with envy. Stealing a glance at Zhou's figure, which had long since lost its allure for him, Songhao concealed his disdain. After all, until he could secure the woman associated with all-inclusive, he still needed Zhou Li to satisfy his desires. Feeling envious? Songhao feigned nonchalance as he inquired. Of course. In this apocalypse, everyone is starving. Who wouldn't envy those with food? Zhou Li unabashedly expressed her thoughts, placing the plate on the table. Glancing at the chicken breast and eggs, then back at the delectable offerings shared by all-inclusive. Suddenly, the chicken and eggs seemed far less appealing. Observing the contrast between their mundane existence and the lavish life of others, she felt a profound sense of disappointment. Upon catching sight of the woman's silhouette, she lamented her own circumstances, wishing she were by all-inclusive's side. Stealing a furtive glance at Songhao, Zhou Li contemplated the idea of sending a selfie to all-inclusive, believing her own figure could potentially captivate his attention. However, none of this could reveal to Songhao the truth. Otherwise, he would likely confront her relatives who were just about to leave. Meanwhile, Songhao was observing Zhou Li's expression in secret, fully aware of her thoughts. After a brief contemplation, he inquired again, "Do you know where the all-inclusive accommodation is located?" Zhou Li shook her head. Her days were consumed either in bed or being pinned down on the sofa by Songhao, leaving her no time to inquire about the whereabouts of others. "What if we were to seize the resources from the all-inclusive accommodation?" Songhao said, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. This notion had long been brewing in his mind. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, it was a domain for the strong, while the timid were destined to relinquish all their resources. Upon hearing Songhao's suggestion, Zhou Li was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. Soon after, she became animated. "Are we really going to rob the resources from the all-inclusive accommodation? If so, we wouldn't have to consume protein every day anymore." Her words elicited a nod of agreement from Songhao. With their protein supplies nearly depleted, he needed to devise a swift plan to procure food. And robbing the all-inclusive accommodation was one of the most effective methods. "Just remember, when we seize the resources, you cannot abandon me," Zhou Li said. Playfully approaching Songhao and settling into his embrace as she had done before, her fingers delicately pinching his earlobe. "My demands are modest. Just 3 packets of instant noodles and 3 bottles of mineral water each day will suffice." This thought made Songhao internally scoff. 3 packets of instant noodles a day? What a lackluster ambition. He was primarily motivated by the desire to acquire the ability fruits, rather than the food itself. Gaining supernatural powers through these fruits would elevate him to a position of admiration in the apocalypse. What resources would be beyond his reach then? Even if there were challenges, he believed he could overcome them with a single punch. He recalled how brother who had been exalted by everyone in their group simply for acquiring a power ability. If he were to obtain an even more formidable power, he would become the savior of all in this desolate world. Songhao felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained an air of nonchalance to avoid being seen through by Zhou Li. For now, she served as a mere tool to him, one he might find useful in the future. Once he had seized the resources, the striking woman would naturally fall into his possession. In such a scenario, what would Zhou Li be? Merely a discarded plaything, easily cast aside like refuse. "Rest assured, what I eat, you shall have to drink." Songhao feigned generosity as he spoke to Zhou Li. She nestled in his arms, only pretended to be pleased on the surface while internally harboring a cold smirk. "Humph. Who would believe you would actually provide me with food? You're merely placating me for now. When we encounter the all-inclusive accommodation, wouldn't it be better to remain by their side than to be with a brute like you?" Having grown up navigating the streets, Zhou Li had long since seen through Songhao's facade and was contemplating matters more deeply than he realized. She understood. He repeatedly entices everyone in the group with food and the allure of extraordinary abilities, seemingly unafraid of being overpowered by a united front. His audacity stems from a singular source, his formidable strength. Though Zhou Li remains oblivious to the extent of his confidence, she is certain that Songhao stands no chance against him. Thus, she resolves to abandon the insufferable Songhao when the moment arises and seek refuge with the provider of sustenance and shelter. However, a pressing issue looms. Neither of them knows the whereabouts of this benefactor. "Fear not, for I possess a method to draw him out." Songhao smirked coldly, then retrieved his phone to send a message in the group chat. "All members, in light of the current perilous situation and scarcity of supplies, I propose the establishment of a trading market. Within this market, all may freely exchange resources, with the location tentatively set on the rooftops of each building, where the blood mist has yet to descend. Trading will commence nightly at 7 o'clock. Chapter 51. Could Tang Wanqing be a contrast girl? This was also the most ingenious method that Songhao conceived for finding a means of sustenance and shelter. Even if the counterpart were to conceal their identity in the trading market, Songhao was confident that his discerning eye would allow him to spot them amidst the crowd. Soon, responses began to trickle in within the group chat. "A trading market? What an excellent idea. We must unite in these trying times." Indeed. Is anyone willing to trade for some liquor? 20 barrels of instant noodles for a bottle. Hey, can I exchange 5 packs of instant noodles? What a joke. This is liquor. You think 5 packs of instant noodles are sufficient for that? Haha, what of liquor? It's of no use in the apocalypse. My friends, I have a pack of chocolate. Is anyone willing to trade meat for it? I crave meat. My wife is about to give birth, and I am desperate for food in exchange for household appliances. I beg you all, the birth of your child has nothing to do with us in this apocalypse. Who needs appliances? Woe is me. I envy those of you who have food. I've been drinking tap water for 3 days. I have a box of cigarettes. Anyone willing to trade anti-inflammatory medicine for it? Alas, my wound has become infected. I have anti-inflammatory medicine, but I only trade it for food, not for cigarettes. Brother, I implore you to save me. Otherwise, I may truly perish. Does anyone have other supplies they wish to exchange? Speak up. Is there any chance for a freebie? The group chat immediately erupted, with many revealing their scant supplies in hopes of exchanging for necessities. At this moment, Chu Feng also noticed Songhao's message, and a thought began to unfurl within him. A market. Perhaps he could procure some new supplies therein. Although Chu Feng was currently living in abundance, with no worries about food or drink, and even accompanied by beautiful women who could endlessly supply him with resources, acquiring additional provisions would be even more advantageous. Now, after indulging in steak and red wine daily, he found himself somewhat weary of the same flavors and wished to explore new tastes. With this thought, Chu Feng paused momentarily, as if struck by inspiration, and promptly rose to gaze towards the rooftop of Unit 218, where Songhao resided. Soon, he spotted Songhao's figure, his head illuminated by a glowing red aura. Just as I suspected, Chu Feng sneered quietly. After so long in this apocalypse, Songhao suddenly calling for the establishment of a trading market and everyone showcasing their supplies, while he, the initiator, remained conspicuously silent, raised suspicions in Chu Feng's mind. Moreover, this message coincided perfectly with the moment he had posted about his food and supernatural fruits. Chu Feng surmised that Songhao might be targeting him, seeking to extract some benefit from him. However, he was unaware of Chu Feng's whereabouts, attempting to use the trading market to draw him out. If that is the case, then you shall meet your demise. A chill swept across Chu Feng's face. On the 21st floor, kindergarten teacher Tang Wanqing lay on the sofa, clutching her stomach, her expression frail. An overwhelming sense of hunger made her feel as though she were on the brink of death. Unable to resist, she picked up her phone and opened Feishin, hoping to discover a way to procure food. After all, at her tender age, it would be a grave injustice to perish here. As she opened Feishin, Tang Wanqing immediately noticed the discussions in the group concerning the trading market. She began to meticulously sift through each message, yearning to find a glimmer of hope. However, as she perused the messages, she realized that nearly everyone possessed some supplies, while she had nothing at all. This left her devoid of any qualification to exchange goods in the trading market. Surely, she could not barter her own body as collateral, could she? Of course. There would be some who would take such offers, perhaps providing food and shelter in return. Tang Wanqing's slender fingers continued to scroll through the chat history, and soon, she came across a post from someone offering food and accommodation. The images displayed succulent beef, pork, sausages, and an array of fruits. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her throat involuntarily constricting as her gaze was filled with an insatiable longing for food. Although she had also noticed the mentions of supernatural fruits, at this moment, food was her utmost priority. Only sustenance could bring her comfort and ensure her survival. For a fleeting instant, Tang Wanqing's previously steadfast resolve began to waver. Then, she saw another message from the food and accommodation provider. Food and shelter. Beautiful ladies who wish to survive, reach out to me quickly. I am your last hope for survival. At this point, Tang Wanqing's internal conflict was fully ignited. She yearned to live. Yet she possessed no resources to support her existence. Just as the message suggested, perhaps this individual was indeed her sole opportunity. Must I truly sell myself? Tang Wanqing murmured to herself, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Nevertheless, her hesitation dissipated in an instant. She had to survive. As for selling her own body, what of it? The flesh of the dead would inevitably decay. Only the living deserve to possess flesh and blood. Resolute, Tang Wanqing cast aside her inner turmoil and began to click on Chu Feng's Feishin avatar to add him as a friend. Meanwhile, Chu Feng promptly received her friend request. Upon seeing her profile picture, he immediately recognized it as Tang Wanqing. Has the kindergarten teacher finally succumbed? Chu Feng mused with a faint smile. He accepted her friend request and sent her a message. Send me a selfie without makeup, immediately. His tone brooked no dissent, as he believed that applying a modicum of pressure would make her realize that she was truly clutching at a lifeline. Indeed, upon reading Chu Feng's message, Tang Wanqing felt a surge of panic. She hastily rose from the sofa and approached the floor mirror, preparing to take a selfie to send to him. However, after a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her favorite outfit from the wardrobe. It was an adorable, lowly-style Elite dress that suited her petite frame and anime-like appearance perfectly. Whenever she attended comic conventions, she would don this very dress. Despite being a kindergarten teacher, her contrasts were strikingly apparent. After all, what one wore to work had no bearing on their attire after hours. The reason she donned the exquisite Lolita attire was that Tang Wanqing wished to maximize her satisfaction with the all-inclusive arrangements. After changing into her new garments, Tang Wanqing captured a full-length photograph of herself in the mirror. It must be said that although Tang Wanqing appeared somewhat frail after enduring days of hunger, this very fragility imparted an indescribable, almost morbid beauty to her. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng received the photograph sent by Tang Wanqing. To his surprise, he found this woman to be rather endearing. As he gazed at her image, Chu Feng nodded in approval, and the system's voice echoed in his ear. Name: Tang Wanqing. Age: 22. Beauty score: 96. Grace: 95. Figure: 97. Virtue: 100. Overall rating: 9. 7. Meets system requirements. Chapter 52. Han Feifei, do you expect me to cook for those two wretches? Their ratings are surprisingly comparable to Li Zixi and Lin Yue. Upon observing the system's assessment of Tang Wanqing, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his surprise evident. Yet, recalling her gentle demeanor, he nodded in satisfaction. Unlike the naturally beautiful Li Zixi and Lin Yue, Tang Wanqing possessed a commendable appearance paired with an exquisite aura, thus earning a respectable score from the system. You have met my standards. I will notify you shortly, Chu Feng promptly replied to Tang Wanqing. As she read the message confirming her meals and accommodation, relief washed over her, igniting a flicker of hope in her eyes. The reason he had not immediately gone to fetch her was that Chu Feng wished to test this woman's patience. This would facilitate her training once she was under his control. Moreover, the pressing matter for Chu Feng was the trading market opening at 7 in the evening. Glancing at the clock, which indicated it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, he realized there was still an hour and a half until the market commenced. Chu Feng decided to have dinner first to conserve energy. He then turned to the three women who had just finished tidying up and inquired, "Which of you will prepare the steak and seafood we found earlier?" Previously, Chu Feng would have unhesitatingly assigned such tasks to Li Zixi and Lin Yue. However, with Han Feifei now in the mix, he was curious to observe how these three women would handle the situation, while also laying the groundwork for his forthcoming plans. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Lin Yue initially intended to volunteer to cook, but recalling the scene from the morning where Li Zixi treated Han Feifei with such disdain, coupled with Han Feifei's profound cunning, she hesitated and glanced at her. Not only Lin Yue, but Li Zixi also cast a sidelong glance at Han Feifei. Noticing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Han Feifei, who had initially aimed to impress Chu Feng, felt a surge of resentment at the two women's attitudes. What was the big deal about arriving 2 days earlier? Just wait until I have Chu Feng completely devoted to me. I will ensure your downfall first. Despite her internal turmoil, Han Feifei maintained an air of calm, smiling at the three of them, and said, "Sisters, why not take a break? Allow me to showcase my culinary skills today. I am quite adept at cooking." After speaking, Han Feifei looked towards Chu Feng, seemingly awaiting his approval. However, he merely nodded indifferently. "I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook." This response left Han Feifei feeling somewhat disheartened. She had hoped to gain favor with him, only to receive such a lukewarm reply. With no other choice, she could only force a smile as she entered the kitchen to busy herself with the preparations. Meanwhile, Li Zixi and Lin Yue resumed their efforts in tidying up the house. Before long, Han Feifei had completed the steak and seafood, and even prepared a bowl of kelp soup. "Everyone, come and taste my cooking," she called out after bringing all the dishes to the dining table. However, Chu Feng did not sit down, and neither did Li Zixi and Lin Yue dare to take a seat. Aromatic wafts of steak filled the air, prompting Chu Feng to leisurely take his seat at the dining table. The other three soon followed suit. Ignoring their presence, Chu Feng swiftly picked up his chopsticks and seized a piece of braised ribbonfish. "Quite delightful, indeed, fresh and delectable. It appears you possess considerable culinary skills," he praised Han Feifei. To be candid, while this woman harbors deep intentions, her cooking truly stands out. That she earned such commendation from the notoriously picky Chu Feng speaks volumes. Upon hearing Chu Feng's unexpected compliment, Han Feifei was instantly invigorated, gleefully sharing the moment with Li Zixi and Lin Yue, her heart swelling with excitement. "Look, a mere meal has garnered Chu Feng's praise. How far can it be before he kneels beneath my pomegranate skirt? You shall henceforth be our designated chef." However, the subsequent remark from Chu Feng left Han Feifei utterly bewildered. I shall exclusively cook?" She asked, her chopsticks frozen mid-air, confusion etched on her face. Is there a problem? Chu Feng shot her a cold glance. And no problem, she stammered, her head bowing in submission under the weight of his gaze. She could never have anticipated that she was to become the cook for their little group. The prospect of cooking solely for Chu Feng was palatable. She believed she could eventually win over his heart through his stomach. Yet, the thought of preparing meals for Li Zixi and Lin Yue incensed her. Why should she be subjugated alongside the other women? Suddenly, the meal lost its allure for Han Feifei. Meanwhile, Li Zixi and Lin Yue relished the situation, disregarding Han Feifei's exasperated expression as they heartily indulged in their food. Beat. Detected Li Zixi consuming M9 steak X1. Congratulations to the host for receiving M9 steak X100. Beat. Detected Lin Yue consuming blue crab X1. Congratulations to the host for receiving blue crab X100. Beat. Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10,000 returned resources, multiplier increased to 500 times. As long as a woman bound to the host consumes any resources, the host will receive a 500-fold return. Just as Chu Feng set down his chopsticks, he was suddenly alerted by the system's notification, his brow arching slightly. A hint of barely detectable excitement flickering across his face. The return multiplier has been upgraded? Beat. Detected Han Feifei consuming Oyster X1. Congratulations to the host for receiving Oyster X500. Upon realizing the return multiplier had indeed reached 500 times, Chu Feng smiled faintly. He had not anticipated that the system's return multiplier would ascend based on accumulated resources. Although the increase from 100 to 500 might seem modest, Chu Feng understood that this represented not merely a quantitative leap, but also his most formidable assurance for survival in this apocalyptic world. Excellent, excellent. Raising his gaze to the three women, Chu Feng promptly instructed Han Feifei to prepare the remaining steak and seafood for the three of them to enjoy. Li Zixi and Lin Yue, who had barely eaten enough, immediately turned their attention to Han Feifei. Startled, Han Feifei, who had just consumed a raw oyster without having the chance to relish anything else, hurried into the kitchen. Within the confines of the kitchen, her expression mirrored that of someone who had tasted despair. Had she known she would have to prepare meals for those two wretched individuals, she would have refrained from showcasing her culinary skills. Unfortunately, given that Li Zixi and Lin Yue possessed extraordinary abilities while she remained an ordinary person, Han Feifei could only choose to remain in the shadows. After preparing the remaining dishes, Chu Feng watched as they devoured everything, the sound of the system's 500-fold return echoing incessantly in his ears. In the blink of an eye, the M9 steak and an array of seafood from his spatial inventory amassed into a small mountain. Meanwhile, Li Zixi and Lin Yue finally savored the most satisfying meal since the apocalypse began. Yet, Han Feifei could not shake the thought of the daily cooking that awaited her, her expression resembling that of a bitter melon. What was meant to win Chu Feng's favor through delectable dishes had instead backfired. Observing Han Feifei's wretched countenance, akin to someone who had tasted something foul, Chu Feng couldn't help but reveal a cold smirk. Chapter 53. The collapse of order begins. After dinner, Han Feifei, with a face full of frustration, busied herself with the dishes. The thought of her striking beauty being wasted on such menial labor weighed heavily on her heart, filling her with deep discontent. Previously, when she was with Wang Chong, she had never endured such hardships. She had hoped that by coming to Chu Feng's home, her looks would afford her a place of privilege. Instead, she found herself at the beck and call of Li Zixi and Lin Yue. This made Han Feifei nostalgically reminisce about her days with Wang Chong. However, glancing at Wang Chong, who hung lifelessly on the balcony, drained of all vitality by the wisteria, she sighed helplessly. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the air from outside, causing Han Feifei to lean out and look. Not only she, but also Chu Feng, Li Zixi, and Lin Yue, who were in the bedroom, curiously stepped onto the balcony to investigate. Across the way, a young girl in pajamas was retreating step by step onto her balcony, confronted by two men with brightly dyed hair. Each brandished a knife, their malicious gazes fixed upon her. The girl, a mix of anger and fear, shouted at them desperately, "You are trespassing. I will call the police. My boyfriend will be back any moment." The man in front, with a grotesque smile, licked the blade of his knife with a twisted amusement. "Call the police? Go ahead. Let us see if anyone comes to save you." Chu Feng's brow furrowed, sensing the malevolence in their intentions. Realizing that threats were futile, the girl turned to the outside and screamed, "Help. Someone. Please help." "Ah. At this time, do you really think anyone will come to your aid?" One of the men lunged forward, grabbing the girl by her hair and striking her face with a slap. "Shout again, and I will kill you." A sharp knife pressed against her throat, rendering her silent and paralyzed with fear, her eyes darting between the two men. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. "Let her go." Both men turned to see a young boy appearing behind them, seemingly the girl's boyfriend who had just returned from gathering supplies. Upon witnessing his girlfriend threatened by the two thugs, the boy's rage ignited, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Seeing this, one of the thugs sneered, raising his knife menacingly and thrusting it into the boy's abdomen. Thud. The knife sank deep, and the boy's eyes widened in shock as he stared at his assailant. Is this all you've got? Damn it. The thug laughed maniacally, swiftly withdrawing the blade and stabbing the boy's abdomen twice more. Blood gushed onto the balcony, and the boy collapsed, lifeless as if turned to mere mud. Witnessing her boyfriend's demise sent the girl into a frenzy of terror. You dare to commit murder? The thugs laughed heartily. What of murder? Who can stop us? Two individuals, amidst laughter, hoisted the lifeless body of a boy and hurled it from the upper floor. Damn it, don't obstruct my view. The thud of the corpse striking the ground instantly attracted a swarm of mutated creatures. The girl, heart-wrenchingly, collapsed on the balcony, watched in utter despair as the body vanished in a crimson mist. Li Tian! Li Tian! Ignoring her anguished cries, the blonde man seized her by the hair and dragged her back into the room. Sister, come play with us for a bit. The girl struggled fiercely, but her strength paled in comparison to that of the two men. Help? Please, help me. I beg you. Many onlookers on the opposite balcony were captivated by the horrific scene. Observing this, the blonde man brandished a bloodied knife outside the window. What are you staring at? Mind your own business, or I'll make sure to take care of you. He then pulled the girl into the room, and her desperate pleas swiftly faded, replaced by a chorus of lewd laughter. Witnessing this, the crowd sighed in dismay. Some clenched their fists in anger at the men's actions, but ultimately chose to silently curse them before drawing their curtains and turning away. Others had already closed their curtains, fearful that they might be targeted next. Everyone understood, amidst the apocalypse, order was disintegrating. Observing this scene, Li Zixi and Lin Yue furrowed their brows in indignation. In stark contrast, Chu Feng appeared unfazed, as if the recent events held no significance for him. Only Han Feifei was left trembling in terror, her face pale with fright. Simultaneously, Chu Feng recognized that as societal order continued to unravel, such incidents would become a daily occurrence. The priority, therefore, was to attract more women. With this thought in mind, he opened the group chat and posted another advertisement. All meals and accommodations provided, seeking beautiful women, with plenty of food and drink, protection guaranteed. If you wish to survive, send a full, unfiltered photo. Everyone, meanwhile, on the 23rd floor of Building A, by Sean. A slightly plump woman standing at 5'6" and weighing over 200 pounds, lay weakly on her bed, gazing at the half-piece of moldy steamed bun in her hand, her eyes filled with despair. Just then, a notification from the group chat chimed in, and Baishan picked up her phone to discover an advertisement from the accommodations provider. You scoundrel! Even after rejecting me, you still tempt others? Baishan, known online as White Camellia, was the woman who had initially used a fake image to lure people into the accommodations offer, only to have her scheme seen through by Chu Feng. This led her to survive for 3 days at home, relying solely on 2 steamed buns and her body fat. Had you not turned me down, I would be feasting on lavish meals every day. The blame lay squarely on him. Viewing the enticing food images shared in the group, Baishan's heart seethed with resentment. She believed her current plight was a direct consequence of the accommodations provider's initial disinterest in her, even going so far as to defame her in the group. I am as beautiful as a flower and as light as a swallow. How could I not be worthy of you? A woman of my stature is the ultimate dream for all men. In a fit of rage, Baishan hurled the bun in her hand to the ground, the anger causing the layers of fat on her face to quiver. If you won't let me live in peace, you shall not find solace either. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within her. Having endured such misery, how could anyone dare to thrive better than her? Especially that man who had once spurned her. Thus, she commenced a barrage of messages within the group. The one who claims to provide food and shelter is nothing but a charlatan. Who knows how many girls' photos he has exploited to satiate his own desires? Even in these apocalyptic times, how can such a person exist? As princesses, we ought to be free from worries of sustenance and attire. Do you grasp the essence of treating women with the utmost care? To atone for your transgressions, I propose you gather all provisions and distribute them to us women at the trading market by 7 o'clock. Food and shelter. Upon sending this message, Baishan broke into a triumphant smile. Not only did it allow her to vent her pent-up frustrations, but it also held the potential for her to acquire food at no cost, a veritable twofold victory. Soon, the group erupted with activity as everyone laid eyes on her message. Chapter 54. I have no morals, you cannot coerce me. Numerous women stepped forward to express their support for Baishan's words. Sister, you are absolutely right. We girls are meant to be cherished. With meals and accommodation provided, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and deliver the food to us. If the girls in happy community grow thin from hunger, you shall bear the responsibility. Can one's appearance truly judge a girl? It is the beauty of the soul that matters most. Without us women, how would you men even exist? Some men, upon reading these messages, couldn't help but chuckle. Huh. How brazen to demand free meals, and yet speak with such conviction. Do you truly consider yourself a princess? Even if there is food, it is provided by someone else. So if you want it, you must offer something in exchange. Why can't we men express concern for the girls? Indeed, if I had food, I would gladly share it with the beauties. Are you feeling anxious about providing meals and accommodation now? Are you already preparing the food? By the way, is it too late for me to change my gender to female? White Camellia, I support you. Although there were some who did not comprehend Bai Shan's statements, the majority still stood by her. This overwhelming support stirred excitement in Bai Shan, leading her to believe that those responsible for providing meals and accommodation would inevitably succumb to pressure and deliver food to them. After all, she was speaking from the perspective of all girls, a vulnerable group. Surely the other party understood that? On the other hand, Chu Feng also noticed Bai Shan's message, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch in disbelief. What the hell? Moral coercion. Chu Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. He possessed an abundance of food, but he had no intention of playing the role of a benevolent individual. In this post-apocalyptic world, how dare anyone attempt to coerce him? I'm sorry, but I lack morals. You cannot manipulate me. Thus, Chu Feng immediately began to retort in the group chat. How amusing. Some people should take a moment to reflect before they speak and consider whether they are worthy. In short, if you desire food, first send a photo that meets my standards. Otherwise, I would rather feed it to my dog than give it to you. This response only fueled Bai Shan's anger further. Will you take responsibility if I grow thin from hunger? I am the apple of my parents' eye. Huh. More like the pet pig of your parents. Go far away. Chu Feng showed no leniency towards Bai Shan, rendering her speechless with a single remark. The others in the group began to revel in the spectacle. Ha ha ha, the apple of your parents' eye? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? What does White Camellia even look like? Share a photo so we can see. Seeing Chu Feng's cold-heartedness, Bai Shan trembled with indignation. Damn that despicable man. How dare I, who has only survived online through images, post a selfie in the group? With no other choice, Bai Shan clutched her phone in frustration, her heart filled with resentment towards the notion of meals and accommodation. After finishing his retorts towards Bai Shan, Chu Feng glanced at the time. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the trading market opened, he began to prepare. He understood that Songhao was likely waiting for his appearance, plotting to undermine him. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng turned to Zixi and said, "You shall accompany me to the trading market shortly." He then glanced at Lin Yue and Han Feifei, adding, "You two should remain indoors and refrain from stepping outside." His tone grew somewhat stern as he directed a look at Lin Yue, implicitly instructing her to keep a watchful eye on Han Feifei. Lin Yue, comprehending his intent, nodded in agreement. Despite her alluring abilities, her powers knew no gender boundaries, thus she could easily maintain control over Han Feifei. This aligned with Chu Feng's strategy. Even though he was confident that Han Feifei, the fortunate woman, would not venture out of the house, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Raising his gaze towards the bedroom, Chu Feng noticed that the color of Lightning's fur, which had been confined, had completely transformed to a vibrant green. Without hesitation, he opened the door to release it and retrieve some scraps of mutated gray wolf meat from his spatial storage to toss over. "Lightning, guard the house," he commanded. The sight of Chu Feng releasing Lightning startled Han Feifei, prompting her to retreat hastily. As if comprehending Chu Feng's words, Lightning lay at the doorway, eagerly devouring the scraps he had thrown. With everything arranged, Chu Feng finally stepped out of the house with Li Zixi. His choice to bring Li Zixi stemmed from her possession of two unique abilities. Having kept her at home for so long, it was time for her to experience the outside world. Although perplexed by Chu Feng's plan, Li Zixi nodded without hesitation, influenced by the respect she had developed for him over the past few days. The corridor was eerily silent, with flickering yellow lights amplifying the already unsettling atmosphere. As they exited, Chu Feng instructed Li Zixi to activate her alert ability, so they could sense any disturbances in their surroundings. This was another reason for bringing her along. Her alertness would enable him to be promptly aware of any commotion nearby, despite his own superior intermediate perception ability. Why not utilize Li Zixi as a tool when he had the chance? Carefully scanning their environment, the two began their ascent to the top floor via the staircase. Meanwhile, on the other side, Coach Song, I am frightened. Songhao had taken Zhou Li out of their home, preparing to take the elevator to the top floor. Observing the silent corridor, Zhou Li was suddenly reminded of the terrifying scene involving the mutated Tibetan Mastiff, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably. With a disdainful glance at Zhou Li, Songhao scoffed, "Afraid? If you're scared, just go home." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Li quickly shook her head. She had already resolved to secure a stable future for herself, free from Songhao's grasp. So how could she not go? Otherwise, once Songhao acquired food, he would have even more energy to torment her. If you are coming, then keep your mouth shut. If you attract a monster, Don't blame me for not rescuing you, Songhao reiterated to Zhou Li. In pursuit of her ambitions, Zhou Li had no choice but to hastily seal her lips and refrain from uttering another word. She hoped for accommodation and meals alongside others in the same building. When the moment arrived, should he make an appearance, a smirk would surely grace her lips. Songhao began to ponder deeply. Although he remained uncertain whether the provisions for meals and lodging would coincide with his presence on the top floor, he was indifferent. He understood that once the individual appeared, discussions would undoubtedly arise within the group, and if necessary, he would find a way to ascend to the floor where meals and lodging were allocated. In any case, he was resolute in securing his place with the provisions. Not just within their building, but survivors from other structures cautiously stepped out of their homes, hastening towards the rooftop. Are you also heading to the trading market on the top floor? The elevator halted on the 23rd floor, and as the doors opened, two young individuals entered. Upon noticing Songhao and Zhou Li, they inquired. Songhao maintained his composure, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing other survivors appear, Zhou Li finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 55. While we starve like dogs, he is accompanied by a beauty soon. The elevator was filled with people, all survivors from this floor. Each individual appeared remarkably weak. Their faces ashen and spirits low, clearly the result of prolonged starvation. Some had disheveled hair and dark circles under their eyes, reminiscent of pandas, indicating a lack of sufficient sleep. At the same time, each of these individuals clutched a bag, their wary gazes scrutinizing everyone nearby. After a brief interval, the elevator reached the top floor, and the crowd disembarked, making their way up the stairs to the rooftop. A few survivors also appeared on the stairwell, instantly enlivening the corridor. This marked the first time since the apocalypse that so many individuals had gathered in one place. Throughout this process, Songhao's vigilant eyes scanned the faces of each survivor, searching for someone who might provide sustenance and shelter. However, after a thorough glance, he did not identify anyone resembling the ideal candidate. In Songhao's perspective, those who could offer food and shelter would undoubtedly exhibit a healthy complexion and superior demeanor compared to these famished survivors. Yet, after examining a dozen individuals, Songhao found no one who fit the bill. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, convinced that the opportunity to seek out women would not elude those who could provide food and shelter. Not only was Songhao observing, but Zhou Li was also scrutinizing each passerby among the survivors. Soon, they arrived at the rooftop, where a considerable crowd had already assembled. Some individuals held up makeshift signs detailing their needs. 1 huazi for 20 packs of instant noodles. 1982 lafite in exchange for beef or pork. 5 bottles of Sprite or Coca-Cola for sausages or bread. Mauzi in exchange for food, come negotiate if interested. 20 grams of gold for a case of drinking water and a case of instant noodles. The array of trade goods was diverse, yet without exception, everyone ultimately sought food. As Songhao continued to observe those who appeared to be able to provide food and shelter, he also paid attention to the survivors trading goods. At that moment, he approached a frail, elderly man with a white goatee. Young man, would you be interested in some angelica or ginseng? These are premium supplements. And I'm not asking for much, just 10 kilograms of flour, the old man inquired upon noticing Songhao. Looking down, Songhao saw the elder open a backpack revealing various plants whose names he could not recall, resembling traditional Chinese medicine. He crouched down and took a handful from the elder's bag, bringing it to his nose. Instantly, a pungent herbal scent caused him to grimace. Goodness, that is truly unbearable. Are you trying to deceive me with this so-called supplement? He exclaimed, discarding the angelica and ginseng, brushing his hands off in disdain. The elder, glancing at Songhao's well-defined muscles with envy, replied earnestly, these are all nourishing supplements from traditional medicine, highly beneficial for the human body, especially for someone like you who engages in fitness. As he spoke, the elder cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Li beside Songhao, leaving his statement hanging in the air. In the face of impending doom, who would seek nourishment and supplements? Ignoring the elder's words, Songhao let out a derisive laugh. The elder managed a bitter smile. Indeed, when desperation sets in, even traditional medicine can seem like sustenance. With such an unpleasant odor, even a dog would turn its nose up. Songhao's disdain only deepened. Zhou Li, curious, took a handful and brought it to her nose for a whiff. Upon encountering the acrid scent, she hastily discarded it, wiping her hands with a tissue, her face contorting in disgust. It resembles dog excrement. I'd rather starve than consume such a thing. The elder merely shook his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate. Although these were herbal supplements, consuming a certain quantity could indeed stave off hunger. As 10 minutes passed, the number of survivors gathered on the rooftop swelled. It appeared that the presence of many lent courage, as their voices grew bolder. Some survivors exchanged their supplies while engaging in conversation. Alas, how did our lives spiral into chaos so suddenly? I cannot endure this existence. At this rate, I shall surely perish. My wife and children have already succumbed to starvation. leaving me the sole survivor in my household. It has been so long. Why has the government not come to our aid? Are you foolish? We possess no power or influence. Who would care for us? The rescue teams will undoubtedly prioritize the wealthy and influential. It is utterly unjust. Must we simply starve to death? Complaining is futile. We must devise a means to procure food. My 80-year-old mother awaits my return at home. Who knows if the aid includes meals and accommodation? I wonder if they would accept gold. In times like these, does gold even hold value? I suspect that fellow will not come. He is not in need of provisions. Those who offer food and shelter not only have ample supplies, but also a stunning woman accompanying them. It is envy-inducing. While we starve like dogs, he enjoys the company of a beauty? The comparison is disheartening. Let us not lose hope. Once the government rescues the affluent and the officials, they will surely come for us. For now, we must focus on surviving. The pervasive negativity among the survivors was palpable, with only a select few still harboring hope for governmental assistance. As Songhao passed by, he instructed Zhou to place the dumbbell and half a bucket of protein powder she had brought from home on the ground as they began to wait. The sight of someone producing a dumbbell elicited laughter from the crowd. Trading a dumbbell for food? What value does that hold? It's merely a hunk of iron, inedible. The protein powder, albeit useful, was nearly depleted. Unfazed, Songhao retorted, "Do you not understand? With the myriad of mutated creatures outside, who does not need some means of self-defense? A dumbbell serves as an excellent weapon for protection." Initially, the crowd intended to mock him further, but upon observing his muscular physique, they fell silent. This time, Songhao's primary objective was not to barter for food, but to seek accommodation and meals. Hence he merely brought along a few items. Zhou, too, paid no heed to the words of the crowd, focusing intently on each survivor that passed by. Simultaneously, she was observing the circumstances of others. Although a multitude of survivors frequented the market to trade goods, the majority held items of little value. In fact, after a thorough glance, Zhou discerned that none carried food for exchange. Instead, they sought to barter inedible items for sustenance, such as liquor, cigarettes, appliances, and even toilet paper and toothpaste. This realization tightened the knot of anxiety in her stomach. It was evident that each survivor was enduring a difficult existence. And if she could not secure provisions and shelter, her plight would likely become even more arduous. "Coach Song, will provisions and shelter truly arrive? What if he is not present in this building?" Zhou whispered to Songhao. Songhao, visibly anxious, continued to patiently observe each passerby. "I wager that provisions and shelter must be in our unit. Did you not hear the speculation around us about whether he would come? As soon as he appears, I shall take action." Songhao's gaze suddenly turned fierce and menacing. Chapter 56. The Rooftop Heist. Songhao establishes his authority. Upon hearing Songhao's words, Zhou was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling the validity of his reasoning. She instinctively perked up her ears, attentively listening to the lecture, only to discover that everyone around her seemed engrossed in discussions about all-inclusive provisions, speculating whether he would indeed make an appearance. This revelation set Zhou's heart racing. The prospect of all-inclusive meals and accommodations presented her with a golden opportunity to escape from Songhao's grasp. Consequently, her gaze towards Songhao transformed into one of frivolity. Truly, Coach Song was exceptionally astute. Suddenly, Zhou offered a compliment to Songhao, attempting to placate him. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic scenario. Had she been a tad less clever, she might have perished long ago. Songhao, appreciating Zhou's flattery, raised his eyebrows with a hint of pride. However, before that lad with the all-inclusive offers arrived, they needed to procure some sustenance from these individuals first. Songhao's eyes fell upon the survivors engaged in trading. And Zhou, wearing a mischievous smile, nodded in agreement. After all, it was Songhao taking the lead. Any ensuing trouble would not implicate her. In fact, she considered it a wise choice to potentially profit from these individuals before aligning herself with the all-inclusive deals. Soon enough, Songhao made up his mind, his gaze settling on a short, somewhat portly individual, a typical homebody. This individual's bag was filled with oatmeal bars and chocolates, and a crowd had gathered around him, eagerly vying for his goods. After all, oatmeal bars and chocolates are high-calorie foods that can provide a substantial energy boost in a short time, especially suitable in a post-apocalyptic context. They are also easier to store and carry compared to bread or sausages. Observing the frenzy around his oatmeal bars and chocolates, the homebody quickly devised a clever strategy, exchanging one piece of bread for either an oatmeal bar or a chocolate, and requiring 4 pieces of bread for each transaction. Although this raised the price considerably, many were still willing to bite the bullet and make the purchase. Before long, 3 oatmeal bars and 2 chocolates were completely traded away, and the homebody's backpack was stuffed full of bread, bringing him immense joy. With these supplies, he could survive a few more days in the apocalypse while also enjoying a change of flavor. However, Just as the homebody was about to leave the rooftop with his cherished bread, a large hand abruptly blocked his path. "Brother, leaving already?" A voice, laced with amusement, echoed in his ear. The homebody froze and quickly looked up, only to find the muscular Songhao standing before him. The glint in Songhao's eyes filled with mischief, fixated on the backpack clutched tightly in the homebody's arms. Instantly, the homebody realized that this imposing figure had ill intentions and clutched his bread even tighter. "Do you need something?" he stammered, sensing the tension in the air as the surrounding crowd halted their transactions and encircled them. With a hearty laugh escaping him upon hearing the homebudy's timid words, Songhao raised his hand and playfully patted his shoulder. "The concept of establishing a trading market was conceived by me. Without my initiative, would you have been able to procure such an abundance of food? Given the benefits you have reaped from my efforts, is it not reasonable to pay a modest protection fee?" Upon hearing Songhao's words, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Goodness, this fellow has ulterior motives. Everyone grasped the underlying implication of Songhao's message. Ostensibly seeking a protection fee, he was, in fact, resorting to extortion. Observing his formidable physique, no one dared to voice a dissenting word in his presence. At that moment, some astute survivors, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hastily began to gather their supplies in preparation for a hasty retreat. A palpable agitation rippled through the crowd. This, in turn, provided Songhao with the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his strength. With all his might, he flexed his muscles, his gaze sweeping menacingly over each individual present as he bellowed, "Stay right where you are. Anyone who dares to move will find their necks broken." His voice reverberated like thunder, causing the crowd to freeze in place, their faces marked by confusion and trepidation. Satisfied with their reaction, Songhao turned his attention to the visibly anxious individual in the crowd, a portly man, a sinister grin creeping across his lips. "Do you understand my words, lad? Hand over 5 loaves of bread as a management fee, and you may leave." The rotund man widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? 5 loaves of bread? You are robbing me." Initially, he intended to argue, but before he could finish his protest, Songhao raised his fist and struck him decisively in the abdomen. The man gasped, feeling as though his midsection had been struck with a hammer, the pain radiating throughout his body. He doubled over, akin to a cooked shrimp, and began to retch upon the ground. "You ungrateful wretch." Without relinquishing his hold, Songhao used one hand to grip the collar of the man's shirt, effortlessly lifting him into the air. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, who gasped in astonishment. How could a man weighing over 200 pounds be lifted so effortlessly by Songhao? His muscles were indeed formidable, astonishingly powerful. Many began to envy Songhao's extraordinary strength. In truth, this was the limit of Songhao's capacity to intimidate and assert his dominance. He gritted his teeth to maintain the position. Just as he felt he could no longer sustain it, he abruptly hurled the man down, the inertia slamming him forcefully to the ground. Dust erupted around them, and the portly man felt as if his bones were being shattered under the impact. Seizing the backpack filled with bread from the man, Songhao adopted a tone of authority and proclaimed, "I hereby announce that due to your violation of the trading market's rules, I am confiscating all your supplies." He raised the pilfered bread triumphantly. "You lie. That is my bread. I exchanged oat bars and chocolate for it. It belongs to me." The portly man cried out in agony, struggling to rise and reclaim what was rightfully his. Upon witnessing the scene, a chilling aura erupted from Songhao's eyes. Having already descended to such depths, he harbored no reservations about using this individual as a means to assert his dominance. Therefore, he lifted his foot and, without hesitation, brought it down upon the man's heart. A sharp crack resonated throughout the penthouse in an instant. The crowd fell into a momentary stupor, recognizing the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. The corpulent man felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, and without warning, he expelled a copious amount of blood. Lowering his gaze to the area where his heart had caved in, he promptly lost consciousness. In that moment, the entire penthouse was enveloped in silence, as all eyes turned from the man, whose heart had been pierced and ceased to beat, to the murderer, Songhao. A wave of cold dread surged forth from the very soles of their feet. Chapter 57. The establishment of a self-defense force? On what grounds? Who else? Songhao cast a cold glance at the corpulent figure lying lifelessly before him, then raised his voice to address the crowd, having witnessed the brutality of his actions firsthand. Who dared utter a word? The onlookers fell silent, heads bowed in submission. Those who understood the gravity of the moment were indeed wise. Songhao nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the swift effect of his intimidation tactic. Seizing the opportunity, he continued, "In this apocalyptic world, none of us wish to meet our end. But who can assure us of our survival? Therefore, I propose the formation of a self-defense force for our community, primarily tasked with the daily patrols and vigilance necessary to safeguard our collective security." As he spoke, he paused momentarily, his gaze swiftly scanning each individual present. Some appeared puzzled, others astonished, while a few could scarcely contain their burgeoning excitement. After all, the allure of Songhao's proposition was undeniable. In essence, the self-defense force would assume the role of enforcers, who would refuse the opportunity to wield even a modicum of power. Such authority, however trivial, could instill a sense of pride amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. Yet, the crowd remained mute, seemingly deliberating amongst themselves. Who wishes to join the self-defense force? Songhao inquired, his voice rising as he brandished 5 loaves of bread, lifted high in the air. Any individual who enlists in the self-defense force shall receive one of these loaves as a reward. I assure you, I, Songhao, will not allow anyone to suffer loss. All supplies confiscated henceforth will belong to the self-defense force. Really? The self-defense force offers such benefits? At this declaration, many in the crowd felt their gazes intensify with fervor. Even those who had initially sympathized with the fallen figure began to reconsider. After all, this directly pertained to their own interests. Each person understood that merely extracting protection fees from fellow survivors, as Songhao had done, did not bode well. However, confiscation presented myriad justifications and methods, and the acquisition of all the other supplies was paramount. Yet, would the self-defense force be deemed legitimate once the apocalypse subsided? Would they face repercussions from the authorities? Soon, fresh doubts arose within everyone's minds, and they found themselves suppressing their excitement, continuing to observe. Songhao, however, remained unperturbed. He recognized that in a world ravaged by chaos, there were no fools. To persuade these individuals to labor for him, he needed to introduce a more enticing proposition. With a faint smile, he continued, let us not forget, many homeowners in our community have yet to return. Their vacant homes may harbor abundant food supplies. The rights to manage these abandoned properties will belong to our self-defense force, allowing us to break in and collect the provisions. The notion of forcibly entering homes to gather sustenance ignited a fervor among many, their excitement palpable. Particularly, the younger men and those with families could hardly contain their enthusiasm. They believed they might join the self-defense force, which would enable them to procure ample supplies for survival. This notion, however, incited discontent among some women present. By what right? Who bestowed upon you such authority? We are all residents of the happy community. Those vacant houses should belong to us all. Indeed. How can you simply take what you please? This is utterly tyrannical. Who authorized your self-defense force? Is it sanctioned by the state? It is truly unjust. Among the crowd, the diminutive and sharp-eyed Mrs. Wang raised her voice above all. Her grandson stood beside her as she placed one hand on her hip and pointed accusingly at Songhao, launching into a tirade. Young man, temper your tone. If we cannot acquire those items, neither shall you. Should anyone dare take them, I shall lie down in front of you and sue you into bankruptcy. Otherwise, I will call the police and have you all arrested. Self-defense force, indeed. Do not flaunt your bravado before this old woman. Seeing Mrs. Wang take the lead, other women and those who knew they could not join the self-defense force found their courage and began to voice their agreement. Mrs. Wang is correct. Either we all share equally, or no one takes anything. Dare to take it, and we will call the police. This behavior is akin to robbery. Who knows if the rightful owners of the houses might return? The self-defense force may be formed and may force entry, but the supplies they find must be shared among us all. Indeed, this matter is non-negotiable. If we cannot come to an agreement, we shall involve the police and let them resolve it. Simultaneously, a group of elderly women and several frail old men began to chime in with their grievances. Do you understand the principle of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? We seniors deserve double portions. Exactly. The items found by the self-defense force must provide double rations for those over 60, delivered personally. Not only the items found by the self-defense force, but all resources currently in anyone's possession must be apportioned to us in double. Who is responsible for providing food and shelter? Step forward. And if you have so much food, hurry and share with us. Can you, a young person, bear to let us elders go hungry? How rude. Yes, yes. Who is responsible for food and shelter? Do you treat your grandparents so poorly at home? This matter must be handled by the self-defense force. They protect us and bear the responsibility of sourcing food for us. Indeed, if you are so capable, go ahead and seize the food and shelter from them. Listening to the cacophony of complaints from the elderly, Songhao, who had previously exuded confidence, now felt overwhelmed. Had his earlier display of authority failed to intimidate this group of resilient old folks? With a sigh, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he approached the shrewd Mrs. Wang. Gazing down at this mouse-like old woman, Songhao spoke, each word deliberate. Do you, old crone, believe I am negotiating with you? Unfazed by Songhao's frigid demeanor, Mrs. Wang, emboldened by her past experiences of deception, retorted, Young man, do you dare lay a hand on me? Do you believe I want to bring you to ruin? With a sharp smack, the confrontation escalated. As soon as old Madame Wang finished speaking, Songhao raised his hand and struck her wrinkled face. In the blink of an eye, Old Madame Wang was knocked to the ground by his slap, her eyes rolling back as she lost consciousness. Her grandson, terrified, immediately knelt beside her, shaking her gently. Who dares to speak out? Songhao bellowed, exuding an icy aura. The elderly man, who had just been gesticulating, suddenly feigned ignorance and obediently fell silent. After all, if even the formidable old Madame Wang from the happy community could be struck, this young man was undoubtedly insane. Whoa, Grandma, please wake up. The little grandson cried as he continued to shake her. This only infuriated Songhao further, as he glared menacingly and barked, "You little brat, stop your crying, or I'll toss you to the dogs." At that, the child immediately ceased his sobbing, frozen in fear. Chapter 58. Enforcers? They are clearly mere robbers. As silence enveloped the scene once more, all eyes filled with apprehension turned towards each other, while Songhao wore a triumphant smile. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. Beside him, Zhou Li was taken aback by Songhao's ruthless display, bewildered by how this man had transformed into such a tyrant. Without delay, Songhao began to pace through the crowd, orchestrating the formation of a self-defense team. From this day forth, under my leadership, the self-defense team of the happy community is officially established. We are now recruiting our inaugural members with only 5 spots available. He wiggled 5 fingers before the crowd, instantly stirring the hearts of many young men. Captain Song, do you think I'm suitable? A man in his 30s, with a buzz cut and a dark complexion, stepped forward, grinning obsequiously at Songhao. Certainly, you're in. What is your name? Songhao replied with a hearty laugh, patting the man on the shoulder. My name is Zhang Dashan. The man quickly bowed and responded with a smile. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, Zhang Dashan felt compelled to join Songhao's self-defense team in order to survive. With the first member secured, it was not long before others began to emerge. In a short span, 5 individuals were chosen for the self-defense team. Those who had once stood as powerless survivors, awaiting salvation from the state, now found themselves transformed into enforcers. The selected individuals stood taller, their postures straightening with newfound authority. This left those who had missed the opportunity in a state of panic. Brother Song, could we possibly add one more member? I'm strong, fast, and obedient, pleaded one man. Indeed, Brother Song, although I may be older, my wisdom is unparalleled. The world isn't merely about violence, it's about understanding human relationships. I used to be a city management officer. I excel in this line of work. Please, grant me a chance. Brother, I implore you, grant me this opportunity. Consider this pack of cigarettes as a token of my respect for you. In their desperate bid to join the self-defense team, these survivors endeavored to curry favor with Songhao. This newfound attention elevated Songhao's sense of pride, causing him to regard these humble individuals with an air of superiority. No, the rules are mine to establish. I cannot allow them to be compromised. Songhao accepted a pack of cigarettes offered by a man, stuffing it into his pocket before brusquely pushing him away. From this moment on, each of you present must pay a protection fee to the self-defense team. Since everyone has brought their supplies today, leave half of what you possess. What are you still waiting for? Collect it all. Songhao bellowed at Zhang Dashan and the others with commanding authority. The 5 immediately snapped to attention, casting bewildered glances at the crowd around them. Many were neighbors, relatives, or longtime friends. Just moments ago, they had been sharing laughter. Yet now they were expected to seize their belongings. The 5 found themselves hesitating, grappling with the moral weight of their actions. This left Songhao feeling rather anxious. Desiring to relinquish this position is entirely permissible. There are countless individuals eager to join the self-defense forces. Upon hearing Songhao's words, the group clenched their teeth in frustration. Having just undergone a significant transformation in their status, how could they so easily discard this identity? Furthermore, even if they chose not to collect protection fees, others certainly would. So why not seize this opportunity themselves? Without further ado, they began to shout at those around them. You fatty, don't blame me. Hand over your bread quickly, lest I be compelled to act. Sister-in-law, I am now a member of the self-defense forces. With your brother gone, just surrender the food. We will provide protection for you henceforth. You there, whatever you have hidden in your pockets, reveal it at once. No need to struggle, brother, otherwise you shall surely suffer. Behave yourself. Song Ji's fist could very well end your life. The rooftop instantly transformed into a chaotic scene. Numerous survivors clutched their supplies tightly, vying with the self-defense forces. Old Chun, have we truly grown distant after 15 years as neighbors? Big brother, I've followed you since elementary school. Now that you wield power, you turn against me. How can you be so heartless? Your brother may be deceased, but I rely on this flower for survival. I implore you to spare me. Release me. This is robbery. Someone, help. We are being robbed. Call the police. Please, let me go. My wife and children await this food at home. Confronted with Songhao's imposing physique, the 5 members of the self-defense forces grew increasingly brazen, resorting to theft and transforming the rooftop into a scene of robbery. This incited panic among the onlookers, who begged desperately. A middle-aged man, over 40, approached Songhao, pleading that he spare his provisions, as his elderly mother awaited sustenance to survive. "To hell with you. Who do you think you are to refuse payment for protection? Your mother's death is of no concern to me." Songhao kicked the man fiercely, spitting disdainfully at him, casting a scornful glance in his direction. This spectacle only fueled the collective anger among the crowd. Initially, when Songhao proposed the establishment of a trading market, many regarded him as a considerate figure, fostering a favorable impression. However, after witnessing his recent actions, it became abundantly clear that he was far from virtuous. Yet, despite their fury, no one dared confront him directly. Fearing a fate akin to the unfortunate soul sprawled on the ground, Jolie furrowed her brow at Songhao's behavior. Initially, she believed he was merely jesting, only to discover that his actions had escalated beyond reason. Not only was he assaulting individuals, but he was also taking lives. Should the authorities become aware of this, he would undoubtedly face consequences, and she might bear some responsibility. Anxiety surged within her as she scanned the crowd, desperate to distance herself from this murderer. Aligning with those who could provide food and shelter seemed the wisest course of action. Where are they? Why have they not yet arrived? Jolie thought, her impatience leading her to silently stamp her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, Songhao was relishing the taste of power, incessantly commanding his team to seize the supplies of others. "This is the bread that sustains my life. Could you spare a little for me? How dare you? Do you even think to disregard Brother Song's words? You are not here to protect us. You intend to starve us to death." "Huh, I care not. I heed only Brother Song's commands. No more idle chatter. Quickly produce the food." Just as the two factions were embroiled in a fierce dispute, a voice, laced with mirth, suddenly echoed from the staircase. "Ah, it seems quite lively here." Upon hearing this incongruous voice, everyone turned to look, instantly frozen in astonishment. Chapter 59. Will you accept what I offer? Before the crowd, a strikingly handsome man emerged, his features refined and captivating, with a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. He observed the frenzied survivors and the self-defense team grappling for resources. Beside him stood a woman of exquisite form, endowed with long, alluring legs and an enchanting visage that seemed to defy the heavens. At that moment, her delicate brows furrowed in mild distress as she scanned the bustling throng, her slender fingers gripping the man's arm in a manner reminiscent of a timid bird seeking solace. The duo was none other than Chu Feng and Zixi. When Songhao eliminated the overweight man, Chu Feng had already sensed the unfolding events. However, rather than immediately joining the chaos on the rooftop, he discreetly accompanied Zixi to the 28th floor, employing his perceptive abilities to witness the happenings below. Upon observing Songhao establish a self-defense team to prey upon innocent survivors, Chu Feng could not suppress a chuckle. From the moment he had proposed this idea in their group, he had known this individual harbored ulterior motives, not only seeking to draw him out but also intending to pilfer supplies from these vulnerable individuals. This insight elicited a cold smile from Chu Feng, who was adept at discerning the true nature of people. His sudden appearance was motivated by a desire to prevent Songhao from continuing his nefarious actions. After all, many of his targets were women, and the thought of them falling victim to such a scoundrel was intolerable to Chu Feng. Simultaneously, he scanned the crowd for any sign of the kindergarten teacher, Tang Wanqing, but found none. Soon, someone recognized the man as Chu Feng, the leader of the community's group purchasing station, the very individual summoned by the notorious Tiger Brother. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances and murmured among themselves. "Isn't that Chu Feng, the scoundrel?" one remarked. "And the woman beside him, she's Zixi, the ice-cold beauty of our community." Whispers of disbelief circulated as they pondered the unlikely pairing. How on earth did Zixi end up with someone like him? Her father is a powerful figure, while Chu Feng is merely a station manager with little to his name. The memory of Chu Feng's subservience in front of Tiger Brother brought forth snickers among the crowd. Surely, he must have a stockpile of food. Is he here to trade? Another speculated. But honestly, I could cherish those long legs of Zixi for a lifetime. What is the true nature of their relationship? All eyes were drawn irresistibly to Zixi, who was instantly recognized. The crowd's astonishment at Chu Feng's arrival stemmed from their confusion regarding Zixi association with this seemingly inconsequential young man. Their chemistry appeared to be intriguingly ambiguous. Zixi was renowned as the belle of happiness community, with a father capable of commanding respect and authority. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was merely a struggling station manager. How could this pairing a swan and a toad suddenly come to pass? "Hey, Chu Feng, what brings you here? What is your relationship with Miss Li?" Amidst the crowd, curiosity got the better of someone who dared to inquire. Naturally, it was about exchanging supplies. As for the nature of my relationship with Miss Li, could it not be apparent to everyone? As Chu Feng spoke, he deftly wrapped an arm around Li Zixi's waist, causing her cheeks to flush and her gaze to drop shyly. Observing this, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Even the members of the self-defense team stood by, scratching their heads in confusion. How could an ice-cold beauty be willing to associate with this fellow? Suddenly, Songhao, who had been observing Chu Feng, broke the silence. Chu Feng, I recall that your family possesses a substantial amount of food. Now that our community has established a self-defense team of which I am the captain, you have an obligation to contribute some provisions. Not much, just half will suffice. Songhao had not anticipated that Chu Feng would also appear. This was akin to presenting him with a delectable morsel. He was well aware of how brother who had utilized Chu Feng, and he knew of the considerable reserves of food in his household. Thus, he decided that extorting Chu Feng before settling in with all expenses covered might indeed be a prudent choice. Moreover, Songhao's gaze lingered on Li Zixi's alluring figure, his eyes wandering over her long legs with a lecherous glint. How could this lad be so fortunate as to win over such a stunning beauty? Yet soon, she would become my plaything. Songhao's mind began to scheme. He desired not only Chu Feng's food but also Li Zixi. Merely glancing at Songhao, Chu Feng instantly discerned his thoughts and could not suppress a cold smile as he spoke. You wish to divide my rations? Indeed. Not only the food, but the beautiful Li must also be claimed. Songhao, with an air of unassailable confidence, pointed towards Li Zixi. In this apocalyptic era, who still adhered to the virtues of a gentleman. In a moment of distraction, Songhao felt as if he had encountered a figure resembling Li Zixi's extraordinary physique online. Witnessing the lewd smile on Songhao's face, Li Zixi was instantly filled with revulsion. Haha, Songhao, you speak so boldly, would you dare to take what I offer? Chu Feng retorted, simultaneously retrieving a prime M9 steak from his spatial pocket and tossing it before him, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. My word. Is that an M9 steak? Goodness, Chu Feng lives in luxury, even possessing such gourmet fare. Where did he procure it? What does this rascal intend to exchange for the steak? It's been a month since I last savored steak. I've nearly forgotten its flavor. Let me catch a whiff of what a medium-rare steak truly tastes like. Upon witnessing Chu Feng toss an M9 steak onto the ground, every pair of eyes in the vicinity turned crimson, fixated on the steak, their throats involuntarily swallowing. Songhao was no exception. He could hardly fathom Chu Feng's audacity. What did this mean? Was he testing my resolve? Knowing Chu Feng's character, Songhao chuckled softly, dismissing his words, believing him to be merely posturing for effect. Haha. What is there that I, Songhao, would dare not claim? Without a moment's hesitation, Songhao stepped forward, bending down to retrieve the M9 steak. The instant he bent over to reach for it, Chu Feng raised his foot and placed it firmly on the back of Songhao's hand. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Chu Feng, utterly perplexed by his audacity to provoke Songhao. Was he courting death? Songhao, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped that Chu Feng was attempting to humiliate him. He hastily tried to withdraw his hand from beneath the man's foot, wishing to impart a lesson to this reckless individual. However, Chu Feng's reflexes were swifter. Just as Songhao prepared to retaliate, Chu Feng exerted more pressure with his foot, pinning Songhao's hand to the ground with the weight of a boulder. The sudden pain sent shivers through Songhao's body, draining the color from his face. Chu Feng, you wretched scoundrel, I swear I will not rest until you are dead. Songhao roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared menacingly at Chu Feng. Chapter 60. The Downfall of the Bully, Songhao. Disregarding Songhao's words, Chu Feng continued to exert his strength. Instantly, Songhao's palm was deeply embedded in the cement floor, blood beginning to seep from the wounds. The onlookers gasped collectively, astonished by Chu Feng's ferocity. How had this fellow transformed into such a ruthless figure? Even the muscle-bound bully, Songhao, was not spared. No one could have anticipated that just days prior, Chu Feng had been submissively bowing before brother who, yet in a mere blink, he had morphed into a completely different person, exuding an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Witnessing Chu Feng's brutal method, Zhou Li couldn't suppress a shiver, while Li Zixi looked down with disdain upon the subdued Songhao, a hint of contempt gracing her icy visage. Chu Feng, do you wish for your demise? In pain, Songhao glared at his bloodied palm, eyes turning a fierce crimson, reminiscent of a raging beast. In the next moment, his muscular arms bulged, channeling all his might into a single forceful motion, breaking free from beneath Chu Feng's foot. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd for Songhao, yet their concerns swiftly shifted towards Chu Feng. To provoke such a man would undoubtedly incur a heavy toll. I will kill you, roared Songhao, his expression a mask of rage as he launched a punch aimed squarely at Chu Feng's chest. Despite lacking supernatural abilities, Songhao's strength was immensely potent, and the ferocity of his strike was palpable. Sensing the impending wrath of Songhao, the spectators instinctively retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Casting a glance at the seething Songhao, Chu Feng remained unfazed. as a formidable wielder of 4 supernatural abilities. Why should he fear an ordinary human? He disregarded Songhao's fierce punch and, without hesitation, extended his fist to meet it. A dull thud resonated through the air as their fists collided. Songhao was taken aback that this audacious youth dared to confront him, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. In his estimation, both his strength and speed far surpassed that of the untrained Chu Feng. Given that he had poured all his energy into this blow, it was a powerful strike indeed. Was Chu Feng not merely a moth to the flame? How amusing. You are the first to challenge me, Songhao chuckled, his words dripping with condescension. Quite the coincidence. You are as well, Chu Feng replied coolly, slowly retracting his fist while casting a steady gaze upon Songhao. TSK. There was no way Chu Feng could match Songhao's strength. His arm must be in excruciating pain by now. After all, had he not retracted his fist first? In combat, that was a clear signal of surrender. Songhao's muscular physique was no mere facade. Even a supernatural being would likely struggle against him. He was indeed a bully. If only someone could teach him a lesson. Isn't it Songhao who ought to impart a lesson to others? The crowd erupted into fervent chatter, with many engaging in hushed discussions, convinced that Chu Feng had conceded. Although his physique appeared robust when compared to Songhao, whose muscles bulged like small hills, Chu Feng was evidently at a slight disadvantage. The reason he retracted his fist was due to the overwhelming force exerted by Songhao's punch. Songhao felt the same way. However, just as he was basking in his triumph and retracting his fist, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, as if turned to stone, staring incredulously at his own arm. Everyone else turned to gaze, taken aback by the sight. Unbeknownst to them, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a chopstick, had coiled itself around Songhao's arm, resembling a serpent that tightly wrapped itself around him, rapidly beginning to penetrate his body. Instantly, horrifying streaks of blood appeared before the onlookers. A searing pain surged through Songhao's arm, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. What have you done to me? He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the agony as he questioned Chu Feng. His previous arrogance vanished. Chu Feng, however, appeared indifferent, not even casting a glance in his direction. In the next moment, the bolt of lightning completely disappeared into Songhao's arm. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from his limb. The crowd gasped and turned their attention, witnessing what had once been a perfectly intact arm transform in an instant into a grotesque display of flesh and shattered bones. Chunks of flesh hung in the air, while blood gushed freely onto the concrete floor of the rooftop. A mist of blood enveloped everyone, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Due to the speed of the explosion, Songhao initially felt no pain. By the time he realized what had happened, his face drained of color, and upon glancing at his mangled arm, his pupils dilated in horror. The scent of blood filled the air, and as they looked at Songhao's terrifying arm, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Zhou Li, in particular, was so frightened that she turned pale and retreated repeatedly. This was done by Chu Feng? The crowd was bewildered. No way. How could Chu Feng possess such immense strength? What kind of force is required to crush bones? And what was that bolt of lightning about? Ugh, is Songhao not in excruciating pain? Haha, the bully has finally met his match. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, casting peculiar glances at Chu Feng, uncertain of what he had done to cause Songhao's arm to explode into a pulverized mess. Some even thought that this was a case of self-inflicted retribution. He had long deserved to be struck by divine punishment. Listening to the voices around him, boundless rage consumed Songhao. Chu Feng, I will make you pay for my severed arm with your life. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pain of his dismemberment, Songhao raised his other hand and charged at Chu Feng. Having just become the captain of the self-defense team with the highest authority in the happy community, and having gathered a group of followers, he could not afford to falter at this moment. Moreover, he had yet to even experience the benefits of his new position, and he could not simply lose face like this. A surge of intense, murderous intent rose within Songhao. Today, he was resolute in his determination to eliminate the scoundrel Chu Feng. Yet, Chu Feng remained unfazed, even regarding the approaching Songhao with a semblance of pity. Just as Songhao reached him, Chu Feng swiftly extended his right hand, tightly gripping his throat. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated clearly. As Chu Feng mercilessly shattered Songhao's neck, Songhao felt an agonizing surge of pain radiate from his neck, and moments later, his eyes rolled back as he succumbed into unconsciousness. As Chu Feng released his grip, Songhao's body crumpled to the ground like a lifeless rag. The scene fell into an eerie silence, countless eyes filled with terror gazing at the motionless figure of Songhao. In the next moment, the once quiet crowd erupted into chaos. What? Has Songhao truly perished? Impossible. When did Chu Feng become so formidable? Has he acquired supernatural powers? My goodness, this is utterly terrifying. Chu Feng has actually killed Songhao. Is this truly the Chu Feng I once knew, the leader of the group buying platform? Chapter 61. The evidence is in Chu Feng is the ultimate victor of the apocalypse. Witnessing the transformation of Songhao, who just moments ago exuded an air of arrogance and bravado, into a lifeless corpse sent shockwaves through all present. Each individual, despite having encountered countless tragedies in this post-apocalyptic world, found themselves seized by an overwhelming sense of terror at such close proximity to death. Coach Song Zhou stared in bewilderment at the deceased Songhao, her mind racing with confusion. Her gaze fell upon the black pattern tattoo barely concealed by her crop top, prompting a cold glance from Chu Feng. Zhou had never anticipated that Songhao would meet his end before her eyes, though she had been attempting to escape his grasp. Her plan had relied on successfully aligning herself with him for sustenance and shelter. Now, bereft of this support, she felt utterly lost without even the shadow of her promised security. As she lifted her gaze toward Chu Feng, a flicker of incredulity crossed her mind. Was this truly the Chu Feng whom Tiger Brother had derided as a worthless coward? His ruthlessness was astonishing. Not only Zhou, but also others who recognized Chu Feng stared in disbelief, as if confronting a bizarre stranger. Chu Feng, I'm old Zhou from the 18th floor. Surely you remember me? My wife often visits the collective purchase station for vegetables. After a tense silence lasting several moments, a man cautiously approached Chu Feng, a hint of a smile lingering on his face. With his utterance, the atmosphere shifted, and lively discussions erupted, now centered around Chu Feng. How did you become so formidable? Have you acquired some extraordinary abilities? You hardly seem like an ability user. Were you perhaps a martial artist in disguise? Impressed, another remarked, Well done, little Chu. Who would have thought you were hiding such depths? I'm Xiaogu from the 22nd floor. May I visit your home sometime? By the way, what is your connection with the beautiful Li? Previously, I followed Tiger Brother. It was my folly. Chu Feng, you rid the world of this menace. Well done. Humph. That tyrant Songhao got what he deserved. Yes, if the police come for Chu Feng, we shall protect him. Following Chu Feng's decisive elimination of the muscular Songhao, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. Those who had previously mocked him online, siding with Tiger Brother, were now eager to erase their digital footprints. For in their eyes, Chu Feng had once been a mere figure of subservience, a lowly station manager, constantly at the beck and call of Tiger Brother. But now, he had single-handedly vanquished the muscle-bound Songhao, flanked by the icy beauty Li Zihuan. Coupled with the supplies hoarded in his home, it was indisputable. Chu Feng was the ultimate victor of the apocalypse. Consequently, many began to curry favor with him. Observing the swift change in their demeanor, Chu Feng merely smiled faintly, not allowing their whims to weigh upon him. He understood that the fickleness of human nature in this post-apocalyptic era was more pronounced than it had ever been before. As the saying goes, he who provides the milk is the mother. Furthermore, he had no need for the sycophantic flattery of these individuals. His sole purpose today was to eliminate Songhao. With that scoundrel now deceased, his mission to the trading market was deemed accomplished. However, Chu Feng did not hasten to depart. Instead, his gaze fell upon the food recently seized from the 5 members of the self-defense team. It comprised mere bread, ham sausages, and instant noodles, ordinary provisions. Old Lady Wang, who had just received a slap from Songhao, noticed Chu Feng's scrutinizing stare through her beady eyes. Without hesitation, she scrambled to her feet and charged towards the self-defense team. You scoundrels, return my food at once. This is sustenance for my grandson's survival. Do you not fear divine retribution for your theft? Unfazed by the chaos, she lunged at the foremost member, Zhang Dashan, attempting to snatch the provisions from his grasp. Meanwhile, she surreptitiously surveyed the reactions of those around her. Having arrived on the rooftop empty-handed, her intention was merely to see if she could acquire something by chance. Upon witnessing Chu Feng eliminate Songhao, she surmised that the stolen food might soon be redistributed, prompting her to act swiftly and seize the opportunity. Observing Old Lady Wang's unreasonable antics, Zhang Dashan's anger flared. Old Lady Wang, these goods belong to Songhao, not to you. Addressing the scene coldly, Chu Feng remarked. You do realize this old woman came here empty-handed, merely seeking to take advantage. Songhao? That scoundrel is dead. Why do you still concern yourself with him? My 10 packs of instant noodles, 2 bars of chocolate, and that bag of flour, all mine. Return them to me. She cried. Do you have the audacity to bully an old woman? You brutes. Ignoring Chu Feng's words, Old Lady Wang persisted in her futile attempt to wrest the provisions from Zhang Dashan. The crowd, witnessing the commotion, quickly interjected. Little Chu, these items are ours. They were stolen by Songhao earlier. Indeed. You arrived too late to witness it. That man was a thief. Now that he is dead, the food rightfully belongs to us. Unmoved by their protests, Chu Feng coldly retorted, Is it of any use to converse with me? Go and speak to Songhao. With that, he approached Old Lady Wang and, without hesitation, kicked her aside. Enough of this ruckus. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by his actions. Speak to Songhao? He is dead. What good would that do? Initially, they had perceived Chu Feng as a reasonable individual, But it soon became evident that he was not of noble character either. Consequently, they ceased their discussions and rushed towards the self-defense team to reclaim their belongings, plunging the scene into chaos once more. Old Wang, your protector is dead. What do you have left to threaten me? Return my ham sausage. You wretched creature. You've shattered our 18 years of brotherhood. Hand over my instant noodles. Try being so arrogant again, will you? Where's your bravado now that you lack support? Damn it. You even stole my last bun. Have you no humanity left? Take out the energy bars from your pocket. My wife often thinks of you while making dumplings. Do you have no humanity? The victims, in a frenzy, surged towards the self-defense troops to seize food. Regardless of ownership, they frantically stuffed their pockets. They did not hesitate to strike these individuals with punches and kicks. The self-defense troops were taken aback by the sudden chaos and clutched their plundered supplies, preparing to flee. Yet, the crowd was unwilling to let them escape. Drop the food, or you shall not go anywhere. Instantly, a dark mass of people surged towards the 5 fleeing figures. Fists and shoe soles relentlessly assaulted their faces and bodies, causing them to cower and howl in pain. Please stop. Please stop. I realize my mistake. I beg you. Cease this at once. It hurts so much. Help. Chapter 62. A 19-year-old girl enveloped in Chu Feng's presence, the crowd unleashed their fury towards the members of the self-defense team, resulting in a flurry of bruised faces and battered bodies, utterly neglecting the food they clutched, hastily covering their vital areas with their hands. Observing this, Wang Laotai, who had been kicked by Chu Feng, immediately straightened her back and began gathering the scattered food from the ground. Meanwhile, Chu Feng scrutinized the group of survivors, noting that the majority had yellow or even red hues hovering above their heads, clearly influenced by his recent remarks. Yet, Chu Feng remained indifferent to their attitudes. He was not living for their approval. To his surprise, his gaze landed on a girl who appeared to be under 20, clad in a JK uniform, with twin ponytails that danced as she nervously surveyed the chaos of the self-defense team being assaulted and the frantic scramble for food. Her large, expressive eyes revealed a hint of fear, while her long legs, incongruous for her age, appeared remarkably smooth and supple, trembling slightly in her trepidation, enhancing her delicate allure. Name, Zhou Luming. Age, 19. Attractiveness, 94. Charisma, 92. Figure, 94. Virtue, 100. Overall rating, 9. 3. Meets system requirements. With a mere glance, Zhou Luming's information panel materialized before Chu Feng's eyes. Zhou Luming, 19 years old. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly at the data before him. At that moment, Zhou Luming, hidden in the corner, was secretly observing Chu Feng from afar, her innocent gaze suddenly filled with profound admiration. As a witness to Chu Feng's decisive act of vanquishing the tyrant Songhao, she recognized that he paid no heed to the flattery of those around him, which imbued her with a sense of security. She even found herself envying Zixi, who stood by Chu Feng's side. To be his woman, surely, it would guarantee an abundance of safety. Zhou Luming bit her lips softly, murmuring to herself as Chu Feng's image loomed in her mind like an indomitable mountain. However, her immediate concern was how to safely extricate herself from the pandemonium. The rooftop had descended into utter chaos, with those who had been robbed now viciously attacking the self-defense team. Initially, the 5 members could withstand the onslaught, but as more joined the fray, they were soon overwhelmed and beaten mercilessly. Amidst the disorder, some individuals seized the opportunity to snatch food, resulting in a particularly tumultuous scene. Clutching the last few pieces of peach crisp cookies and 2 tomatoes, Zhou Luming's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that her meager supplies would draw unwanted attention. Chu Feng observed her every movement and expression, acutely aware of her isolation. He realized that if he intervened, it would be akin to a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, potentially gaining another ally in his endeavors. However, Chu Feng remained unperturbed, for he observed that Zhang Dashan was gradually succumbing to the onslaught. A gaping wound on his head, inflicted by a stone, oozed blood profusely. Not only he, but the other 4 members of the self-defense team also bore varying degrees of injuries. Frantic and enraged, the crowd had entirely turned them into objects upon which to vent their fury. Witnessing Zhang Dashan lying in a pool of blood, gasping for breath, a voice from the crowd cried out, "Someone has died. A life is about to be lost." This incited further chaos, with some individuals seizing the food from the self-defense team and fleeing in a frenzy. "Get out of my way. Don't block my path. Run. Murder is a crime." The cacophony of curses and the sounds of struggle transformed the rooftop into utter disarray. In a corner, Zhou Luming had never encountered such a scene. She trembled in fear, her eyes wide with terror as she stood paralyzed. Observing her plight, Chu Feng approached her silently, and even standing a mere meter away, no one dared to come near. Zhou Luming, startled by Chu Feng's sudden appearance, felt a momentary jolt, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. "How, my dear How." Amidst the tumult, The heart-wrenching wails of old lady Wang pierced through the chaos. It turned out that her grandson, Hao, had been trampled by those fleeing, and several men had callously stepped over him, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. Old lady Wang panicked, cradling her grandson in her arms and desperately pleading with those passing by for help. Please, save my grandson. Stop and help him. How can you be so inhumane? He is the one you trampled. In the midst of their own frantic escape, no one paid heed to the elderly woman's cries. As no one halted, her pleas morphed into curses. Witnessing the increasing volume of blood Hao was losing, the elderly man who had previously sold ginseng and Angelica hesitantly returned, seeing him crouch down. A flicker of hope ignited in old lady Wang's eyes. Dr. Zhao, please save my Hao. He is a good boy. You must help him. The old man, Zhao Qinglin, was a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, a fact known to old lady Wang. Let me first assess his condition, Zhao Qinglin said, gently lifting Hao's eyelid to scrutinize his pupils, his brow furrowing immediately. If he can be taken to the hospital in time, there may still be hope, but... Zhao Qinglin shook his head, leaving his words hanging, the implication clear. Dr. Zhao, what do you mean by that? You must think of something. If Hao does not survive, how will I go on living? Zhao Qinglin shook his head once more. It was not that he did not wish to help, but in these apocalyptic times, even medical supplies were scarce, let alone the means to save a life. I am sorry. I have done my utmost. After adjusting Hao's sleeve, Zhao Qinglin stood, preparing to depart. Zhao, are you still human? Do you really think being a doctor makes you exceptional? Isn't it because I failed to give you a red envelope that you refused to save my grandson? How much do you want? I can give it to you. With a voice full of fury, old lady Wang shouted at Zhao Qinglin, mistakenly believing that his reluctance to assist her grandson stemmed from a lack of monetary compensation. She began to rummage through her pockets, casting coins at his feet. This left Zhao Qinglin feeling somewhat helpless. It was not merely a matter of money. The blood-soaked hospital was devoid of staff, and we lacked medical equipment, even the most basic hemostatic agents. How could you expect me to save him? Moreover, I practice traditional Chinese medicine, not Western medicine. Zhao Qinglin patiently attempted to elucidate the situation to old lady Wang, which only served to further inflame her anger. Chapter 63. The Unprincipled Zhou. In a moment of desperation, old Madame Wang, disregarding all decorum, clutched Zhao Qinglin's pant leg with one hand. Her voice a cacophony of anguish as she cried, My grandson was merely trampled a few times. How could he be dead? You only desire money. I shall give you what you seek, so why do you not save him? You call yourself a doctor? To witness death and turn a blind eye. You possess no medical ethics. May you meet a wretched fate. Old Madame Wang unleashed her characteristic temper, refusing to let go of Zhao Qinglin, who was now visibly agitated, his beard trembling in indignation. His willingness to return had stemmed from the innocence of the child, yet he found himself confronted by an unreasonable and obstinate individual. Though Zhao Qinglin was compassionate, it did not imply that he was easily intimidated. Let whoever you wish to save him do so. With that, he forcefully extracted himself from her grip and departed the rooftop without a second thought. This left old Madame Wang utterly speechless, clutching her eldest grandson. She collapsed to the ground, wailing for all to hear, Come, witness. Zhao Qinglin, a heartless doctor, neglects to save a life. How dare he call himself a physician? You are meant to heal, to serve us. Look closely. This Zhao Qinglin, who appears virtuous, is nothing but a callous wretch. Oh, my poor grandson. I shall seek the head of your institution to bring you to justice. The passers-by paid her no heed, some even seizing the food she had pilfered, further humiliating her as she writhed on the ground. Observing this uproarious spectacle, Zixi displayed a countenance of disdain. Previously, when she had seen Chu Feng chastise old Madame Wang for her age, she had thought him lacking in respect. However, witnessing the elderly woman's behavior today, she quickly grasped Chu Feng's sentiments. Zhou Luming, too, gazed in astonishment at the elderly woman rolling about in a theatrical display of despair. Meanwhile, Chu Feng watched with amusement, remarking, Old Madame Wang, it seems your grandson is on the brink of death. Upon hearing his words, old Madame Wang turned her gaze to her grandson Hao, who was indeed struggling to breathe, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. This terrified her completely, and she clutched him tightly, tears streaming down her face. My dear grandson, if you were to perish, how could I explain to your mother? How would our lineage continue? With a dramatic roll of her eyes, old Madame Wang fainted, collapsing in a heap. Deathly old woman, even in your unconsciousness, you obstruct my path. Those attempting to flee loathed having to leap over her. Observing this scene, Chu Feng could not suppress his laughter. Turning his attention, he noticed Zhou Luming still anxiously clutching the dwindling food in her arms. Understanding her apprehension, he took a couple of steps forward and provocatively inquired, Are you not returning home? Hearing the magnetic voice of Chu Feng, Zhou Luming was momentarily taken aback. A wave of shyness washing over her, her eyes shimmering like ripples stirred by a dragonfly. Lowering her gaze, unable to meet Chu Feng's eyes, Zhou Luming stammered, I will leave shortly. In truth, it was not that she wished to depart. Rather, she was acutely aware that a few individuals had been eyeing the food cradled in her arms. Had it not been for Chu Feng's presence, those men would have likely already made their move against her. Even now, as the crowd on the rooftop began to thin, she hesitated to leave, fearing those lurking in the shadows might ambush her, leaving her utterly cornered. Observing Zhou Luming's furtive glances towards the stairwell, Chu Feng understood her plight and offered a gentle smile. Very well, then you may wait. Without affording her further opportunity, he turned and led Li Zixi down the staircase. As Chu Feng departed, a surge of anxiety gripped Zhou Luming once more. The rooftop, once alive with chaos, now lay eerily silent, with a few bodies strewn about, and Wang Laotai clutching her lifeless grandson. This sudden stillness sent Zhou Luming's heart racing to her throat. She longed for Chu Feng to escort her home, yet the presence of the icy beauty at his side stifled her words. Nevertheless, Chu Feng's figure lingered in her mind. Impossible to shake off. With no other choice, Zhou Luming seized the moment after his departure, mustering her courage, and hurriedly fled the rooftop, food in hand. Stumbling along the way, she finally reached the safety of her home. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor, Chu Feng did not return home directly. Instead, he remained attuned to Zhou Luming's every movement in the corridor. When he sensed her relief as she stood at her door, hand over her heart, he smiled faintly. Glancing back with a hint of impatience, Chu Feng, you certainly have all the accommodations covered, don't you? At that moment, a sharp, alluring voice pierced through the air behind him. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, a wave of distaste rising within him. He had long been aware of this rather irksome individual. Li Zixi was equally taken aback, astonished that someone had recognized Chu Feng's true identity, her expression shifting to one of shock. The speaker was none other than Zhou Li, the woman who had been beside Songhao moments ago. Name, Zhou Li, age, 28, beauty score, 85, charisma, 81, figure, 87, moral character, 0, overall rating, 7, 0, not in compliance with system requirements. What surprised Chu Feng was that Zhou Li's information appeared before him as well. However, upon seeing her dismally low score, he couldn't help but grimace. Especially notable was the moral character score of 0. He found it difficult to fathom just how audacious she truly was. Earlier, he had not given much thought to her appearance on the rooftop, but now, considering these scores, he could only conclude that this woman was exceedingly experienced. The distinctive black tattoos frequently seen on certain niche websites served as a testament to that. However, to Chu Feng's astonishment, this woman had discerned that he was indeed the one who provided food and lodging. Upon noticing Chu Feng's pause, Zhou Li immediately smiled with a sense of triumph. The reason she recognized the man before her, named Chu Feng, as the one who offered comprehensive care was due to her meticulous examination of every image shared in the group purchasing chat. Among these, there was a photograph where Zhou Li had observed his slender, well-defined index finger, which had caused her, a connoisseur of hands, to swoon with infatuation. Just moments ago on the rooftop, as Chu Feng casually crushed Songhao's Adam's apple, Zhou Li inadvertently caught sight of the same captivating fingers from the photograph, and her heart skipped a beat, leading her to suspect that Chu Feng was indeed the one she had been seeking. To confirm her intuition, Zhou Li refrained from departing immediately. Instead, she concealed herself behind the door after exiting the rooftop, waiting for Chu Feng to emerge. Once everyone had left, she followed his silhouette to the 20th floor and tentatively inquired about him. Based on Li Zixi's earlier reaction, Zhou Li felt assured that her gamble had paid off. The ally she had been desperately searching for was right before her eyes. Chapter 64. Are you afraid of losing favor? Zhou Li suppressed her excitement, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Feng. With her protector Songhao now deceased, the prospect of relying on Chu Feng, who provided food and shelter, became her most favorable option. She firmly believed that being with him would ensure her a life of comfort. Thus, seizing this opportunity was imperative. Do you need something? Chu Feng inquired coldly, his disdain for the woman evident. Beside him, Li Zixi harbored no fondness for this heavily made-up individual either. Chu Feng, with Songhao gone, you wouldn't want the police to find out, would you? Zhou Li suddenly uttered, eliciting a flash of lethal intent in Chu Feng's eyes. He was untroubled by the notion of the police discovering his involvement in Songhao's death. Rather, he detested the feeling of being threatened. It was apparent that Zhou Li was attempting to leverage this situation to manipulate him. Unbeknownst to her, she had underestimated the man's rising ire, mistakenly believing she had found his weakness and could swiftly compel him to yield. If the police learn of this, you'll be branded a murderer, condemned to spend the rest of your life in prison, Zhou Li continued. Do not expect anyone else to speak favorably on your behalf. They only see you as sustenance. But I am different. I merely wish to stay by your side as your woman. if you allow me to remain. I can testify that you did not kill Songhao. She swayed her hips, moving closer in an attempt to drape her arm over Chu Feng's shoulder, employing her well-practiced art of seduction. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered Chu Feng, surrounded by captivating women. Even someone of Han Feifei's caliber was relegated to the kitchen, let alone Zhou, whose moral integrity was non-existent. Chu Feng disdainfully sidestepped her advance. Are you threatening me? He replied icily, noticing her subtle manipulation thwarted. Zhou remained undeterred, her pride inflating as she spoke. I merely wish to survive in this apocalypse. Employing a few clever tactics is not wrong, is it? Besides, I am quite fond of handsome men like you, as long as I can stay by your side. I assure you my skills and techniques surpass that of any mere decoration. She casually lowered her neckline, revealing yet another black tattoo. Her gaze alluring as she sensually licked her lips, her demeanor reminiscent of a slender lizard. This sight made Chu Feng profoundly nauseated. How could Songhao have found such a woman appealing? Choosing to disregard her, Chu Feng turned to Li Zixi. It's up to you. I do not wish to see her again, he stated before pivoting to leave. Li Zixi, taken aback momentarily, quickly regained her composure, her eyes growing increasingly frigid as she regarded the woman before her, who was preening shamelessly. Like Chu Feng, she found Zhou repugnant. Claiming to be a mere decoration was one thing, performing such distasteful antics in her presence was another. Thus, she instantly comprehended Chu Feng's unspoken message. Seeing her support about to depart, Zhou felt a surge of urgency and hastily attempted to follow. You are unworthy. In the next moment, Li Zixi stood before her like an imposing iceberg. Get out of my way, you dead woman. If my support flees, I will not let this go. Zhou shouted furiously at Li Zixi. Although the woman before her was stunningly beautiful, Zhou perceived her as merely a pretty face, a mere ornament, unworthy of comparison to herself. Thus, she dismissed Li Zixi entirely, resorting to the intimidation tactics she had wielded in society before. In response, Li Zixi merely offered a cold smile, her gaze drifting to the fire extinguisher box nearby. She recalled that it contained a fire extinguisher and a compact fire axe. Weighing approximately 5 kilograms, Li Zixi believed she could wield it with all her strength. Seeing Li Zixi immobile and still obstructing her path while Chu Feng was on the verge of entering the room, Zhou grew increasingly agitated. You wretched woman! Are you afraid I'll please Chu Feng and make you lose his favor? Zhou sneered. Don't be deceived by your looks, in bed. You are just a piece of meat, unlike me. When Chu Feng touches me, I know just what to do. I've been navigating society since elementary school. I advise you not to provoke me, or you will face dire consequences. Zhou words grew more aggressive as she rolled up her sleeves, revealing the phoenix tattoo on her arms, intending to intimidate the oblivious woman before her. However, in the next instant, a crisp sound echoed from behind her, startling Zhou, who quickly turned around. She noticed that the switch on the firebox had inexplicably popped open, realizing it was not some mutated creature. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, her urgency to enter Chu Feng's home intensifying. After all, as a woman alone outside, she felt incredibly vulnerable. You filthy bitch. What are you still doing there? If you block me again, I swear I'll have my brother come and deal with you. Zhou turned back to Li Zixi, her voice brimming with menace. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in shock as she froze in place. She noticed that the breathtakingly beautiful woman before her was emanating a chilling aura, her eyes resembling ancient snow-capped mountains, radiating an icy glare. In that instant, Zhou felt as though she had plunged into a freezing abyss, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. As she watched Li Zixi eerily clench her fist, Zhou swallowed hard, trying to suppress the strange chill that enveloped her. What do you want? She stammered, summoning her courage. I warn you, do not try to scare me. I have been frightened since childhood, so spare me your tricks. Zhou mustered her resolve to address Li Zixi. Brother Chu said he never wants to see you again. Ignoring Zhou's futile threats, Li Zixi's voice was laced with a cold menace as she focused her intent. In the next moment, a loud clang echoed as the fire axe slowly floated out of the box. Hearing the commotion, Zhou turned her head once more. When she saw the axe bizarrely suspended in midair, her mouth dropped open in terror. You are an ability user. Upon realizing the situation, Zhou stammered in confusion. Li Zixi had no intention of explaining anything to this woman. She had brought this upon herself. Recalling Zhou's self-proclaimed identity as a mere ornament and the distasteful remarks made in front of Chu Feng, Li Zixi's disdain for her only intensified. No longer hesitating, she summoned all her strength to wield the fire axe that hovered in midair, striking fiercely at the back of Zhou's head. Though her speed was not swift, the proximity was sufficient to deliver a significant blow. A dull thud reverberated through the hallway. Chapter 65. The woman who overestimated herself. Zhou felt a sharp gust of wind at the back of her head, followed by an agonizing pain that rendered her numb. The next moment, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed onto the ground. Blood flowed from her head, quickly soaking the earth beneath her. Zixi, having exerted every ounce of her strength, gazed at the lifeless Zhou sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The act she had just committed was unprecedented for her, nearly depleting her entire energy. However, as she looked at Zhou Li's corpse, a flicker of astonishment crossed her face, which swiftly dissipated, replaced by indifference. She was acutely aware that she belonged to Chu Feng, and everything she had done was merely her obligation. The thought of being commanded by Chu Feng to take a life, or even to sacrifice herself, would not provoke excessive contemplation from her. After leaning against the wall to catch her breath for a moment, Zixi gradually regained some strength. This experience made her realize the necessity of rapidly enhancing her mental manipulation abilities. Otherwise, her rudimentary skills would be utterly insignificant against formidable adversaries. The anticipation of when Chu Feng would bestow upon her another ability fruit began to brew within her. Upon returning home, Zixi observed Chu Feng leisurely savoring red wine on the sofa and respectfully announced, "I have dealt with her." In truth, Chu Feng had already sensed everything that had transpired outside before Zixi even spoke. As he regarded the woman who had transformed from a frigid, haughty beauty into a compliant tool of his command, Chu Feng felt a stir of surprise within. The speed at which Zixi had changed was indeed remarkable. But upon reflection, was it not true of every woman by his side? Their rapid transformation was merely a means of survival in a world on the brink of collapse. Furthermore, humanity has always been a species that reveres strength. Very well, this is your first kill, and I am quite satisfied. Chu Feng nodded at Zixi, then retrieved 20 ability fruits and some food from his storage, tossing them her way. This is your reward. Consume them after midnight. Upon seeing the ability fruits roll to her feet, Zixi was taken aback, hurriedly bending down to collect them all. Thank you, Brother Chu, she exclaimed with excitement. The ability fruits were the key to her empowerment, making them her most coveted possession. What did you call me? Chu Feng set down his wine, lifting his gaze toward her. The mere glance chilled the air in the room. Lin Yue and Han Feifei, standing obediently to the side, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Zixi, frightened, shivered and lowered her head, biting her lip to whisper, "Master, master." Now, that is more like it. A faint smile graced Chu Feng's lips, evidently pleased with Zixi's address. Upon witnessing the scene, the astute Han Feifei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at the supernatural fruit nestled in Zixi's arms. Among the three women, she alone remained devoid of any powers, while Zixi had already become the possessor of 2 abilities. Although Lin Yue's charm lacked offensive strength, it wielded formidable control over both men and women alike. Consequently, since Han Feifei arrived at Chu Feng's residence, she had been overshadowed by the 2 women, transforming from a dainty girl into a mere cook, laboring in the kitchen to prepare daily meals. Such a fate was intolerable for someone as ambitious as Han Feifei. With a flicker of inspiration, she believed an opportunity had presented itself. She approached Chu Feng, bending slightly to flaunt her alluring figure before him, and softly proposed, "Master, I shall dispose of that woman's corpse." The scheming Han Feifei, influenced by Zixi's address to Chu Feng, eagerly sought to showcase her worth. Initially, she felt compelled to perform a task of significance for Chu Feng. However, upon reflection, with monsters roaming outside and the world becoming increasingly perilous, venturing out recklessly could result in never returning. Thus, she resolved to wait patiently for a less risky opportunity. Upon learning that Zixi had eliminated a woman in the corridor, Han Feifei sensed her chance was at hand. Hearing Han Feifei's words, Chu Feng swirled the goblet in his hand, the red wine within exuding a rich aroma akin to satin. Casting a glance at the enticing sight before him, he took a sip of the wine, his expression remaining impassive. "No need," he replied. "The corpse will be dealt with by the mutated creatures upstairs." Setting down the goblet, he continued, "Han Feifei, do not attempt to play any schemes before me." The moment these words escaped his lips, Han Feifei froze, her expression turning awkward as she gazed at Chu Feng. She had never anticipated that her carefully concocted thoughts would be so easily discerned by this man with just a glance. Her mind became a flurry of uncertainty. "I have you cook because I hold you in esteem. Do you wish to end up like your husband, hanging on the balcony?" Chu Feng's gaze turned as sharp as an icicle in a winter gale, piercing through Han Feifei with an intensity that compelled her to shudder involuntarily, fear swiftly etching itself onto her face. Not only Han Feifei, but Zixi and Lin Yue also sensed the sudden chill that enveloped the room. A wave of sinister air began to swirl among them, as if preparing to rend them to shreds at any moment. Han Feifei could scarcely fathom how a mere thought of hers could provoke such fury in Chu Feng. As the murderous intent radiated from him, she was reminded of the torment her fiancé, Wang Chang, had suffered at his hands. To this day, his corpse hung on the balcony, devoured by the mutated wisteria. The mere thought of this gruesome image sent chills down her spine. Under Chu Feng's overwhelming pressure, all her cunning plans evaporated into thin air. Despite her yearning to make a mark in his presence, yet she understood that in the face of apocalypse, survival was her ultimate goal. Master, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Han Feifei knelt abruptly before Chu Feng, her voice trembling, gazing coldly at this woman. Chu Feng appeared as the sovereign of the survivors in this desolate world. His eyes radiated an undeniable authority, and every movement exuded an irresistible aura. In the next moment, Chu Feng silently turned his gaze towards Li Zixi. She comprehended his intent and approached the kneeling Han Feifei. With a mere thought, a fruit knife soared towards her. Deftly slicing a wound upon her arm, and blood began to flow instantly. Terrified, Han Feifei's eyes widened in horror, her pupils filled with despair. Chapter 66. The Legion of Monsters. Consider this your lesson. Next time, the knife will slice through your throat. You certainly do not wish to encounter your useless fiancé, do you? Chu Feng's tone was icy yet laced with mockery. At this moment, Han Feifei dared not utter a word, enduring the pain radiating from her arm as she shook her head in denial. No, no, no. I shall never dare again. She truly feared that Chu Feng might end her life, a fate no different from starving to death alongside that useless Wang Chang. Very well. Chu Feng smiled faintly and continued, from this day forth, you two, raising his slender finger, he pointed at Li Zixi and Lin Yue. If anyone else comes, you must instruct them to adhere to the rules. Meanwhile, Li Zixi will be responsible for keeping watch for any disturbances around the shelter, while Lin Yue will engage in conversations within various chat groups with survivors possessing supplies. Fishing, you understand. Chu Feng looked at Lin Yue, clad in yoga pants and a fitted tank top, her figure strikingly alluring. Although Lin Yue was a woman of virtuous demeanor, in this era, who was not familiar with certain internet slang. Embarrassed, she nodded slightly. Only then did Chu Feng smile with satisfaction. In truth, after Han Feifei's arrival, Chu Feng had been devising a plan to categorize the three individuals into different levels of status. The reason for his delay was to observe Han Feifei's ulterior motives. Now that her little schemes had been thoroughly unraveled, Chu Feng had seen through her completely, unhesitatingly relegating her to a subordinate position beneath Li Zixi and Lin Yue. After all, both Li Zixi and Lin Yue had arrived earlier and possessed supernatural abilities that were of some assistance to Chu Feng. While Li Zixi's vigilance ability was not as formidable as his own intermediate perception, it still allowed her to be the first to detect any commotion outside, serving as an excellent lookout and helping to alleviate some of Chu Feng's burdens. Furthermore, her metal manipulation ability was demonstrated through the recent elimination of Zhou Li, showcasing her decisiveness in combat. Even if she was not exceptionally strong, Chu Feng deemed her a viable choice as cannon fodder. As for Lin Yue, her enchanting powers were perceived by Chu Feng as the most effective means to attract men with resources. Although most survivors were grappling with severe shortages, some had hoarded substantial supplies, such as warehouse owners from food processing plants or managers of large supermarkets. More importantly, nearly all survivors were fervently seeking group chats to exchange survival strategies and find solace in camaraderie. Daily, one could witness numerous posts in social circles featuring various group invitations. This presented Chu Feng ample opportunity to engage with these affluent individuals, as long as Lin Yue managed to entice them for an offline meeting. Chu Feng had his methods to ensure they willingly surrendered their supplies. Even though his own resources were sufficient to sustain him for an extended period, he was keenly aware of the importance of precaution. No one could predict when the apocalypse would cease. Everything remained uncertain, and Chu Feng was not inclined to take such risks. Listening to Chu Feng's arrangements, a flicker of excitement and joy appeared on Li Zixi face. Lin Yue, without a hint of hesitation, nodded in agreement. The two women were acutely aware of the underlying intentions behind Chu Feng's plans, and their gazes towards Han Feifei turned contemptuous. At this moment, Han Feifei dared not utter a single word, pitifully kneeling before Chu Feng, clutching her wound, fearful that uttering another word might provoke him to command Li Zixi to end her life. However, the thought of being managed by those two wretched women, Li Zixi and Lin Yue, in the future filled Han Feifei with indignation. Yet, she felt powerless. Recalling Chu Feng's unquestionable tone and the sudden chill in the air, she had no choice but to accept this fate. She understood that to survive under someone else's roof, one must possess significant value in the eyes of the master. Woof, woof. As the three women departed, the dog named Lightning, who had been crouching at Chu Feng's feet, obediently barked twice and pawed at his trousers, seemingly begging for food. Chu Feng looked down and was surprised to find that the creature's fur had become significantly softer and smoother compared to its initial state, albeit only in certain areas. Could this be a result of consuming the flesh of the mutated gray wolf? The thought crossed his mind. With a flicker of intent, Chu Feng retrieved 10 pieces of minced meat from his spatial storage and tossed them to Lightning. Upon seeing the food, Lightning's tail began to wag vigorously as it lowered itself to the ground and eagerly devoured the morsels. Chu Feng heightened his sensory perception to the maximum, fully concentrated on detecting any subtle changes within Lightning. As the meat was swallowed, he sensed a faint surge of power emanating from it, flowing continuously within Lightning's body. To his astonishment, the flesh of the mutated creature possessed such an effect. It dawned on him that Lightning's transformation was indeed due to the consumed mutated gray wolf's meat. Not only was its exterior changing, but a subtle shift in their mutual consciousness was also occurring. He could feel a gentle sense of submission radiating from Lightning. Ding! Detected an increase of 10 points in Lightning's favorability towards the host, raising the affinity level to 55. Note: the maximum affinity between the host and pet is 100. For every 10 points of favorability gained, the affinity increases by 5 points. Affinity? As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, followed by a delicate thread of connection emanating from Lightning. He reached out a finger to touch this connection, and in an instant, a conscious link was established between him and Lightning. The creature paused its meal, tilting its head to scrutinize Chu Feng, its eyes appearing softer than before. Lightning, resume eating, Chu Feng thought inwardly. In the next moment, as if it understood, Lightning continued to eat. Suddenly, Chu Feng realized he could control Lightning through consciousness. In other words, once favorability reached a certain level, he could establish a conscious connection to command it to perform any action. Furthermore, when the affinity reached 100, they would achieve true unity of will. In the apocalyptic realm, this notion is profoundly unsettling. Imagine an individual wielding the power to command mutated beasts as their combat companions, harnessing their primal ferocity in battle. What if there were 2, 3, or even the formation of an entire legion of these monstrous entities? Chu Feng found himself consumed with excitement. Should he truly succeed in assembling such a monstrous army, he would ascend to a godlike status amidst the desolation. At that moment, what Esper could possibly withstand the charge of thousands of mutated creatures? And he, merely by remaining in the sanctuary of his home, could eliminate any adversary that dared to oppose him. A chilling smile crept upon Chu Feng's lips, reminiscent of the tide's rise. Chapter 67, The Life-Saving Technique, Shuttling. Having familiarized himself with the mental connection to Lightning, Chu Feng was now capable of controlling it to perform simple actions through sheer will. Although the synergy had yet to reach perfection, he was nonetheless pleased with this progress. After spending a brief moment further bonding with Lightning, he allowed it to frolic on the balcony and casually retrieve dozens of supernatural fruit from his spatial pocket. As was his custom, he devoured them one by one as snacks. Meanwhile, Han Feifei, who was tidying up her room in the neighboring house, couldn't help but drool at the sight. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability, Basic Shuttling. Upon consuming the 5th fruit, the crisp voice of the system resonated in Chu Feng's ears, illuminating his mind with the prospect of yet another newfound power. His excitement surged as he realized this was only the 5th fruit he had consumed. Basic Shuttling. The host can render their body intangible, enabling them to traverse through any material. Note: the denser the material, the greater the physical stamina consumed by the host during shuttling. Chu Feng quickly grasped the implications of this ability. It would allow him to bypass various impediments, including solids and liquids. Activating this power would grant him the freedom to glide through such substances. It bore a resemblance to the wall-passing and earth-burrowing techniques often depicted in films. With a spark of curiosity, Chu Feng prepared to activate the shuttling function for a first-hand experience. In an instant, he felt enveloped by a peculiar force that coalesced from the air around him. This force, strange yet invigorating, solidified into a tangible form around his body. The visible energy entwined every part of him. Moments later, the force permeated his being, and to his astonishment, his body began to transform into an ethereal state. From its initial solid form, it became cloud-like, then shifted into a delicate, translucent essence. It appeared that he could now pass through any object. Extending his hand, Chu Feng examined his arm. Under the shuttling ability, the flesh and blood within him turned transparent, leaving no trace, as if he had melded with the very air. As he reached out to touch the wall before him, the moment his arm made contact, it effortlessly sank into the surface. Taken aback, Chu Feng could not suppress a smile of joy. He then took 2 steps forward, and his entire being melded seamlessly into the wall, without a trace left behind. A few minutes later, Chu Feng emerged from the wall of his neighbor's house. The 3 individuals inside had just glanced up when they witnessed Chu Feng materializing from the wall, causing them to jump in surprise. "Is this wall-passing technique real?" Lin Yue exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity, her fingers hovering above her phone's keyboard. Li Zixi, equally astonished, gazed at Chu Feng with a look of sheer disbelief. Han Feifei, her mouth agape, stared in awe at Chu Feng as he gradually emerged from the wall. "Master is incredible!" she exclaimed after a moment of shock. Immediately adopting a respectful tone, Though she held the least status among them, she never missed an opportunity to flatter him. Is this the new ability of the master? Lin Yue exclaimed excitedly as she stood up. Chu Feng smiled and nodded. It's incredibly powerful. I've only seen wall-passing techniques in movies and novels. Clearly, Lin Yue mistook Chu Feng's transdimensional ability for the wall-passing technique from fiction. Little did she realize that his ability far surpassed mere wall-passing. At the same time, Lin Yue's face was filled with envy. Although she had acquired her own powers, she considered them rather trivial. To possess a life-saving ability like wall-passing would be nothing short of a dream come true. Previously, Lin Yue was not this kind of woman, but after witnessing so much, she gradually understood that possessing formidable skills was of utmost importance. Otherwise, she would inevitably fall to the level of someone like Han Feifei. The master is the most powerful ability wielder in this apocalyptic world. Lin Yue awkwardly flattered. Chu Feng turned to her with a faint smile. Do you want it too? Lin Yue eagerly nodded in delight. It depends on your performance. If you excel, I shall grant you an ability fruit. And perhaps you will obtain an even more potent power. Chu Feng casually painted a picture of hope for Lin Yue, also sharing it with Li Zixi and Han Feifei. Master, I will certainly perform well. Lin Yue said with utmost seriousness, resembling a student attentively listening to a teacher's instruction. Higi, very obedient. Chu Feng stepped forward, playfully ruffling Lin Yue's hair as if petting a cat. Instantly, her face turned crimson as she allowed him to stroke her locks. This sight made Han Feifei's eyes turn red with fury. Wretched woman! Sly vixen! Han Feifei cursed internally. Then, with a quick glance, she knelt before Chu Feng, cradling his foot in her arms. Master, are you tired? Allow me to massage your feet. It's my forte. Forgetting how Chu Feng had treated her moments earlier, Han Feifei acted like a devoted maid. As the saying goes, competition elevates the quality of service. Looking down at Han Feifei, who was removing his shoes, Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. After a brief pause, he addressed the three women. From today onward, if you perform well, you may receive an ability fruit as a reward from me. Thus, I eagerly await your performances. Chu Feng surveyed the three women with a smile. Upon hearing this, anticipation flickered across their faces, each yearning to showcase all their skills to Chu Feng at once, while Han Feifei was particularly eager to press her face against his feet. After all, this was an ability fruit that could empower survivors. Who would overlook such an opportunity? Continue tidying up the room. I must step out for a while. Noticing the shifts in their expressions, Chu Feng spoke leisurely. Upon hearing that he was going out, Han Feifei promptly helped him put on his shoes. Standing up, Chu Feng focused his mind, activating his transdimensional ability. In an instant, he felt his body becoming as light as cotton, his once substantial form beginning to dissolve into an ethereal state. Almost immediately, his feet began to sink into the floor, and in the blink of an eye, his entire being vanished into the ground. This left the three women who witnessed the spectacle utterly dumbfounded. Traversing through the floor, Chu Feng gracefully descended into the room below. As he controlled his feet to touch the ground, he promptly deactivated his ability to traverse. He had sensed this room previously, and there was no one present. Indeed, this skill was a hidden gem, a life-saving treasure. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of joy spreading across his eyes. Chapter 68, The Master of Resource Plunder. Subsequently, Chu Feng conducted several tests of this life-saving ability. By integrating the information provided by the system, he discerned certain characteristics of his transdimensional power. Firstly, traversing through solid matter encountered significant resistance, requiring a substantial exertion of energy for even a short distance, resulting in a slower pace. Secondly, during the traversing process, his breathing remained unaffected by any surrounding objects, allowing him to inhale as freely as if he were in open air. Thirdly, while transiting, all items in his possession were considered extensions of his body, accompanying him seamlessly through the transition. Reflecting on these revelations, Chu Feng nodded to himself. Although traversing through solid matter was strenuous and rapidly depleted his stamina, his physique had been considerably enhanced by acquiring the Shadow Thunder and Storm Fist skills, enabling him to withstand such exertion. He believed that an ordinary person would feel as helpless as a fish trapped in concrete. More importantly, the ability to breathe normally while transiting significantly extended his traversing range. Furthermore, he could carry various resources along with him. In summary, Chu Feng regarded this transdimensional ability as a veritable treasure. The foundational level of the skill was already remarkably powerful. He could scarcely imagine the potential of advancing to intermediate or advanced levels. With this newfound capability, the most convenient application for Chu Feng was resource scavenging. Previously, he had relied on breaking down walls to acquire supplies. Now, with the ability to traverse any object at will, he would no longer squander energy. He mused that not only resources but the entire happy community was now his domain. He began to navigate through the floors of the building, thoroughly scouring all vacant rooms above the 20th floor. Within a mere 20 minutes, his personal space brimmed with newly acquired supplies, instant noodles in various flavors, including old vinegar pickled cabbage, braised beef, and egg noodles with vermicelli, along with an assortment of snacks such as spicy strips, beer, beverages, cookies, red wine, and beef jerky. He also uncovered frozen seafood and meats from the refrigerator, alongside a myriad of pre-packaged meals and condiments. Additionally, he collected items like infrared monitors, shower gel, soap, cigarettes, and essential household medicines. In essence, Chu Feng had amassed nearly every conceivable resource related to daily life, from furniture to appliances and beyond. He transferred everything into his personal space. These supplies were sufficient to sustain him for over a year in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Seated on a sofa in an empty room on the 22nd floor, Chu Feng casually opened a chilled beer and took a sip. Despite having scavenged only a few floors, he knew that even if he continued, the yield would ultimately be limited. Rather than persisting in this manner, he resolved it would be far more advantageous to locate a large supermarket and traverse inside, where a plethora of resources awaited. However, the current situation outside is increasingly complex. With the frequency of mutated creatures rising, Chu Feng does not feel compelled to embark on the venture of establishing a large supermarket just yet. Meanwhile, he casts his gaze downward at the floor beneath him. Below this residence lies the home of Tang Wanqing on the 21st floor. At this moment, Chu Feng senses that this woman is reclining on the sofa, her expression fraught with urgency. Beside her, a packed suitcase lies in waiting, and her hands clutch a mobile phone, seemingly anticipating a message or call from someone. It is evident to Chu Feng that she is awaiting his arrival to escort her. Clearly, this woman has long been prepared to come to his abode. Chu Feng chuckles to himself. Yet he has no intention of retrieving Tang Wanqing to his home at this juncture. He believes it prudent to temper her temperament before proceeding further. Ignoring the increasingly frantic Tang Wanqing, Chu Feng focuses his mind and activates his ability to traverse dimensions, continuing his actions. This time, he directly arrives in a room below the 10th floor, enveloped in a swirling mist of blood. This level has long been uninhabited. Even if someone were present, they would have become a mere corpse. Protected by his vibranium physique, Chu Feng strolls leisurely through the blood mist, remaining attuned to every movement occurring around him. Within mere minutes, he has collected all the supplies in the room into his personal space. He then proceeds to the next location. Thus, in just a few hours, Chu Feng has thoroughly explored all the rooms on the 10th floor, accumulating a greater quantity of supplies in his personal space. He continues downwards to the 9th, 8th, and 7th floors. At each level, he unhesitatingly clears out everything. As he descends, the blood mist thickens, and the rooms grow increasingly dim. A significant amount of sunlight is absorbed by the blood mist, barely penetrating the interiors. Nevertheless, Chu Feng, relying on his perceptive abilities, navigates with ease. However, the lower floors become increasingly frigid, the air heavy with dampness. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, after scavenging the supplies, he stands at the center and activates his perception ability. In an instant, he discovers that the 1st floor is nearly entirely overrun by mutated, wildly growing plants. A variety of bizarre flora occupies the rooms and corridors, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere. Beneath these mutated plants lie the remains of small mutated creatures that have been drained of their blood and flesh. Some plants have evolved branches as sharp as blades, and as Chu Feng perceives them, they emit a strong crimson glow. It is clear that these entities would not hesitate to attack any human intruder. In several rooms, Chu Feng also senses the presence of mutated animals lurking within, mutated rats, cockroaches, praying mantises, and moths, among others. The winged creatures, post-mutation, have grown to a size reminiscent of drones, with their wings unfolded, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. As Chu Feng becomes aware of them, these creatures are perched on the ceilings or hidden in corners of the rooms, most radiating a faint yellow luminescence. These creatures, prior to their mutation, exhibited no propensity to initiate attacks on humans. Thus, it is unsurprising that they have largely retained this characteristic post-mutation. However, when confronted with peril, they will inevitably resort to the most effective means of ensuring their survival. Hence, while these diminutive beings may currently seem innocuous, one cannot guarantee that they will not regard humanity as a potential source of sustenance. In addition to the mutated flora and fauna on the surface, Chu Feng has also discerned the presence of certain mutated organisms within the subterranean soil of the Happy Community. This includes mutated earthworms, cicadas, and crickets, each emanating a yellow luminescence. It appears that even those beings concealed within the depths of the earth are not immune to the corrupting influence of the blood mist. Observing the movements of these organisms within the soil, Chu Feng spoke with a grave expression.